Welcome to another one of my videos. You can help support this channel by subscribing and liking, and by grabbing one of my free ebooks. I'll leave a link in the upper right hand corner to my website and one in the description. Now to today's video. In today's video, you're going to be listening to an audiobook of number 3, Shades of Grey, Cerberus versus Pandora. If you haven't listened to the previous 2 audiobooks for this series, I'll leave a link in the description to Shades of Grey number 1 or SOG1 and SOG2 so that you can listen to them before listening to this audiobook. If you would like to support these free audiobooks on YouTube, you can purchase my ebook version of this audiobook on Amazon, Google, Barnes & Noble, Kobo, Apple, and a few other stores. I'll leave a link in the upper right hand corner and one in the description to my website. Now sit back, relax, and enjoy the read.
Shades of Grey number 3, Cerberus vs. Pandora. Copyright 2008-2018 by Kristie Lynn Higgins. Of all the things that bind humans together, race, religion, creeds, etc., the one that is the strongest and the most inescapable is blood. Translated from the assembled works. Jin Eller and Kisthi, 525 BDC. Chapter 1, Adam's Attack. The year 32 ADC. October 24th, Sunday. Hellenistic sector, cultural vicinage. Genesis Arboretum. Inside the sphere room. Adam's view. In my long life, I've seen many wondrous and horrifying sights and have done many brave and some disastrous things. And now I have a chance to atone and make right what once went wrong. All I have to do is take one life. All I have to do is take upon myself the most grievous of offenses. My feet thunder across the wooden floor of my treehouse balcony, and I seize Kat by her throat and start to choke her, but instead, I drop her to meet her fate. I look over my broken balcony. Is she dead? Did I finally correct a past mistake? Have I atoned for my mistakes? Have I saved the world? I squint, staring at the rippling water below as bubbles rise. No. She isn't dead. I have failed. I have failed once again. 15 minutes have gone by since I attempted to destroy Kat. I don't regret my action. I only regret that I didn't follow through with it. I wasn't able to kill the weed, but I sent Cerberus to correct my mistake. I only wish I had the foresight to destroy the weed a long time ago, and then maybe the world wouldn't be doomed to a dark end. I look at the broken section of the balcony. I'll have to have someone come fix the railing. End Adam's view. 11:46 p.m. A gentle wind blew across the lemongrass like a hand brushing across the blades as the sun crept across the cloudless eastern sky inside the sphere-shaped building on thousands of seamless projection screens. A multitude of birds in an array of colors sang to the morning. Many birds perched on the huge man-made banyan tree that stood in the large room's center. A pond surrounded the tree, which was positioned on a small island, and 3 bridges crossed the water and connected the small island to fields of lemongrass. An ocean roared in the distance. It was another illusion like the morning sky. The outside of the arboretum was all but abandoned except for a few guards patrolling the parking lot and outer buildings. The place would not be open to the public for another 9 hours. Inside the sphere room, Kat lay on her back unconscious in a clearing beside the pond as her hair dripped with water and ran from her forehead and down the side of her face. Her eyes rapidly moved beneath her closed lids as she dreamed, and within the vision, she drifted in a world of darkness. Catherine's view. A piece of paper floats in front of me like it's drifting on the airy currents of an ocean of wind. The paper rises and falls, surfing on the breezy waves of my past and future. It holds more meaning than what's written on its creased and worn surface, and with fondness, I remember the item that has given me hope. It's the note RG. Left for me, and for a year, I carried the message, finding strength and purpose in its limited and vague words. I can't make out the letters to form words in my mind, but I long ago memorized them. I never did figure out what my mission is. There are many things I don't know. I don't even know if my name's Catherine. I only know that I awoke one day in Etna Toys plant and warehouse with no memory. At Etna, the note lay on a table beside me, so I believed it belonged to me, and I took the name as my own. I have to have something to believe in, because without hope I'm dead inside. The note floats away from me, so I reach out to seize it, but I can't grasp it. Then a small fire appears, and the flames consume the paper. No! I scream as I drop my hand and stare at the fire till it fades. Do you want to know your origin? A man speaks to me from the darkness. At first, his voice startles me, but then I question, who am I? And who are you? Where to begin? The man speaks, and then he questions me, who are you? And where do you come from? My dear, I have wondered that myself, he says. I have seen glimpses of you through my lifetime. I have seen small fragments of your life in a non-linear kaleidoscope of your beginning, your middle, and your end. What do you mean you have seen glimpses of me? Have you been spying on me? I scan the darkness and see no one. And then I repeat, and who are you? The who is easy, but I shall have to tell you that later. The other things are not so easy, nor I the time to tell you now. I wanted to see if I could speak with you, and now I know I can. But my time has come to an end. I shall try to speak with you again. First, you must remember something. You must remember something important. Don't go. I pause but hear nothing, and then I ask, are you there? There's still no response, so I yell, you haven't told me anything. Remember, he tells me as his voice sounds far away. Remember these words. Though the clouds darken the sun. The words trigger an auto response, and I feel as though I lose myself as I start to recite. Though the clouds darken the sun, and the rain becomes tainted. No, a different man shouts. Do not fall for his trick. It is dangerous to listen to him, so listen to me. You must pull out of his hypnotic induction. Do it before something horrible happens. I'm jolted from the trance by the screaming man, and I examine the blackness surrounding me in the dream. It's dismally quiet, and I don't see who's yelling at me. Hello? I shout. Is someone there? Hello? No one answers me as I drift in the void for what seems like minutes. And then the dreamscape before me changes from darkness to light. In this new realm of my subconscious, no dry clouds exist. The sun shines on the land, and the air's clean and crisp, and the most important thing of all, I know in this place that no one hunts me. I drift in this world happy and content till a shadow casts over the land, invading my peaceful dream, and a male voice laughs. Is that you? I ask, have you come back? He laughs at me again, and the way he's laughing at me makes me a little afraid. So I timidly question, who's there? He chuckles at me a third time, and his sinister laugh seems as dark as the shadow. The sun flees as dry clouds rumble in and plunges the land into forever night. No, stop it. Bring it back. Bring back the other place. I scream, but my pleas are ignored. I fly high above the dark world till an unknown force pulls my body down. The strange force also affects time, and as I descend, my body grows younger till I reach my early teens. As a 13-year-old, I land in a white tiled room, and in the room, people talk with muffled words. Two figures of faceless women appear, but they don't frighten me. One of the faceless women places her hands on my shoulders and speaks, Catherine, you must be strong. I can no longer protect you. The woman looks to a door, hearing footsteps approach the room, and then she turns back to me and states, there are those in the corporation who want to exploit you. I dreamed this before, but who are the women? And why do I keep dreaming about them in this moment? What's so important about it? In the dream, the doorknob jiggles as someone tries to enter, and I hear people yelling outside. It still frightens me to experience it. Rosetta, they're here. Hurry, one of the women yells. Quick, Mary, push the desk against the door. I need more time. Something terrible's about to happen, and I can't let it happen again. So I shout, quick, we have to get out of here. They're coming for us. We have to run. The women ignore my frantic warning as if they can't hear me. And then the woman with her hands on my shoulders lowers herself to one knee. She looks at me with her blank, featureless face and tells me, Catherine, they will take you. I can't stop them, not with the power I have now. Someone outside tries to bust in the door, and I know I have to act fast if I want to change the outcome this go around. Listen to me. I yell with all my being as I try to force my 13-year-old body to grab the woman's arms. But my younger self won't obey me. So I scream all the more, we have to run. They're going to hurt us. The other woman shouts as if she didn't hear my desperate pleas. We've got to go. They're here. I'll hurry, the first woman replies, and then urges my younger self. Be strong, Catherine. She strokes my cheek, and I want to hug her as she states with such affection, my dearest cat. No, don't leave me. I scream as I turn to the door. Please don't happen again. I want to rush over to the door and stop them from coming in, but I can't move. I can save them if they will only listen to me. A small explosion rips the door from its hinges, and it falls as 5 soldiers rush in. I try to move for the third time, but my younger body won't respond to my mental commands. The SCMs aim their assault rifles at the 3 of us, and then heated muffled words are exchanged between the parties, and then angry demands. The image slowly fades as a sense of pain and loneliness sweeps over me. The image completely fades, and it's replaced by the sound of fire, 3 gunshots, and women screaming. Mary, Rosetta. I shriek as I open my eyes. Run. My heart races as a feeling of powerlessness rushes over me, and after a few moments, I realize I've been asleep and place my hands over my ears. trying to shield myself from the horrific sounds that echo in my mind. Something horrible happened in that room. I only remember a little more details than the last time I dreamed about it. Soldiers rushed in after Mary and Rosetta, but my younger self just stood there and did nothing to help them. My whole body trembles, unable to shake off the feelings there's something I should have done. I feel guilty, but I also feel like I'm missing something. My guilt. Is it over my inaction back then, or is it over something horrible I did back then? I try to remember more, but I can't. I'm so sure Mary and Rosetta are real people. The fog in my mind clears, and I lower my hands. If they're real people, I should know them, but it also feels like a dream. A dream that's like a memory. Sunlight shines down on me, and I feel its warmth and realize I'm outside. So I peer up and squint. There are no dry clouds. I don't know where I am, and for a few moments, I believe I'm still dreaming. Chapter 2. The Two Projects. 11:51 p.m. Catherine's View. A breeze sweeps over me, and I shiver as I believe I'm outside. I'm wet. I stare at a blue cloudless sky as I lie on my back. I don't know how I got here. A few birds fly over me as I notice my cheek hurts, and I put my hand to it. I remember now. I'm not outside but inside the Genesis Arboretum. I came to see Adam, and for some reason, he's very angry with me. I move my hand and rub my sore throat. He choked me, but instead of finishing me off, he dropped me, and I fell into the pond. I sit up and look around. This isn't where I dragged myself out of the water. I crawled out to the lemongrass, but now I'm back on the island. I turn and see the treehouse behind me. My back hurts where Adam slammed me on the railing. I don't remember much after falling into the water, but I did manage to drag myself out, and I rubbed my cheek again. Stephanie kicked me. That conniving liar, tried to kill me. She must be an assassin sent after me, but I don't understand Adam's reaction. He tried to kill me, and he kept calling me a weed. You're finally awake, Stephanie yells to me from the other side of the pond. I guess I kicked you a bit too hard and had to drag you out of the water. I guess that means I saved your life. She waits for me to say something, but I just look around for an escape. Stephanie says, I was beginning to think you'd sleep all night. I quickly get to my feet as my flight instinct kicks in. Stephanie continues, when I first met you at Hades Cemetery, I thought you were a complete waste of time. I had no clue what Mr. Morta saw in you, but then I witnessed your fight with the unmen, and I changed my mind. But I guess you don't care about that. You must be wondering why you're still alive. I mean, I could have killed you after I knocked you unconscious, but what fun would that have been? What do you want? I ask, ready to flee like a spooked deer from a predator. And who are you really? I notice the 3 bridges and that they're my only escape from the island unless I go back up into the treehouse. My enemy stands by one of the bridges, so I ask her, is your real name Stephanie? I wipe water from my face and then wipe my hands on my jeans as I continue. I heard Adam call you Cerberus. Are you a life closer sent by the council? I wasn't sure if you had heard what the old man had said. It's too bad you had. I had this game all planned out, she tells me, and then she glances up at the treehouse. The old man could always ruin a good surprise. Stephanie starts over the bridge as she questions me. Do you want to know if I'm an assassin? That's funny. You should have figured it out by now, and since you haven't, I'll tell you. I'm like you. I point to myself, not sure of her meaning as I inquire. Like me. Come on, don't you see it? Let me give you a hint with 2 words. Pandora Project. See, now you're understanding. I'm like you. I'm an experiment. I'm no piss-ass closer. Stephanie runs her hand along the bridge's railing as she speaks. The council created me, and now they want me to destroy you. She accusingly points a finger at me as she yells. They believe you're a failure. They believe you're an experiment unworthy of them. I don't care what they think. I shout. The council doesn't own me. I point to myself as I insist, I'm my own person. Stephanie's View. See, it's that kind of half-assed statement that has gotten you into this predicament. I stop at the end of the bridge and inform her, of course the council owns you. You're their project, the Pandora Project. I can't get past how the name sounds to me. The word Pandora incites excitement for the great battle to come, and it'll be between the top 2 experiments. The battle will determine which of the 2 of us is the best, and of course, it will be me. I also inform her, you have no rights. Even Adam knows that, and when he found out what you are, he treated you as you should be. He treated you less than human. Catherine's View. I look up to the treehouse balcony, and there Adam stands like some Roman governor watching a gladiator fight in which he cheers for both of the contenders to be defeated. I can see the disgust in his eyes as he glares at me. I don't understand his hatred. He must know something about me that I don't. I stare a little longer at him, and then I realize my backpack's up there. When I get a chance, I'll need to get it. I turn to Stephanie and declare, you're wrong. I have worth. Everyone does. You're all wrong. You, Adam, the council. I'm somebody, and I have rights. I look back up to Adam. Here I thought I found someone who could help me. I thought I found a lighthouse in the midst of a storm. but all I found was a man who came at me like an angry ant whose forest had been set ablaze. If Adam's the caring shepherd of this world, what does that make me? I don't know why you're looking at him, Stephanie tells me. Mr. Greenhouse called you a weed, and coming from him that's low. He basically hates you. He wants to see you destroyed. She marches toward me as she states, he'll enjoy what I'm about to do to you. I back away from her. The only thing I can do is run and try to make it out of this place. I dash over a different bridge than the one Stephanie crossed. And then I bolt through the grass, running in the direction I believe the exit is in, Stephanie's view. I take a few moments to listen to the breeze, the bird songs, and the prey fleeing through the tall blades. I was afraid Pandora would fight me here, but now there will be a hunt. And I love a good chase. Chapter 3, Between Father and Daughter, 11:48 p.m. Hellenistic Sector, Business Vicinage, Sphinx Corporation 3rd Branch Office. The Chairman's Office, Kimberlys view. What are you doing? My father questions me as I finish screwing a silencer onto my PPK. And then he watches in what appears to be baffled horror as I lift the gun. Why are you aiming at me? I'm going to get to the truth, I tell him as I choke back in certitude and emotional anguish. And then I inquire, why did you kill Mom? I loathe the man who's sitting before me. He's a traitor to our once happy family. He's my father, but I'm a daughter betrayed. And I demand, tell me, what are you talking about? My father questions me. He's the chairman, but he must feel powerless as I stare down my sight at him. He must feel more like a prisoner before an executioner than a father fighting with his daughter. His standing in the world doesn't matter at this moment. It can't save him from my furor. None of his resources or global connections will save him from my wrath. I can't unleash the Phoenix's fury just yet. I must know the truth before I act. I must be absolutely sure that whoever I kill for my mom's murder did commit the crime. Death's not something I can take back. I pause for a moment and peer at him. I can't fathom my father capable of such an evil thing. He couldn't have killed my mom. He loved her. But he's a corporate man and the chairman of the Sphinx Corporation 3rd Branch Office. I imagine he has done whatever it took to rise to his position. But does that include murdering his wife? I maintain my cool demeanor as I lower the gun and lay it on my lap. Since my father won't come right out and admit it, the questioning will take a while. And I don't need to keep the weapon aimed at him, but no matter what, I will get to the truth. I've been trained extensively as a life closer, so I've had a lot of practice with this type of interrogation. I secretly hope it doesn't come down to harsher means of extracting the truth. But I have to know, and I won't hesitate to use those harsher means. I stare at my terrified father. All I want is for this to be nothing but a lie. I want my father's name not to be Janice, and I want him to be blameless of my mom's death. Hades, what if he did kill her? Will I kill the one parent I have left to avenge the other? I clear my throat and glare at him with the unrelenting eyes of the Phoenix as I state, I'll ask you only one more time. Mr. Griffin's view. I'm your father, I tell her as I'm uncertain what she'll do now that she knows I'm Janice. I see an expression I've never thought I would see on her face. Kimberly looks at me as if she'll kill me if I don't answer her. Our relationship has always been strained, but never in my wildest imaginings did I believe that she would ever shoot me. I know she's a life closer, and I know she's capable of killing, but still, I never thought she'd threaten me. I question her, why are you doing this? Kimberly's view. I want to know the truth, I tell him as I slowly inhale and take my time with the questions. I keep a firm grip on my gun as I ask, have you ever heard of someone called Janice? Tell me the truth this time. My heart thunders in my chest as I fear the answer to my second question. Are you that person? Mr. Griffin's view. I stare at the folders Orthos delivered earlier. Kimberly knows. She knows I'm Janice. I consider calling security, but I know she'll kill me before I pick up the phone. This moment has been a long time coming, and so I decide to finally confess, yes, I'm Janice. Kimberly's view. As the Phoenix, I won't hesitate to kill my father to avenge my mom. I move forward with my interrogation and ask, did you murder Mom or order her death? But as his daughter, I waver, clinging to the hope of his innocence, and that he's blameless in her death. We might not be all that close in our relationship, but he's all that I have, and no matter what I think of myself as a life closer, I have a heart and I'll become lonelier, and sink into despair without him. I did not kill your mother. My wife, he insists. For Aries' sake, Kimberly, how could you think such a thing? Relief pours over me, but is his innocent declaration enough? Can I believe him, and is his outrage real? I glance at two of the walls of his office that consist of 20-foot windows, and the corner office's bright lights cause the windows to act like mirrors. I see my grim reflection as I order him, tell me again. Make me believe. Make me believe you didn't murder her. He hesitates, not sure what to say, so I plead, please. I squeeze the gun's grip so hard I feel the grooves dig into my palm. Make me believe. I want to believe, but you have lied to me. How do I know you're not lying now? Before becoming a life closer, I was trained as an interrogator. So I watch and listen for signs that indicate deceit. He stares deep into my eyes and never wavers in his gaze as he replies, I did not kill your mother. My father straightens in his chair as if that's the end of our conversations and says, now please, Kimberly, put the gun away. I listen to his controlled breathing and watch his pupils for dilation. You seem to be telling the truth. What about my other question? His knuckles go white as he grips his chair's arms as I repeat, did you order her termination? Why would you think I ordered her death? Where are you getting your information? When I was at the factory, I discovered a disc, and on that disc, I came across a file marked Security Memorandum Teresa Griffin. I tell him, the file was dated a week before Mom's death, and in it, you suggest her termination. I shout, and then I calm myself. What I want to know is, was this a recommendation for her murder? You want the truth? He asks, for Aries' sake. Yes, I answer, and then I yell with unyielding resolve. I demand the truth, no matter what it might be. No matter what it might be, so tell me. My training breaks down as tears run down my face and my hand shakes as it rests on the gun that's on my lap. My entire being's overwrought with anger. So I yell, tell me now before I shoot you. He starts, it all began almost 40 years ago. Chapter 4, A Time to Run, A Time to Hide. 11:58 p.m. Hellenistic Sector, Cultural Vicinage, Genesis Arboretum. Inside the Sphere Room, Catherine's View. The tall grass whips by me as I dart through the field, searching for the door out. I'm a little turned around since falling from the balcony and nearly drowning. I'm not sure if I'm heading in the right direction. I glance back at the banyan, trying to use it as a reference point, but it does me no good. I can't tell which side of the tree I had approached it from. So all I can tell is that I'm on the other side of the room and heading for a dead end. I think I've been here about an hour. I scold myself for not having a better memory as I rub my bruised neck. I can't berate myself too much. I was nearly choked to death. My athletic jacket and blue jeans shield most of myself from the tall grass as a couple of blades cut my unprotected hands. I continue my mad dash, even though my body was used as a sledgehammer to break through the balcony's railing and I got kicked in the head. And I nearly drowned twice. One good thing came out of this whole mess. I know I'm human. I'm no organic mecha. And if I'm human, I have to have a family out there. I pause and hide behind some vegetation to catch my breath. I wipe sweat from my brow. I start running again as I remember the hatred I saw in Adam's eyes. I don't think I've ever had someone look at me with such loathing. Not any of the life closers or bounty hunters. Not even the rogue with its inhuman persistence have done so. None of them ever hated me like Adam. What frustrates me the most is that I don't know why. I pause in my reflections, considering I might not want to know. I enter a small area of bamboo and halt. The sphere room's larger than I thought. I'm probably running around in circles. I need to pay more attention to my surroundings and then I won't get lost. I hear someone pursuing me through the vegetation. So I start running again. I glance at the blue sky. It's a shame everything turned out as it did. This place is so beautiful. I would have liked to enjoy the scenery, not pray to escape it. Stephanie taunts me as she runs after me, calling through the vegetation. Are you afraid of me? Are you afraid of the great Cerberus, the three-headed dog of death? The sphere room's making it impossible for me to flee from my pursuer. I hear her, and her voice seems to be coming from all around. I scan the area behind me as I increase speed, knowing the exit has to be somewhere around here. I spot the door and rush for it as freedom calls to me. I leave the small forest of bamboo, pass a shed, and near my escape when my pursuer walks out and blocks the exit, Stephanie's view. The excitement I had from the chase is over as I beat my quarry to the door, and I take a few steps toward Pandora, seeking a new thrill to replace the one I lost. I demand, you'll fight me. I'm confident of my victory as I feel my own anxious power surging through my arms and fists, and then I declare, if you want to escape, you'll have to defeat me. There's no other way out of here but this door. Catherine's view. Great, just great, as Kimberly would say. Why do I always attract the weirdos? I look over Stephanie, and she's not armed from what I can tell. So I declare in a loud voice, I don't want to fight you. Let me by. There's no need for us to fight. Heck, I'll even say you defeated me and are the champion if that's what you want. So why don't we call it a day and I can go home? Stephanie says, you don't want to fight me. She cracks her knuckles as she adds, that's too bad. Really too bad. 'Cause I've been wanting to kick your ass. Stephanie seems to be relishing in her past deceit as she tells me, have been since we first met at Hades Cemetery when they buried that preacher guy. She turns her head side to side, cracking her neck. Don't forget I've been sent to kill you, and when the council wants someone dead, well, they're dead, so come on. Yep, I'm cursed to run into every freak and psychotic killer on the planet. I calmly reply, not trying to sound too boastful. I've fought countless life closers and bounty hunters that the council has sent, and I've beaten them all. I don't remember any other doors to the sphere room, so I might have to fight to escape. I really hate this. Nothing's ever easy when it comes to my survival. You fought life closers, Stephanie says as she crosses her arms and shrugs. And then she states, is that right? Big whopping deal. She shakes her head at me as if she's disgusted that I didn't know. And then she informs me, the council was testing you and their intent wasn't to destroy you. Come on, you should know that. Big whopping deal. I repeat, what kind of an insult is Stephanie's view? I interrupt Pandora, the council has canceled your tests. They've deemed you a failure. And now they've ordered your termination. I breathe in deeply, elated over the opportunity to meet someone in combat that might be my equal. I've never come up against someone like Pandora, and right now, she's teasing me by playing keep away. Keep away's over. Time to play a new game. So I charge, covering the distance between us in seconds and swing each fist for her face. Pandora ducks the attacks, so I spin kick and nail her in the head. Pandora falls with the blow but quickly leaps back to her feet into a defensive stance. She wipes her bloody mouth with the back of her hand. I think Pandora realizes that I'm stronger than her. Didn't expect that, did you? I ask, and then I move around as if in a slow dance, and my hands lash out like serpent heads. Don't worry, I have more surprises. I charge again with a fury of fists, and my lightning-fast punches connect with mammoth force. Catherine's view. I barely block her fists as the fierceness of their impacts drives me back. Stephanie's too fast, and I'm unable to counter her attacks. So I'll have to do something, or Stephanie launches a sidekick, and I manage to block the frontal assault, but the force of the blow sends me flying back. I fall down, and as I land in a muddy area, I slide into a heap. This is too easy, Stephanie tells me as if she's irritated with me like I'm holding back. So she yells, fight me. She motions for me to get up as Stephanie shouts, come on, fight me like you did those unmen. The cold mud chills me and extinguishes my will to battle. So I lie on my stomach and stare at the dark wet ground. I can't give up. I can't die there, so I have to get up and I have to defend myself. I stand and wipe my muddy hands on my pants as the fire of survival warms me and energizes my spirit. And then I make two fists and stand in a boxing stance. That's more like it, Stephanie tells me as if she's excited that she might be facing the real me. I hate to tell her, but I'm not this Pandora she thinks I am. Stephanie rushes toward me and leads with a barrage of fists. I barely block her attacks. Stephanie twists her hips and snaps a roundhouse, and I block it, but the blow sets me off balance. I quickly regain my stance and counter with a left jab. Stephanie catches the fist and says, too slow. She twists my left wrist, bending my arm back, and then Stephanie whirls her body like a tornado, releases my hand, and comes around with a right spin fist. Her hammer of a hand smashes into my face and topples me. Stephanie turns as if she expects me to be back on my feet ready to attack her, but she finds me on the ground, and I'm not getting up. Oh, come on, Stephanie yells. You have to be more than this, weakling. I've seen you fight the unmen. Fight me like them. I moan, and then I insist. You're not an unman. You're alive. I slowly sit up and cringe for my bruised face. Stephanie's too fast and too strong. I rub my injured arm, knowing I need to get out of here and find something to fight with. I need my gun, so I stand and look at the treehouse in the distance. What's the matter? Are you missing your weapon? Stephanie questions me as she crosses her arms and stares at me. And then Stephanie says, I noticed you don't have it. Missing it, I suppose. You're a crack shot, and I see there's not much to your hand-to-hand abilities. I would have to say that was very sloppy of you to leave the weapon behind. You have forgotten your training. You let down your guard at Adams. You should never let your guard down. She's right. It was sloppy of me, and now that Stephanie knows my gun's there, she won't let me back up into the treehouse. Idiot, Kimberly would say. I'm too trusting. But at least I reach my hand into my right thigh pocket. At least, I still have the music box. I panic when I don't feel it in my pocket. Oh no. I search the other 5 pockets of my pants, and I don't find the music box. I scan the muddy area, seeing if I dropped it, and then I remember I had it in my hand when Adam attacked me. I must have dropped the music box in the treehouse. Without it, I can't. Another thought interrupts that one. What if he finds it? What will he do with it? What will he do with the music box knowing it belongs to me? Chapter 5. Father of the Problem. October 25th, Monday, 12:03 a.m. In the treehouse, Adam's view. Standing on the balcony, I stare at the spot where I choked Pandora. The force of the attack broke the loose railing, and the wooden beam floats in the pond below. I realize it wasn't enough. I didn't kill the weed and I didn't destroy the blight on our world. I realize what I'm saying, but more importantly, I realize what I've done, and I take a moment to step back from everything and get a new perspective on things. My actions were so uncharacteristic of myself. I examined my old large hands. I acted like a madman. I don't know what came over me. Cerberus was here. I could have ordered her to kill the weed. I relive my attack on Pandora, and I remember that I came at her with a lot of rage and that my attack was filled with such animosity. I understand what the weed is, but still, I don't understand the source of my rage. I was out of control, and in my long life, nothing like this has ever happened to me. I look at the artificial sun rising in the sky and allow my mind to ponder other things. The council had to have been the ones who released Pandora, but they would have to be out of their minds to do so. Not only them, but the Sphinx Corporation. They should have destroyed the weed long ago. I search across the fields and see Cerberus fighting her in the distance. Cerberus will take care of the matter now. I grip my cane. I have to discover what the council's doing with the weed. Last I heard, a beam of sunlight penetrates the elongated roots of the banyan and reflects off a metal object on the floor. The glint catches my eye, so I bend down my weary body with some effort, pick up the treasure chest-shaped box, and place the item in my palm. I remember the weed had been holding it, so I examine the music box, finding a raised star on its lid. I can't believe it. This is Jin's cipher. I rub my finger over the lid as I walk into the living area, and then I place the music box on a large table, walk to a desk, retrieve a magnifying glass, and return. I lean my cane against the table, pick up the music box, and examine the star more closely. The star is Jin's cipher, and that could mean that the weed has the star mark on her palm. But surely not. The item must be where Kimberly Griffin received her mark. I am not sure what type of item it is, so I open the lid and a melody plays. It's a music box, and the tune is Jin Eller and Kiski's unfinished melody. It can't belong to the weed. She must have stolen it. A hum emanates from it, and a blue square glows on each end of it so. At the same time, I touch each square. A few seconds pass, and a hologram of a blonde woman appears above the music box. The image looks like Teresa Griffin. The hologram questions me, Adam. It speaks, and I am amazed, and not only that, but the hologram recognizes me. I remember now. Teresa was working on a device. I turn the music box completely around and examine the 3D image. And then I ask her, "Are you an interactive interface?" "Yes," the hologram answers me. "I detected your presence and activated." The hologram turns her head and searches the room, and then she inquires of me, "Where is Catherine?" I can't believe she called the weed by her other name, but I guess the real Teresa Griffin did create the hologram. I try to correct the hologram and allow her to learn of her error. And perhaps I will also learn a little from this projection of light as I question her. "The weed. Do you know that she is the Pandora project?" "Yes, of course. I belong to her," the hologram answers as she scans the room again and looks for her owner. And then she states, "I do not detect her presence. Where is she?" This is amazing. I can't help but utter. And then I ask, "How were you able to?" "Adam." The hologram interrupts me as I perceive she's irritated that I ignored her question. "Where is Catherine?" I recall the real Teresa's anger when she worked for me over 3 decades ago. And I see in the hologram that same fiery spirit. I know she won't be pleased with my answer as I tell her, "The weed isn't here. The council sent Cerberus to terminate her." I don't understand. Why would the council send Cerberus after her? We need to act quickly before it is too late. The hologram pauses as if thinking for a moment, and then she questions me, "Do you know if Catherine reached the epsilon phase of her metamorphosis?" "The phases," I exclaim. My anger is roused again as I say, "Tell me it isn't true. Tell me the council didn't try to bring about the phases." I demand of her as if she has been a part of their plan. And then I repeat my earlier thought aloud. They have to be out of their minds. Where have you been these past 2 decades? Where have you been since the real Teresa was murdered? The hologram pauses, waiting for my response, and when I give none, she demands, "Where, Adam? You could have stopped this." She glares at me as she states, "The council released Catherine over a year ago, and since then, she has already attained the Delta phase. By all the sciences." I utter, "It can't be. She couldn't have reached the first 4 phases. It means." I frantically pace the room as I speak. "You said she attained the Delta phase, but if she has reached that phase, then it means she's reached the Gamma phase." I grab my cane to rush down the stairs as I say, "The weed must be destroyed." Wait, do not get so excited. I do not believe Catherine has taken the life of a human. The hologram answers. Somehow she skipped the gamma and went on to the delta phase, so for now, we are safe. But Adam, you should have been there for Catherine. How could you let the council get a hold of her? Them of all people. What if they find out what she really is? What then? I scowl at the mention of my earlier involvement and at being accused by a machine as if it understands how the world works. I tell her I washed my hands of that whole mess long ago. It has nothing to do with me. It has nothing to do with you. The hologram yells at me as if she can't believe what I'm telling her. And she yells all the more, it has nothing to do with you, but you were the one who activated it. Your own body is a testament to what you did, of what you and Teresa did. She examines the sunny landscape around us, and then she questions me. How can you hide in this world that you have created? How can you look at yourself and do nothing? I stay away from mirrors, I reply, and then I pull out a chair and place my weary body on the seat. I don't look at my reflection, so I'm not reminded of what we did, what the real Teresa Griffin and I did. I stare at my hands again as I say, I'm not reminded of what I've done or what I've changed into. The hologram questions me as if she's disappointed in the man I've become. Do you ever step outside? Do you ever see the dry clouds? No, I don't. I never leave this building. I don't believe you. The hologram must examine my tired and resigned face. And then she says, you can't turn away from this. It must be eating away at you. I stand and walk out to the balcony, and once I reach the balcony, I scan the fields, but I don't see Cerberus or the weed. I tell the hologram, a small price to pay for some peace of mind. I look back to her in my left hand and see in the hologram's glum expression dissatisfaction in my actions. And I think to myself, how dare a machine judge me? The hologram throws up her arms as she yells, I don't believe this. How can you do this? She shakes her head as she must be appalled by the path I've taken. How could you give up? You abandoned the course you and Teresa were taking. She rubs her forehead, and then she speaks, I can't worry about you. The hologram drops her hands and looks up, piercing me with her fiery gaze as she tells me, there's something more urgent. What's that? As I said, I do not believe Catherine has taken a life, but what? I ask as I move away from the broken railing to the corner of the balcony, and there I lean against a solid section of railing. If Catherine fights Cerberus, I'm afraid all that may change. If she cannot achieve the Epsilon phase, she cannot match Cerberus, and if Catherine cannot match her, the only way she may defeat her is to kill Cerberus. The only way for her to stay alive is to take a life. Then all will be lost, I say. Yes, all will be lost if yours and Teresa's theory is correct. I push forward and lean on my cane as I speak. Then I was right to try to kill her. You tried to kill Catherine. The hologram utters. Why did you do that? You must not. Must not. I repeat, eyeing the image as I ask her, who are you to tell me what to do? Adam, have you been so fixated on escaping the world outside you have not seen? Seen what? I inquire. I am talking about the closing of days. Have you not seen the signs? She asks. I lift the music box to get a better look at the hologram as I say, I don't understand. I will explain, she says, and then the hologram sighs as if frustrated over having to waste time with me. And she continues, this can go no further and Catherine must never find out. Is that understood? I nod so she would go on with her explanation. Not that I'm agreeing to her demands. Chapter 6. The Rogues Past. 12:14 a.m. Hellenistic sector, manufactories vicinage. A limo drove down a long stretch of road and past many buildings that were small, large, or mega. A few people walked the streets as the dry clouds cast an ever-present shadow over Noir. Dismal, dreary, bleak were common words in this desperate world since their appearance. Despair was commonplace, and joy was a commodity in short supply. The Rogue's View. I sit in the back of the vehicle and notice I am nearly to my destination, so I need to finish my reading. I study several documents on an HHC, wanting to have all my questions ready. Unmen are supposed to be immune to the disease of emotions, and we are supposed to function only within our programming, but something went wrong. Not only with my own model, but the T3 seconds. They also have changed. When it concerns the T3 seconds, they went mad might be a better description. I also changed, but my transformation was, how can I describe it? It was like, as I consider these things, I memorize many documents as I bring the meaning of multitasking to a whole new level. My transformation was like I had been reborn, or more like I had finally been born. Over an hour ago, I left the factory on an urgent mission to dig up some of my past. A past I hope will draw me closer to my original goal. I have been relentless in my primary program to slay the Pandora project, and 5 days ago, I met her in what should have been our last battle. It was the day I should have annihilated her, but she stopped me. Pandora reached the delta phase of her metamorphosis and stopped me. And she could have destroyed me, but she spared my life, and I cannot get past that fact. I finish reading and switch off the HHC. I do this as I process thousands of pieces of data and formulate what humans may call thoughts out of them. There is so much to consider. I must discover why she showed me mercy. I think back to my battle with her. I also must understand why I did not see it earlier. I should have perceived the possibility that she was something other than human. But I could not even fathom it. Sphinx was working on organic mecha that could pass as human, and I believe Pandora is their only success. I glance out the window. Perhaps the truth behind whether or not Pandora is organic mecha is part of the mystery I must discover. I also must discover if it is the reason why she did not destroy me, for we are nearly the same. I stare at the HHC and decide that mystery will have to wait. I am on the trail of the Dr. C oil, and I have no leads on organic mecha. The factory attempted several times to recapture me, but they failed, and because of that, I have a lot of blood on my hands. The blood of humans and biomechas taint my path. I turn the HHC back on. Though I was not part of the slaughter at the factory, I benefited from it, and I was able to forge documentation and take over the factory as the new manager. I even created a name for myself. The council believes, as does everyone else, that I am a man. I take great satisfaction that no one knows or even suspects my true identity. The council also believes I am managing the factory for them, when in fact I am using the factory's resources to solve the mystery that is Pandora. I cross my legs as I keep up with mimicking human behavior. A few hours ago, I came across a journal entry from a tech that worked on biomechas, and it was a most interesting entry. Now I am on my way to the Minotaur refinery, and I will find out if the Dr. C oil is responsible for the way I am. If it is, it only proves that I have no other purpose, and it proves that I am only a fluke. At that point, I will know the only purpose of my existence is to kill, and then I will find Pandora and slay her, whether she be an organic mecha or a superhuman. Chapter 7, Round 2, 12:17 a.m. Hellenistic Sector, Cultural Vicinage, Genesis Arboretum. Inside the Sphere Room, Catharine's view. Fear, apprehension. These two words are as much a part of me as my flesh and bones, and they course through my very being like the blood that pumps through my veins. The past year has never changed. I'm always running for my life and looking for an escape. Will it ever end? Will the madness, overwhelming this world engulfed in eternal night, ever stop? For the moment, it's not an escape I'm searching for, but a small metal object that means the world to me. Without the music box, I could possibly die. It's the only thing that reverses the side effects of the ultra-appy. The lofty bamboo sways behind me in the wind as the man-made breeze increases, as brown and green leaves blow down a stone walkway and softly brush against the stones. The path weaves through the tall ringed green plants. A wooden bench with cast iron sides sets beside the walkway, and behind it down the path is a shed. A variety of tools lean against the building's wall. Elongated shadows cast over us, and the thin bars of shade created by the bamboo paint an enclosure and imprison us in an imaginary cell. It's as if we're in a cage deathmatch from which only one of us can emerge, and even as I frantically search, I hear in my mind a man shout. He proclaims as if talking to a crowd. Two men enter. One man leaves. I shrug off the imaginary yelling man, too worried about finding the most precious thing in the world to me. What are you looking for? Stephanie asks as she watches me with interest, and for the moment, she has stopped fighting to see what I'm up to. You don't have your Beretta. I checked you when you were unconscious. You have no weapons on you. It was kind of sloppy of you. She sounds disappointed over my carelessness as she yells, "What were you thinking? You searched me." I pause from my pursuit of something lost as I feel violated by someone who thought it was okay to rummage through my person. It's not okay. I think a little more about what she said, and another question comes to mind. You know my gun's a Beretta. Of course, silly. Don't forget I saw the weapon at Ms. Odin's place when you handed it over to the bodyguards. And it's a shame you didn't get a chance to use it on the unmen who attacked you there. You probably would have been more comfortable with your own gun. Stephanie glances over her shoulder at the treehouse as she states, "My guess is that you left your weapon in your backpack at Adam's place." She turns back to me and tells me, "Of what I have seen today, you're not any good at fighting." Stephanie bites her lip as if she's a little depressed by the fact. It's not the challenge I was hoping for. I mean, you did allow Adam to choke you, and he almost killed you. You also allowed yourself to get separated from your equipment. Stephanie knows about my gun, but does she know about the music box? Hopefully not. And I should be fine without the melody as long as I don't run into any biomechas and trigger the ultra-appy. I shift my feet ready to bolt and realize how much time has passed. Stephanie is just talking to me and not attacking. I slack my tense stance. I thought she was supposed to kill me. She sure is taking her sweet time about it, but I guess that doesn't matter. Not now, at least. I need to worry about getting back into the treehouse, grab my gun and backpack, and find the music box, and then I can get out of here. I glance at the banyan and question, "How can you say I allowed it?" "Silly, of course, you allowed it. Your training should have taught you better. Stephanie notices I'm looking at the treehouse, so she questions me. Are you thinking of going back to Adams? Did you forget he tried to murder you? You do know he wished he had. You being a weed and all. A weed? I remember he repeatedly called me that. And I question her, what exactly does that mean? Don't you know? Stephanie says jokingly, what's the matter? Did you hit your head and lose all your memory? Did you forget what you are? I put a hand to a small scar on my forehead, and as Stephanie watches my body language, she utters, oh, come on, you've got to be kidding. Did you really lose your memory? She chuckles and points at me in a teasing manner as she says, then you don't remember anything. You don't know who you are or what you are. Stephanie slaps her leg, points at me again, and busts out in laughter, and between chuckles, she shouts, aren't you the Wretched Soul? Wait, are you saying you know what I am? Of course, silly. We come from the same place. I plead for an answer as I inquire, what am I then? I'm not going to tell you. I'm here to kill you, not enlighten you. How about this? If you can defeat me, I'll tell you. Stephanie runs, leaps into the air, and comes at me with a flying kick. I sidestep and evade her attack. Stephanie lands and immediately comes at me with a sidekick, and I barely bring my arms up in time to block it and stumble back a few feet with the blow. Stephanie continues her attack with a right punch, a left, and another right, and I block them as I suck in needed air into my lungs. Stephanie's view. At this rate, you'll never find out the truth. Actually, I tell her with no hint of exertion, as if I'm merely standing in place and not fighting. I believe at our rate the fight will be over very soon, and that Pandora isn't the same person who I witnessed battle the unmen. I want to rediscover that person I saw. I'm holding back, and Pandora is barely able to keep up with me. I think about going ahead and finishing her off, but I'm hoping for a fight like no other, and this is a big letdown so far. All Pandora's doing is defending. She'll never get to the treehouse if she doesn't attack. As I throw another punch, Pandora blocks it, sidekicks me in the stomach, and knocks me back. I hold my gut and grunt. That's more like it. More of what I expect from Pandora, but I'm a little worried. You're still nowhere near my level. What's wrong? I raise my hands in a questioning manner and glance around as if searching. Where's the destroyer I saw take out the unmen? Where's the demon with the blue blazing eyes? I crack my knuckles, and then I state, if the destroyer doesn't show up soon, you won't have a chance and all you'll be is dead. So come on, let the demon out. I glance at my watch. 25 minutes after midnight. It's Monday. You better change your tactics if you want to see Tuesday. Pandora continues to breathe heavily as she questions. You say you're like me. Then why do you obey the council? Aren't you tired of people telling you what to do? Acting like they own you. Argus view. I've completely taken over my latest post, and I watch my newly appointed ward, Cerberus, through binoculars from a spot that's some distance from the one I used to shadow, and the one who has been sent to destroy her. I record Cerberus actions and report them to the council. Cerberus has engaged Pandora. I deactivate the link to the council and continue my surveillance, thinking this time I'll do my job correctly. Not like when I watched Cat. I'll form no emotional bonds with my most recent assignment. I lower the binoculars as my heart betrays my new resolve. Cat has to stay alive, defeat Cerberus, and prove to the council that she's no one to be toyed with. Back with Stephanie and Catherine. Stephanie's view. Why do I obey the council? I question. Aren't I tired of people telling me what to do? Aren't I tired of people acting like they own me? Oh, I see. You're trying something new. You're analyzing me, and it's an interesting tactic. I put a finger to my chin as if thinking and say, let's see. Why do I obey the council? 'Cause I'm a good little soldier. Experiment, and I'm enjoying myself. Destroying's in my blood just like you. We are both monsters. Don't you remember the Crossgate events? The Crossgate events? No, Pandora answers, and then she questions me. What are they? Oh, that's right. I'd forgotten. I really like playing with my new friend. I think I'll toy with her for a bit longer and say, you don't remember much. Oh, well, so goes life, but maybe I'll tell you a little something later if you survive. Right now, I need to hurt you some more. The council told me to terminate you, not how long or torturous it could be. Ask my other victims. I do like to draw out things, I say before I charge, duck, and attack with a front sweep. Pandora lifts her leg and quickly steps back as I follow with a back sweep. She leaps over me, lands on her hands, and rolls to her feet. Getting better, I shout, but it's still not enough. Catherine's view. I throw a left roundhouse as Stephanie stands, and Stephanie catches my leg and steps backward, pulling my leg with her. The force yanks me forward and off balance, and then I feel a rip in my right knee and Stephanie releases me. The pain triggers a memory as I stumble back, cradling the injured leg. The bamboo forest whirls around me, causing me to feel sick, so I close my eyes as a memory creeps forward. At first, it's the recollection of the same pain as if I re-injured an old wound. Seconds pass, and scenes flood my mind like I'm watching a movie, and they're glimpses of sights and sounds. There's a shrill, then an explosion, and then the sensation changes. It's no longer me watching the split-second images, but I'm a part of them. The sights induce fear as the sounds vibrate through my being and violently come back for another malicious turn at me. The shrill rings through my head, and the explosion blasts against my body. And then there's an ear-ringing silence followed by the loud roar of wind. I feel my own hair whip about my face. There's a bright eruption of light and then the feeling of being pulled backward. I have this sensation that I'm alone, and then I sense the presence of others. Knife-like stabs pierce my body and the taste of metal-like staples fills my mouth as blood-curdling screams of men in terror and in pain surround me. I feel myself hit a hard surface and then there's more pain. Gore. Silence. There's a long period of silence. More gore. Fading light, darkness, fear, confusion. Indoor lights flicker on around me, and I see I'm in a large building and that there are people standing all around me and there are men on the ground. Blood again. I hear myself screaming. Darkness, and everything fades to darkness. The taste of blood lingers in my mouth as I pull from the memory, and I open my eyes, seeing the bamboo forest still whirling around me. I stumble back and collapse to the bench as my knee hurts so much my whole body shakes. I divert my gaze to the ground, then grit my teeth, and scream in agony. The world around me is still spinning, so I close my eyes as the pain assaults me. I rub the knee, hoping to ease the agony it's causing me. It's also overwhelming. My injured leg and the terrible images overpower me and imprison me to my spot. But I can't sit here. I lean over, clench the seat's beams, dig my nails into the wood, and deliver as much pain as I can to the bench in hopes my action will take away some of my own agony. Get up. I have to get out of here, but I don't know if I can stand, let alone run. The need to flee and the need to understand war with each other. What did I see in the vision? Run. Are they really my memories? Stephanie's going to kill me if I don't run. Is this it? Stephanie yells. I look up and everything has stopped spinning, and I see Stephanie's blue-green eyes flame with disenchantment and anger, and I tremble before the other experiment. Are you defeated already? Stephanie questions me as if her whole world's depending on me giving it my all. I was hoping we could spar a few more hours before I kill you. She snarls with an anger that's not hatred, but I think she wanted me to help her prove something. And she's very, very upset I let her down. But no, Stephanie screams. You had to go and get yourself injured. She looks like she's going to scream at me some more. But then Stephanie calms down as if being greatly disappointed is somehow an accepted integral part of her life. And then she says, "Oh well. I guess it can't be helped." Stephanie nonchalantly walks toward me as she continues talking. You've been a huge defeat to my expectations, so I guess I'll end your pitiful existence. Maybe the council will have someone else lined up for me to go maim and torture since you have seen your last few seconds on this earth. Chapter 8. You want the truth. Points of interest. The corporation's corporate military were all arranged the same when it came to their ranks and to the grouping of their standard military forces. The lowest rank of corporate military personnel was private and proceeded to corporal, sergeant, lieutenant, captain, major, lieutenant colonel, and general. Corporate military's smallest grouping was the CM unit, which was composed of 10 soldiers and commanded usually by a lieutenant. CM expanded unit, also known as a squad, consisted of about 11 to 20 soldiers and was usually under the command of a lieutenant. CM troop consisted of 10 units or squads. The CM troop consisted of about 100 soldiers and was under the command of a captain. CM squadron consisted of 2 to 3 troops under the command of a major. A CM battalion consisted of 4 squadrons, usually under the command of a lieutenant colonel. A CM regiment consisted of 2 battalions and was usually under the command of a colonel. 12:32 a.m. Hellenistic sector, business vicinage, Sphinx Corporation, the chairman's office, Mr. Griffin's view. It all began almost 40 years ago. I start to tell Kimberly. Before your mother and I married, we both worked for the Sphinx Corporation. I as Janice, the 3rd branch office's head of security, and your mother as an engineer developing an alternative to biomechas. She worked under the direction of a man you may now know as Adam Greenhouse. I shift in my chair as I uneasily sit before my daughter's fixated gaze. And I continue. We had. A knock on the door interrupts my explanation, and before I say anything, I look at my daughter, who frowns at the interruption and nods reluctantly. Yes, who is it? I call out, hoping it's someone who can rescue me from my past and my daughter's wrath. It's Captain Creed. He answers through the door. Your secretary is gone, so I came on down. We have a meeting scheduled at this time. One moment, please. I call to him through the door, turn to my daughter, and whisper, it's Creed. He's the leader of an elite task force I've been putting together. The task force is an SCM troop called the Furies, and we did have a meeting scheduled. My daughter looks at me as if she's leery of betrayal, and she looks at me as if she's trying to determine the truth of my words. I know she doubts me, so I try to convince her by saying, the captain might grow suspicious if I send him away. It won't take that long. Kimberly scowls, stands, points her gun at me, and whispers, ask him in, but if I suspect you have notified him of our own type of meeting, I'll kill him on sight. Is that understood? I nod, and then she orders, have him come in, but make it quick. We have business to finish. She moves to the couch by the door, sits, lays her gun on her lap, removes her aqua suit jacket, and lays it over her gun. I call out, come in, Captain. Kimberly's view. Captain Creed enters, and I notice the Glock that rests on his hip. Creed looks at me and greets, MS. Griffin. I acknowledge his greeting by saying, Captain. I pick up a Corporate World magazine from an end table beside the couch, pretending I'm just visiting my father. I notice I've already read the issue and put it back. I grab a Noir news and lay it on my jacket. I notice one of the titles on the cover, Illicit Closer Caught, the Jackal to Face the Assassin's Guild Magistrates. I use just one hand, flip through the magazine to the story, and glance over it. I take note that Topa is mentioned in the article. Creed's view. I continue through the office and sit in front of the chairman's desk. The warm seat informs me someone recently sat there and that it was most likely the chairman's daughter. It is somewhat odd that she's here. Rumors are the chairman and his daughter don't get along. I'm curious as to the reason she's here, so I glance back at her and then turn back to the chairman before I start. I have the report ready. I don't know if I should present it in front of her, so I pause, waiting on the chairman to give me directions. She has clearance. The chairman informs me. You may proceed. Yes, sir, I reply as I pull an HHC from my vest pocket and type across the small screen. And then I start my report. The Furies have all been selected, and we're waiting on a few of them to arrive from their previous stations. We currently have 80% of the troop. The basement base is nearly completed. We're waiting on a few more pieces of equipment to arrive. Mr. Griffin's view. You're ahead of schedule. Well done, I tell the captain as I try calming down. I've been trained not to show stress or fear, but my heart's still pounding in my chest and sweat speckles my forehead. I stand and walk over to one of the windows. I see my reflection and that of Creed's and Kimberly's, so I remove a handkerchief from my pocket and palm it so Creed doesn't see it. I question, what is the total count for the Furies personnel? I wait until Creed types across his device's screen, and with one quick motion, I wipe my brow while the captain's attention is diverted. I place the handkerchief back in my pocket, confident of my success. Including tech support, we are up to 110. Creed answers. We're still waiting for our K-99 units and the proto-androids to arrive. I was also thinking of ordering some light assault vehicles, and if I do, they'll take about a month to arrive. How many proto-androids have you ordered? I inquire. I have ordered 50. I just don't know how many the main branch office will approve for our use. I face him and question, wanting to move our meeting along as quickly as possible. Is there anything else you need to report at this time? No, sir, Creed answers. Let me keep you no longer then, I say, turn back to the window, and state, it's late. I imagine you and your soldiers need to settle into your new quarters. We'll set up a meeting for tomorrow to go over the Furies' first mission. I'll have my secretary contact you to make the arrangements, and she'll set up a time then. Creed's view. It isn't much of a meeting. It's like the chairman is trying to get rid of me. I glance at his daughter out of the corner of my eye. Something's wrong, and as quietly as I can, I unsnap the band holding my Glock in the holster. I noticed the chairman tried to hide the fact that he was sweating. I have to verify my suspicions, so I stand straight as if reacting to his dismissal. And I reply, yes, sir. I'll make an appointment with Dawn for tomorrow. I wait for his response as I hold my hand inches from my gun. The chairman's reply will determine my next move. Kimberly's view. I hear a sound that's familiar, so I raise my eyes from the Jackal article and look at the captain. Could this soldier know why I'm really here? Did my father give him some sort of signal? Mr. Griffin's view. Kathy's my only secretary. Creed knows this, and so does Kimberly. Creed's a good soldier. He must be seeing if everything's fine. I glance at my daughter. I've made a drastic mistake, and somehow the captain has picked up on the hostility in this room. I need to defuse this situation or there will be a gun battle. Kimberly's view. I move my hand that's under my jacket, and I grip the PPK ready to use the gun. The captain suspects something. Is he testing the waters, or does he know? I glance up. What will my father do? He must know I won't hesitate to kill the soldier. I decide not to react first, and with my other hand, I flip to the next page of the Jackal article as if I don't sense the tension in the room. All will depend on how my father handles this. Mr. Griffin's view. Captain. I begin as I laugh, covering my own anxiety, and then I walk to the SCM. and put a hand on his shoulder. I believe you're a bit confused. Kathy is my only secretary. I move us toward the door, putting myself between Creed and my daughter. She'll set up an appointment for you in the morning. Creed's view. Then I won't take up any more of your time, Chairman. Good night, I say as I exit, and once I'm outside in the hall, I snap the band back over my gun. I gave the chairman the chance to call for help. I still have this feeling that everything isn't all right in his office. I would go back in, but I also have this feeling the chairman wants me to leave. Whatever is going on, he wants to settle it on his own. So I start through the hall. For his sake, I hope the chairman made the right decision. Inside the office, Mr. Griffin's view. Kimberly gathers her suit jacket, stands, walks back to her chair, sits, and questions me. Where were we? We barely evaded a shootout, and I need a moment to regain myself, so I say nothing. I also dread the interrogation to come. I need to get the story I'm going to tell her straight in my head. If she senses that I'm lying to her, my daughter will kill me. Ah, yes, Kimberly speaks as she glares at me, and then she says, "You were going to tell me why you murdered Mom." She calms herself, and I see the assassin side of her take over before she orders me, "Continue with what you were saying." As I had said, your mother worked under the direction of Adam Greenhouse. I continue my tale. We had a lot of contact with each other, fell in love, and married with the Sphinx Corporation's permission. We obtained a child license, had you, and all was well in our family. Eventually, Teresa was promoted to project manager of research and development of the 3rd branch office, and for the first few years, everything was fine, but then the trouble began. Looking back, I wish there was more I could have done to stop it. I take a hard look at my life. I wish I hadn't been so weak as to let tragic circumstances dictate my decisions when my heart should have been the one to make them. Chapter 9. The Text, 12:38 a.m. Somewhere in the Hellenistic sector, the Sanctum, former factory employees, Peters and Maxwell, followed a female supervisor through a hall in the underground facility. The two, awkward, computer geeks wore blue jeans, a t-shirt, a white lab coat, and tennis shoes, and they intently watched the female supervisor in front of them. She wore a tight-fitting crimson jumpsuit and had a very curvaceous body, and their eyes never left her swaying backside as they grinned boyishly. The supervisor paused, glanced around, and turned to a door as she told them, "This is it." She opened the door to a locker room and motioned for them to go in. Everyone's waiting inside. Many SCMs stood within or sat on benches and dressed for work. The smell of sweat, shoe polish, and gun oil permeated the room, along with the screech of lockers opening and shutting, and the murmur of men and women shooting the cretin ball. A bit intimidated, Peters and Maxwell edged inside as the female supervisor shut the door, leaving them to fend for themselves. The SCMs paused from their work and glared at them, and the entire room went quiet. Peters gulped, leaned to his partner, and whispered, "You feel like we walked into the wrong room. You want to go back? I'm with you all the way. I'll even play that computer game, corporate acquisition, you love so much if we go back to our room now." SHH it. SHH it. A grinding sound grabbed Maxwell's attention, and he turned to the only man in the room still working. SHH it. SHH it. He watched as the SCM wetted an Arkansas toothpick on a sharpening stone. SHH it. SHH it. The SCM continued his effort as he looked up, saw Maxwell watching, and winked at him. A little wary, Maxwell made a face as the grinding of metal against stone rang in his ears, and he muttered from the side of his mouth to Peters, "Quiet. I don't want to get flayed our first day on the job." An SCM walked into the locker room from a side door and barked, "Back to work." The council SCMs returned to getting ready. They wore a dark green combat utility uniform that consisted of a blouse and trousers, undershirt, and suede boots. Many of them cleaned the council SCM standard issued X-Mate S. The assault rifle was their primary weapon. The SCM who had barked the orders had a pale complexion and red hair. He approached, stopped in front of them, crossed his arms, and gave the techs a once-over before stating, "I'm Lieutenant Walters." He sported a high and tight crew cut, as did some of the other male soldiers. Walters also had a trimmed beard. He moved toward the techs, removed an energy bar from his vest pocket, unwrapped the chocolate snack, took a small bite, and then he said, "You must be our latest recruits." The other SCMs chuckled at his statement. Maxwell offered his hand as he said, "Yeah, the geek squad at your service." Walters eyed the heavyset balding man and did not return the shake as he bit into the energy bar again, chewed on it a few seconds, swallowed, and inquired, "Do you two cyber desk jockeys think you belong to this squad?" Maxwell stared at his hand left hanging and dropped it to his side. "To be honest," Peters started, "no, like you said, We're at home in front of a computer, not in the field. Walters looked at the thin man with the stubbly face, thick black-rimmed glasses, and unkempt black hair, and then he questioned him. Do US rates think we should give you a free ride because you're CJS? CJS, Peters repeated as he turned to his partner with a look of bewilderment. Cyber desk jockeys, Maxwell quickly answered him, hoping Peters wouldn't get them killed with his stupid inquiries. Oh, Peters spoke as he scratched the side of his cheek. What's an S rate? Walters interrupted their private conversation by answering him. Second rate. He paused and then asked, Are you going to answer my question? He took another bite of the energy bar, and then he inquired, Do you think you should get a free ride? No, Maxwell answered. We can do the job we've been assigned. He grinned, hoping to add a little humor as he said, But don't expect any heroics out of us. Maxwell widened his smile, hoping for a good response. Walters eyed them, scowled for a second, chuckled, and slapped him on the shoulder. I like an honest man. Welcome to the Orion Squad. We don't have all our members today as a few were reassigned to other units, so we are more of the size of a unit. But I believe we can accomplish what needs to be done with the soldiers we do have. He crumpled the empty wrapper, threw it across the room into a trash can, and offered his hand. Maxwell shook and Peters followed suit. I'll be right back, Walters told them and walked toward the front door. I have a meeting with the council. Get to know the squad. You're going to be working with them. It might be a good idea that they like you. He turned the knob, opened the door, and left. Intimidated by the large muscular men and the two equally intimidating women holding weapons, Peters and Maxwell didn't move from their spot in front of the door. So, Peters adjusted his glasses. So, Maxwell replied, What do we do now? Peters asked as he didn't like the vibes he was getting from the SCMs. Maxwell glanced around at their angry faces, and then he muttered from the side of his mouth, Don't move and try to survive long enough for the lieutenant to return. One of the SCMs, the one who had been sharpening the Arkansas toothpick, approached them as he carried his newly sharpened knife. He had tawny hair, dark brown eyes, and an X scar on his left cheek. He sheathed the large knife and then asked them, Didn't you guys work with the unmen? Yeah, Peters answered as he looked at the soldier's name Barnes that was stitched above the pocket of his military uniform. Since the unmen attacked the other base of operations, Barnes started. We heard rumors that a T3 entered the sanctum the other day. He rested his hand on the hilt of the Arkansas toothpick as he continued. Of course, I don't believe it. You would think everyone would be in more of a panic if a so-called killing machine was in our base. Am I right? Peters started to answer when Barnes interrupted him and said, Well, that's my theory anyway. What I was wondering was, he glanced around at the other SCMs, leaned to them, and whispered, What should we do if an unman appears? Barnes straightened as he said, I'm not afraid or anything. I only want to know so I can kill the thing. Maxwell realized the soldier wasn't going to flay them, so he answered, First you. A man's scream interrupted Maxwell, and then a soldier flew across the room, hit several lockers, and crashed to the floor in a heap. He stood as blood ran down his face. Wilson was stitched over his pocket, and he was of the rank corporal. It's an unman, the injured Wilson yelled as he pointed. Run! Intimidated by the approaching metal monster, he fled to a connecting room. A 5'11" T3 walked around the lockers into view, and Peters and Maxwell froze. They didn't even breathe, seeing one of the machines that slaughtered their friends and co-workers at the factory. Their eyes widened, and they couldn't move for fear. The pale-skinned unman turned its head, and the blazing orange dot light of its right eye glowed brightly as it stared at them. Puck! Barnes cursed. It was no lie. He turned to them as fear enveloped the techs, and then Barnes turned and faced the threat as he ordered. Stop the unman. We have to stop it. He drew his knife and charged the T3 and with one hand, it smacked him across the room, and Barnes landed in a heap and didn't get up. The T3 noticed the text, and it stated in a British accent, Factory employees located. It started toward them as it spoke, Pretty poppets. Must destroy, pretty poppets. The T3 reached its hands after them, and Peters and Maxwell screamed, knowing no one would save them from the bringer of death. Chapter 10. The T3. Minutes before, Peters and Maxwell saw the specter of their nightmares. It was an evil harbinger of their own creation that had destroyed the people they worked with, and it had destroyed people they considered friends. The metal monster raised its hands to finish what the T3 seconds had days ago started. Their eyes widened as they screamed, and they screamed like little girls, seeing an angry snake. The nearly minute-long high-pitched shrills permeated around the room and pierced the eardrums of all present as the T3 froze. The panicking SCMs glanced at one another as time suspended. The blazing orange dot light glowed brightly, and it glowed as if it was on fire. Maxwell and Peters shielded their faces, knowing it was their end and that the T3 was going to kill them. The SCMs held their breaths, moved their hands to their weapons as if to save them, and burst out in laughter. A lot of the SCMs pointed at the techs as one of the soldiers mocked their girly screech and ran around in a circle, frantically waving his hands about. Maxwell and Peters breathed hard, catching their breaths as they stared at the petrified T3 a few moments more and realized it had been a prank. They stood there and took their laughter. They took it like a wedgie from a bully. If only the SCMs had known what the practical joke had done to them, they might have gone about a different hazing. The T3 reminded Maxwell and Peters of a horrible day they wanted to forget. It was a bloody, atrocious day they couldn't get out of their minds. A few more minutes passed, and then Peters leaned to his partner and murmured, "Did you wet yourself?" "Not this time," Maxwell murmured back. "And you? Well, let me put it this way." Peters started to answer. "After barely surviving corporate high school, I had enough foresight to put on an adult diaper before coming here." Maxwell gave him an odd glance, and then he added, "I'll have to keep that in mind." Once the stigma of the joke wore off and the laughter died down, they walked around the T3. "How did they do it?" Peters questioned as he examined the front of it. "By remote, I think," Maxwell answered. "That's pretty good," a young soldier stated as he walked around the corner locker, holding a remote device with a joystick. "Or should I say, pretty poppets." He mocked the T3's bizarre threat, punched each of them in the shoulder, and offered his hand. They glanced at each other, rubbed their wimpy shoulder, and shook his hand. "The name's Jones," he told them as he grinned from ear to ear and snickered. "And you two do have nice feminine voices." "Thanks," Maxwell said and turned back to the T3. "What did you do?" "Did you remove its processor and replace it with a simple chip for remote motor control?" "Like I said, pretty good. I've been testing it for field work, but I'm still tinkering with it." Jones removed his cap and scratched his head. "Maybe sometime you two could help me. I still can't get the fingers to move correctly. I keep crushing things." Peters moved closer to get a better look at it and then told the soldier, "We would be very interested in helping you with your project." Across the room at a locker, Marks finished tying her boots laces, then stood and gazed into a mirror. She braided her long sable hair and wrapped it into a bun on the back of her head, then grabbed her XM8, sat, and glanced over the assault rifle. Conway walked up beside her and leaned on a locker. He rubbed his hand over his short black hair as he looked into her blue eyes that gazed up at him with affection, and then, pleased with himself, he told her, "I got them. The tickets." She looked into his dark brown eyes and found the joy he had in her pleased expression. "It's about time you took me someplace nice," Marks told him as she stood, patted his chiseled face, and said, "I'd kiss you if we were alone." "I know." He glanced around and said, "But you know regulations. We can't show any signs of affection while we're on duty." "I still can't believe you're going to take me to an opera." Marks opened her locker and removed a magazine for her assault rifle. "I thought you hated them." "I do, but I know you love them." Conway leaned close and whispered, "And a little suffering never hurts if it's for love." Walters walked in and surveyed the room, and then he questioned, "Is the hazing over?" The SCMs straightened and shouted in unison, "Yes, sir." "Advan?" Peters quietly questioned his partner. "I don't know," Maxwell said as he shrugged, and then he added, "Maybe advantageous. Maybe the lieutenant here likes big words." Walters straightened with pride, and then he told his soldiers, "Promotions have come in as promised. You'll now address me as captain. Conway and Lane, you've been promoted to lieutenant, and Barnes and Jordan to sergeant." The SCMs cheered and congratulated the new sergeants and lieutenants. "All right, finish getting ready and gather in the meeting room. CJS here with me," Walters ordered as he waved to them to follow him. He headed past the lockers and entered a conference room. A map of the Hellenistic sector stretched across a view screen that was mounted on a wall. The rest of the SCMs piled in the room and took their seats around a large table. Walters motioned to two empty chairs with his head and ordered the techs, "Have a seat." Peters and Maxwell glanced at them and sat, and then Walters removed an HHC from his hip pocket and spoke, "As you people know, we've been given the assignment of tracking down and capturing a T3. He plugged his HHC into a hub connected to the table. Each spot around the table had a space to connect an HHC. Walters said, "Unlike our friend out in the locker room, we need to capture one with its processor intact." The rest of the SCMs removed their devices and plugged their palm-sized computers into the network. Walters turned and said, "CJS, why don't you two bring my squad up to speed on the T3 seconds?" "Right," they replied. Maxwell pulled up the unmen's diagrams. All the HHCs that were connected to the network showed the schematics. The SCMs looked on with interest as Maxwell opened file after file until he came to the target. And then he said, The T3 or Type 3 model of unmen is the third concept model, and the fourth one put into production. The SC knew the humanoid biomechas were highly intelligent and effective weapons. They did not have teeth or claws like the K-99 seconds, but they could snap a man's neck with one hand. The unmen were very adept with weapons. The T3 seconds went rogue 8 days ago and killed every employee at the factory. Maxwell continued as he pulled up photos of the massacre. They went as far as hitting other buildings throughout Noir owned by the factory. They torched the structures and murdered the employees. The T3 seconds later vacated the factory and exited the Hellenistic sector. How much of that Sphinx department was lost? Lieutenant Conway asked. I'm not sure I understand your question, Maxwell spoke. How much of the factory is left? Conway restated his question. I know the council took over its sister department's assets, so what did the T3 seconds leave? The main factory facility is intact and Vulcan Station in Antarctica. 2 scientists there survived and Peters and I make up the remainder. Do we know why the T3 seconds attacked the employees? Why did they slaughter everyone? Marks inquired. Peters took over the presentation and answered her. For no reason that we have come across. He pulled up a new schematic of the unmen's metal cranium. A female soldier of African descent raised her hand, and Peters looked at her, reading the last name over her vest pocket, and then he said, Lane. When you say for no reason, do you mean you haven't discovered the saboteur? They did go after every factory facility and destroyed them, so it had to be another corporation. You mean destroyed every facility but the Vulcan Station in Antarctica? Barnes spoke up. Hey, don't correct me, Lane snapped. You know how I hate to be corrected. They weren't sabotaged, Peters interjected. What do you mean? Lane asked. I thought, the T3 seconds organized themselves, Maxwell interrupted. Hades. Barnes yelled. No fucking way. They did, Walters spoke up. And now it's our job to find these automatons and capture one. It isn't a search and destroy. Wilson questioned as he wiped the fake blood from his face. He had been the soldier in the staged attack that the T3 threw into the lockers. No, not at this time, Walters replied, and then he looked at each member of the unit. There's at least 100 of these automatons. We would need every member of the Council SC. Miss to take them down, so for now, we're to capture one. Walters examined the new diagram, and then he said, tell us more about how the T3 seconds function, and how to disable one. The T3 seconds, like any model of unmen, use an internal link to communicate with each other and the factory. Peters paused and then added, or they at least used to communicate with the factory. Maxwell patted his partner's shoulder. He too had lost many colleagues in the massacre. Maxwell stated, we can track the T3 seconds by tracing the I-link signal. The few unmen Sphinx left operational no longer use that particular internal link frequency, so it should be easy enough to find them. Why haven't you done so? Barnes asked. We should know the location of those pucking appliances by now. We have used our equipment, but our scanners are limited to the distance of about a vicinage. Peters answered. We know the T3 seconds left the Hellenistic sector, but they could have returned. We'll have to go vicinage by vicinage to see if they have. And if they aren't in the Hellenistic sector, then we'll have to look elsewhere. Are you saying, Wilson spoke up, that we'll have to go into other corporations' territories? Will we have to go into other sectors and search for this I-link signal? Puck, what kind of red tape are we talking about here? Yes, we might have to go into other sectors. Walters stated as he removed another energy bar from his vest pocket and unwrapped it. And since the high-ups said the unmen problem is gone, we'll be working on the down low. Walters bit into the chocolate bar, and then he said, we'll be bypassing the red tape. He saw the puzzled expression on Peters and Maxwell's faces, so Walters told them, our mission's a secret and is an ultra-black operation. There will be no communication with the council and no backup. Walters took another bite and looked at his HHC. As he said, now, tell us how to disable a T3. Maxwell pointed to his own forehead and explained, we designed a small fail-safe for the unmen. Penetrate this point here, and you'll drop them as if they were dead. Any other shot will only piss them off, Peters added. How will we capture one? Barnes asked. This same technique, Maxwell answered. We have a machine we can hook up to the unman once we've disabled it. Is it like an interrogation machine? Wilson asked. Sort of, Peters answered. Once we have the unman back here and hooked up, it'll have to tell us everything we ask it, and once we do that, the council will have their answers. He muttered to himself, and maybe I'll finally know why the T3 seconds slaughtered all my friends at the factory. Chapter 11. Forest of Bamboo, Fields of Lemongrass. 12:58 a.m. Hellenistic Sector, Cultural Vicinage. Genesis Arboretum. Inside the Sphere Room. A large man-made ecosystem surrounded the two adversaries, and on one side was Cerberus, who was an experiment apparently stronger and faster with an infinite bloodlust mixed with a twisted sense of fair play, and on the other side tottered Pandora, who wanted nothing to do with a world in which the council meddled. She wanted to have nothing to do with an existence where life had no value. The dog of hell versed the stray, and it was a battle in which Cat literally stood on her last leg. Catherine's view. The smell of lemon saturates my clothes from where Stephanie knocked me into the grass. The bamboo forest lays behind me, and Stephanie stands in front of me, and unless I can think of something, I won't be leaving. I stand on my good leg and lean on the bench, keeping my injured leg out to the side like I'm some awkward standing K. My body's trembling, my legs throbbing and swollen, and I'm in excruciating pain. Lightheadedness sweeps over me, and I think I'm going to throw up because of the torturous agony. But I manage to keep everything down. I'm in no condition to run, and my knee, it feels like I've broken it. Stephanie pouts her lower lip and asks, "What's the matter? Did I hurt you?" "Oh dear me. You're turning out to be a disappointment. All I've heard from Mr. Mortem is the Great Pandora Project this, the Great Pandora Project that." She puts a hand on her hip and says, "I'm beginning to think the man's nuts. The other two members of the council think nothing of you, so it seems they're the ones who are right." What is Stephanie rambling about? My body's trembling uncontrollably. Is she jealous? Jealous? Stephanie screams. Do you think I'm jealous? Did I say that out loud? I wince as I put a little pressure on my right leg. Mouthing off was a stupid move on my part. Now, I'm really asking for it. Stephanie's going to beat me silly. Stephanie's view. Jealous. Do you really think I'm jealous of you? I repeat, you've got to be out of your stupid mind. I march over to Pandora and grab her by her throat as I yell at her. I'm not jealous of you. My fingers grab over top of the bruise marks Adam left behind, and my fingers are small in comparison to his large paws. Let go, Pandora chokes out. You're hurting me. She grips my wrist with both hands and cries out as I force her to put weight on her hurt leg, and with her right hand, she fumbles around behind herself until she grabs hold of the bench's arm. Pandora seems to be able to support herself and get off her bad leg once again. She's powerless before me, and Pandora continues to hold onto me with her other hand. You're weak. I shout as I squeeze her neck enough to block some air and to cause her suffering. I don't want Pandora to black out, not again. She has to stay with me until her end, and I tell her, I admired you when you took out the unmen. You totally destroyed those biomechas, but now look at you. You're weak and whimpering. Where's the demon with the blue blazing eyes? I shove Pandora to the ground, and then I question her, where's the destroyer I seek? Catherine's view. I fall backward and land in a heap beside the bench. I rub what must be black and blue marks on my throat as I glare at Stephanie. She could have killed me 10 times over, but she's toying with me. Anger wells up in me as I realize Stephanie's toying with me like the rogue. You're pathetic, Stephanie barks at me. I don't know why I'm wasting my time with you. I thought you would be more of a challenge. I thought you would be close to my talents, but no. You're nowhere near them. Stephanie leaves me and marches across the walkway to the shed as I try to grab hold of the bench and pull myself up. I don't have the strength to pull myself back up. Stephanie picks up a shovel that's leaning against the small outbuilding's metal side and then marches back to me as she informs me. Don't worry. Stephanie reaches down and grabs me by my good leg and drags me some distance from the bench across the dirt. She drops my leg and then tells me, if I do this right, you won't be in any more pain. Stephanie winks at me before she adds, if I mess up, it could take you hours to die. I quickly remove my jacket. I'm going to need it if I'm to defend myself. Stephanie lifts the shovel over her head and strikes, and I manage to block the attack with my jacket and wrap it around the shaft to wrench the shovel from her grip. It's a good idea, but Stephanie has the advantage. She's standing over me and uses the leverage to pry the jacket from my hands, then flings the jacket into the vegetation and turns back to me. Stephanie lifts the shovel over her head again. Escape is out of the question, so I desperately search the area around me and my hand sinks into the wet dirt. Stephanie's view. I'm going to end Pandora. I'm going to prove to the council that I'm so much better than her. She won't let the demon out to play, so I'll just take my toys and go home. Right after I make sure she plays with no one else ever again. I hope our battle is being recorded. I want to view this moment over and over again, I say, and then I start to gloat. Time for you to die by the hand of the great. Pandora flings something at me, and a mass of wet black hits me right in the face. I close my eyes, blinded by what must be mud, and then I drop the spade, and I hear the head stab the earth. I'm still holding onto the shovel with one hand. The mud's nasty. I spit several times, trying to clear my mouth, and then I wipe my eyes with my other hand before I yell, "You little asswipe. I'm going to make you pay for this." Catherine's view. I roll on my right side, lift my good leg, and kick Stephanie in the knee. Stephanie collapses to one leg, still blinded by my muddy assault, and then I reach over and snatch the shovel away from her. I swing the shovel from my position on the ground and hit her in the chest, and Stephanie falls back screaming. Not so much in pain, but in what sounds like angst. I have the advantage for the moment as Stephanie wipes her eyes with both hands, trying to clear them of the mud. So I wobbly stand and hobble to her, using the shovel as a crutch. I'm in extreme pain, but I still manage to lift the shovel over my head and prepare to strike. I hesitate as I stare at the helpless woman. She's helpless as I had been moments before, and something within me screams not to do it. I waver in my decision. Stephanie tries opening her eyes, screaming the whole time at me. My rage dissipates as I feel sorry for her. Stephanie's like me, but she has succumbed to the darkness of her heart. She must have already killed a dozen times over. Stephanie has transformed into what the council wants, and she's the weapon the council hopes for. I know I must resist ever going down that road, and if I can help it, I should never kill. No, that's not right. I must never kill no matter what. I have to find other ways to solve my problems, especially with these weirdos who seem to keep finding me. I won't do it, I tell her as I slightly lower the shovel and yell. I won't do it. I won't become what the council wants me to be. I won't become a murderer. I drop the spade head first and use the shovel as a crutch, and then I shout, "You hear me, Argus. Tell the council I won't do it." I lower my voice and tell Stephanie, "So leave me alone." "What are you babbling about?" Stephanie screeches as she finally clears enough mud from her eyes to see me in front of her. "What are you doing standing there?" She questions me. "Why did you waste all this time?" She puts a hand down and starts to push herself to a sitting position as she speaks. "You should have killed me." I ignore her as I decide I do need to buy myself some time to escape. So I kneel on my good leg, reach down, and grab a large handful of mud. Stephanie's really going to hate me, so I tell her, "Sorry about this." I smash the lump into her face before she has a chance to completely sit up, and the mud covers her entire face. "I don't want to fight you anymore," I tell her as I rise back to my good leg with the help of the shovel. "So leave me alone. Go back to the council and tell them I don't belong to them. Tell them that they should also leave me alone." I turn and start limping down the stone path. I hope my immature actions bought me enough time to escape, because after what I just did, Stephanie's really going to kill me. Stephanie's view. I dare not scream, already knowing the taste of earth, so I finish sitting up and lean forward, allowing the lump to fall to the ground. I wipe mud from my face, and when I finally clear my eyes, I see Pandora's gone. I gnash my teeth, but soon that scowl turns into a smirk, and I laugh and fall backward as if to make a mud angel, but instead, I stare up at the domed sky. Maybe Pandora isn't as weak as I thought. I sit back up and spit several times, clearing a little dirt that's still in my mouth. I'll have my challenge. I make a fist, thinking at least for a little longer I'll let it play out and take my time in dispatching her. This time, I'll find what I have been missing. I have a feeling that when I fight Pandora the next time, I'll find what I've been lacking in my life. Chapter 12. Guilt. 1:07 a.m. Adam's view. I stand out on the balcony of my treehouse and watch the bees buzz about some of the blooming orchids I have placed within the twisted branches of my home. I hold the music box, and the hologram glares at me. She's angry that I tried to kill the weed. An air of foreboding electrifies the atmosphere and makes the hairs on the back of my neck stand at sentry attention. I have been speaking with this entity of projected light, and as I do, I sense a sealed book is opening whether I wish for the proclamation or not. I experienced this sensation many times before, but with the real Teresa Griffin. What did any of this have to do with the weed? And why should I listen to the hologram? I glance at the music box. Why should I listen to a machine? I remove a handkerchief from my overalls chest pocket and wipe my forehead. I have to admit it as I listen to this program. The hologram Teresa seems more than circuits and megabytes. It's almost as if it has a... I shouldn't refer to the hologram as an it. The hologram is definitely a she, and it's almost as if she has a... I pause in my thoughts. Dare I think it? It's as if she has a mind and a spirit of her own. The hologram's view. I try to contain my agitation over him wasting time. The original Teresa Griffin programmed me with priorities, and one of those priorities is the well-being of Catherine, and it takes precedence. I snap. Is it true you have not seen? How much will I have to tell him to convince Adam to help Catherine? Adam's view. I'm not sure what the hologram wants me to see. There's nothing more that I want to see. I look at the sphere wall of my sanctuary and envision the menace brewing over Noir. Aren't the dry clouds enough? I squeeze my serpent head cane, wishing I could free myself from the heavy burden of remorse. I have hidden myself in here so I wouldn't have to see the omen looming over our planet. I release my stranglehold on the cane and with dread, I inquire, I am not sure what you speak of. So tell me about the closing of days you mentioned. What more could happen to this world? The hologram's view. I watch him stare off with his doleful pale blue eyes as if he wished to let everything in the past remain in the past, and yet I see a glint of remorse. Is Adam feeling guilty? I got the impression he removed any emotional connection he had with this planet. Was my first assumption wrong? Does he still feel responsible? Does he still feel he must atone? I breathe an inward sigh of relief. If it's true, then there might yet be hope. I answer him, yes, I'm talking about the closing of days. The signs are all around us. Adam's view. The signs. What's the hologram talking about? The closing of days is from a prophecy, but what I've been talking about is science. A mistake that had been made in the quest to expand our knowledge and our view of the universe. So why bring in religious ramblings? I state, I don't understand. I don't see how. The hologram's view. Let me explain. I interrupt and groan, having to waste even more time with him. The music box needs to be placed back in the hands of Catherine. Each minute is crucial, and we keep wasting them. I state, and like I said before, this can go no further than us. Catherine must never find out. Is that understood? He nods, but I am not sure if he does so as a promise or just so that I will continue. There is nothing I can do but move forward and hope he keeps his promise. I have to convince Adam of the importance of giving the music box back to Catherine. So I tell him, over 500 years ago in the year 525 BDC, two men saw glimpses of the future, and it was a dark future of man's own making. I pause and then continue. Janella and Kristie, the composer of Unfinished Melody, you know. Arkames, who was a colleague of Jin's, you may not. Both men claim to have dreams of the future, and on occasion, they have visited it. The future they saw is now. What are you talking about? Adam inquires as he leans his cane against the wall and then places that hand on the railing. What does that have to do with the wheat? And how do you know that future is now? I do not have time for this, so I say, now is not the best time for a history lesson. But I know you. You will not help Catherine on my word alone, so listen. Years ago, the factory purchased two large stones with writing on them that were believed to have been created by Jinn. I ask him, do you know the poem that mentions human machines walk the land? He replies, I do know that poem, and yes, I can see how if you look at it just right that it could be talking about our time. But that is true about any so-called prophecy. If you look hard enough, you can twist it so that it goes along with current events. Do you honestly believe that? I ask, yes, but you were trying to get to a point. What about the other stone you mentioned? I assume it contains another so-called prophecy. What does it have to say? He asks. I assume more doom and gloom. I finally have his attention. Now, I have to convince him. I must convince him or all is lost. Chapter 13. In need of some help. 1:11 a.m. Catherine's view. I hurry as fast as I can in a desperate, nearly slow-motion dash. I would be better off riding on the back of a turtle as I head for the treehouse instead of depending on my battered body. I have no idea how much time I bought myself with the stupid mud pie. It was really a dirty thing for me to do to Stephanie. But the sneaky dummy also had it coming. I can just imagine Stephanie snapping and growling as she comes after me to do worse than paint my face with dirt. She's probably going to. I shake my head, ridding myself of those thoughts that are too horrible to do more than scare me into surrendering. I can't worry what she'll do to me. There's something I need to worry about more. The longer my music box stays at Adam's, the more likely he'll find it. I quicken my pace, but it's still really slow. The shovel stabs the earth as I limp alongside it. I glance behind myself, thinking Stephanie's close, but I don't see or hear her. I must be imagining things. I face forward and continue limping, and then I hear someone rapidly come up behind me. I quickly turn, startled by their sudden approach, and then I balance myself on my good leg and raise the shovel ready to strike Stephanie as I shout. I said, leave me alone. Wait. Argus yells at me as he lifts his hands. It's me. Don't strike me. He looks a little afraid, like he doesn't know if I heard his declaration in time and I might just hit him in the head. I freeze and stare at him. I'm in a lot of pain and I'm not sure he's real. He could be something my pain invoked. Cat. He shouts at me, "Put the shovel down." He's real enough, so I relax a little. I haven't seen him since the day in the factory when I helped rescue him from the T3 seconds. I'd heard he fared well, but I'm relieved to see for myself that he's all right. I lower the shovel and used it to support my weight again. "You're okay," I utter with a glee-filled voice I'm a little embarrassed came from my lips. I hobble a few steps toward him and examine him. I notice fading bruises mark his face, and he uses a rubber-tipped cane. I glance at the shovel. It would seem we're twins right now. Twins born out of the same wrath of malice. I'm so glad to see him, and I want to give him a big hug. But instead, I scold him. "What's the council thinking? You should be in bed, not out in the field." Argus feel. "Look who's talking," I tell Kat as I notice her limp and other signs of a fight she isn't winning. And it concerns me to see her this way. I tell her, "You should be more careful. Look what you let Cerberus do to you." "Let?" Kat repeats. "You make it sound like it's my fault I'm hunted and attacked. You know I never asked for this life." She glances behind me to see if Cerberus has caught up with her yet, and then she says, "I know I should be more careful. Don't lecture me, and I don't really have time to chat." Catherine's view. I stare into his blue eyes, wanting to feel his embrace and his warmth, but our relationship was never like that. He was always there, just never there for me, and yet, something draws me to him. Not like Preacher. It's more like he's a lost, abused puppy, and I want to cradle him in my arms and protect him from the cruelty of this world. I tell him, "But it's good to see you and see that you're okay." Argus does work for those who are trying to kill me, and he's very dedicated to his job, so I know we can never be friends. I focus again on his injuries and say, "The unmen beat you up pretty badly." Argus feel. "I'm fine," I tell her. I see how she looks at me, the one whose shadow I constantly traveled in. I followed Kat everywhere she went while she lived in Wayfaring Lane. I followed her everywhere she went except for that one fateful day when I pull from my regret-filled thoughts and focus on the moment. I stare into her face, and her eyes are like those I saw the first day she ran into me at Wayfaring Lane. She still looks so alone and lost. If I cared anything about her, I would lift her broken body into my arms, race out of the sphere room, and find her a place where she could be free. My heart isn't that strong, nor is my fortitude, so all I do is rest my hand on my slung assault rifle positioned at my side and state, "Peters and Maxwell said they gave you the Beretta at Hades Cemetery." I know I can get into serious trouble if the council discovers I'm talking with Kat, so I can't do any more for her if I want to continue in my position. What I'm doing now will have to be enough. I tell her, "I apologize that we were not able to give you back the gun you loaned us. We lost it in our escape when we fled the factory." I notice she's empty-handed except for the shovel, and my concern for her returns as I question, "Where's your gun?" Kat motions to the center of the sphere room and answers me, "It's in my backpack, and my backpack is in the treehouse." This time, I scold her, "You were careless." I walk around her, getting a better look at her condition, and Kat's in worse shape than I first realized. My cane lightly thumps around the scattered stones of the walkway as I circle her, and then I stop behind her and stand in the direction she had been heading in. I would do almost anything to walk in her shadow again. Catherine's view. "I know I was careless," I say as I have to turn to face him, and then I demand, "Now let me by." I start to think about why he's really here, and I panic. He's very loyal to the council above all things. I ask as I take a step back from him, "Are you here to do more than watch me?" In my mind, I see a glimpse of my past. The day Preacher died, a sinister specter whispers something horrible in my ear, and I see a long shadow stretch across the alley Preacher's in. There's something ugly within the shadow, something sinister, and I shake my head. I don't want to think about the past right now. I need to worry about my future. My heart races as I consider Argus is here to betray me, and I ask, "Has the council sent you to kill me?" I glance behind myself, searching for Stephanie, and then I ask, "Or are you only delaying me so she can catch up?" I turn to him and search his face, a face I had just seen a lost puppy in. But now I see what looks more like a hungry coyote. I question him, "Would you hand me over to your employers again? Would you let them hurt me again?" Argus view. "No, I'm not here to kill you," I reply without answering her questions as her accusations hurt me. But I know they're only founded on the truth that transpired between us in our past. A past I am feeling guiltier over by the day, and I tell her, "I'm also not trying to delay you. I know we're safe. Not that my knowledge eases her apprehension, but it does give us something to build on." And I say, "And I'm also not here to watch you. I have been reassigned to trail Cerberus." Kat shifts the shovel to get a better hold of its wooden shaft as she states, "Then let me go before she catches up to me." I remove a device from my trench coat as I start on a block for our wall of trust. The device is half the size of an HHC. I inform her, "Cerberus hasn't come after you yet." She questions me as if she's suspicious of my statement. How do you know? I show her the small screen on the device and tell her, Cerberus has a tracking beacon like you once had. The tracking device shows a red dot moving away from our position. Catherine's view. I examine the screen, and then I ask Argus, what's Stephanie doing? He doesn't answer me right away. Not that I expected that he would, but a devious thought does cross my mind. I peer at him, and before he says anything, I ask, are you still not to hinder or to help? Is it still your job only to observe? He nods, so I snatch the tracking device from him. And I tell him, good, I could use this. Do you mind if I borrow it? I don't wait for him to protest or to answer. And I say, now, if you will excuse me, I need to get going. I have a hellhound to hide from. Argus's view. I watch as Cat hobbles away from me. She seems to be always moving away from me and never towards me. It is a good thing the council reassigned me. I don't know how much longer I could have been content to remain in her shadow. I go on watching Cat as she continues her slow but hasty flight into the heart of the sphere room. She seems so frail to me right now. I could easily scoop her battered form into my arms. I could easily embrace her and not let anything harm her. I could lift her up and run her outside to safety. The only thing that's stopping me from doing all of those things is myself. I watch her hobble off into the distance. I am the one who is frail. I am the one who is weak. I was able to do this small thing for you, so go right ahead and borrow the tracking device. I thought you might need it, so don't worry. I pull a second tracking device from my pocket. I brought a backup. Chapter 14. Atonement. 1:19 a.m. In the treehouse. Adam's view. For the most part, you've been wasting my time. I tell the hologram. I see no reason why we shouldn't let Cerberus destroy the weed. You have not let me finish my argument. The hologram says, as I told you, there are 2 stone tablets. You will find the passage from the second one very interesting, especially at the end. Though I will tell you, it isn't clear if Jinn or Arcames wrote it, and you should know. The stone was broken and some of the words are missing. The hologram recites the poem, and once she's done, I repeat the last line. So usher in the rushlight. Creature of the void, destroyer of the rushlight. This is a most interesting poem. Did you say it is not certain if Jinn or Arcames wrote it? Yes, she answers. They were both brilliant men and ahead of their time in their thinking. I'm leaning toward Arcames because of its style and that the rushlight is mentioned. I consider what the hologram has told me so far. Teresa is trying to pull me back into the world. I don't want to go. It's peaceful in the sun-filled land I've created. Nothing like the turbulent world beyond its walls. And I want to keep it that way. I have no idea why the hologram refers to the past, so I question her. What does any of this have to do with the closing of days? I have one more thing to recite. The hologram tells me, listen to a passage accredited to Arcanes. It was found on a parchment and is currently in the Antiquity Museum in the section devoted to Jinn. Why Jinn? I ask. The hologram's view. You ask why? I impatiently say to Adam. Every question he poses cost us valuable time. Time Catherine might not have. I state, hoping to push things along. Many of Arcane's works were incorrectly accredited to Jinn. They were accredited to Jinn for centuries by top minds until there is this young man named Mavin Crackerjack, and he is the one who first believed some of the works were really created by Arcanes. I pause, and then I continue. He works at the Antiquity Museum. I'll have to meet this man one day. Adam grabs his cane, leaves the balcony, and keeps me at eye level as he walks. He inquires, you said there was one more poem. What is it? I upload the data and recite the poem entitled, You Will Weep. Adam's view. After the hologram finishes, I repeat a line from the poem. You will weep when you face the end alone. You are marked, you may never return home. I go and sit down at the table and feel guilty. I consider what we did and how we went about it all wrong. I let more of the poem's words sink in. Hades. We should have never done what we did. We should have never done what we did to the wheat. I tell the hologram, the 3 works you mentioned do shed a new light on things. If only we had known about these passages before we conducted our experiments, then maybe everything would have turned out differently. Would they have done any good? She questions. I stare at the hologram, and her eyes look distant as though she's remembering a past her creator despised. The hologram's view. The real Teresa programmed me with almost all of her knowledge, responsibility, and determination. The creator is within me as if we are one, and I almost feel as if I am the real Teresa with all the accountability designed within me, but still, I know that I am not the creator. I tell Adam, you and Teresa had a mind to change the world, and both of you thought to Tartarus with the consequences. Yes, that's right, to Tartarus with the consequences. As you said, the only thing that mattered to us was changing our world. Adam tells me, we wanted to open a new horizon. He places the music box on the table as he states, and that we did. His gaze becomes distant as Adam remembers a past he also despises. Adam's view. I put all my soul and know-how into finding a way to destroy the dry clouds or find a way to stop them. But there's no solution, and no atonement for me. So I gave up. I stare at the trunk cut table, depressed over my past. I know the only way I can make amends is to live with the terrible guilt. It's a guilt that's eating away at me. I don't understand. What does this have to do with the weed? The hologram hesitates as if she isn't sure if her next words will help or hinder her cause. She asks, what if I told you Catherine is the rushlight? What if I told you she could bring about the closing of days? I turn to the hologram in shock as I state, I would say I should have killed her when I had the chance. The thing is, she could possibly be the key. The key. But to what door? I inquire. The one of total annihilation or the one to salvation? The hologram says, that is what I want to find out. You don't know. You want to find out. I pick up the music box as I demand. Why would you want me to help her? Why, if she could be the doom of our world? The hologram's view. I worry my words hurt the cause, so I start to speak, but something draws my attention. I inform him, I detect someone approaching. I am going to terminate the interface. He will have time with this intrusion to think over his answer. And I hope his heart will win over his mind and that he will give Catherine the music box. I instruct him, activate me again when you are alone. Adam's view. What about my question? I ask as I lift the hologram back to eye level. Why would you want me to help her? The hologram vanishes without another word, and the blue squares at the ends of the music box fade. I sigh as I mutter, and when we were getting somewhere. I turned to the stairs, hearing footsteps, and called out, who's there? Who dares enter my home? Which one of you vile creations of the council has returned? Chapter 15. Wilbert Williams. Etymology, history, and usage of the word fitch. Fitch was originally another name for a polecat, but it also came to mean a woman considered to be spiteful or overbearing, a lewd woman, a man considered to be weak, or to complain or grumble. 4 days earlier, October 21st, Thursday, 10:51 p.m. Rising Sun Sector, Gaming Vicinage. A white commercial class Zeppelin floated low in the sky as an advertisement in blue neon letters ran across its side. Does your corporation have you working all hours of the day and night? Do you need that little extra kick to keep going? Then take 3-hour energy, and with only 3 hours of sleep, you'll feel like you have slept all night. Inside the SOG3 casino, white-pink cigarette smoke filled the slot machine area as Wilbert Williams, a man in his late 40s, walked a row of machines. The tall, lanky man with long gray hair was hunched over as he walked with his hands in his pockets, and he had a scar over his right eye. Wilbert wore blue jeans, a white t-shirt, and a blue sports jacket rolled up to his elbows. Wilbert wasn't studying the machines, hungry for a chance to double his credits like most were. He surveyed the people sitting at them and then switched to a different row and kept walking until he came to a blonde woman sitting at a sevens and cherries. No one else occupied the row. Wilbert grinned, and his thin lips curled up into a devious smile. He sat at the slot machine to her left. It was another sevens and cherries. Wilbert swiped a card containing his credits. 10,000 points appeared on the quarter slot machine. The blonde woman took a drag on her long, thin Nick fake and blew smoke to the right of her. She tapped the ashes in an ashtray that sat on a ledge between her machine and the empty machine to her right. She wore a tight-fitting, red, leather, miniskirt and a revealing black tank top. She had an hourglass-proportioned body, and a red ribbon looped around her ponytail. Wilbert watched her from the corner of his eye. He hoped to hit the jackpot and not necessarily at the machine. Wilbert maxed out his bet and hit the spin button, and the electronic wheels on the quarter slot spun, and one by one they fell into place. There was no win. She noticed the number of credits he placed on his machine and asked in a slightly high-pitched voice, "Oh, are you a high roller?" He looked over her curvaceous body and thought her annoying voice could be overlooked. He pressed the spin button and played down the question by saying, "I'm a man of meager means." The electronic wheels spun and fell into place. 2 lemons and a 7 landed. He received a return of double his bet. She put a hand on his shoulder and said, "You're so modest. Why don't you buy me a drink, and we can get to know each other a little better?" Wilbert nodded, hit the spin button, and waved over a cocktail waitress. And then he ordered, "I'd like a whiskey and Coke." "And the lady will take." The wheels fell and there was no win. "I'll take a pina colada." The waitress nodded as she wrote down their orders. He hit the spin button as he questioned, "What's your name?" "My name." She laughed, pointing at herself. "Didn't I tell you my name? How featherbrained of me. What's your name?" "Wilbert." "Hello, Wilbert. Nice to meet you." She eyed him, and then she stated, "You know, you look familiar. Have you ever been in SOG3 casino before?" "Nope, I'm from the light side of the planet, and I've only been in Noir for a few weeks. But I do have a twin. You might have seen him." "You have a twin, really?" She tilted her head and then inquired, "How many?" He raised an eyebrow as he asked, "What do you mean by how many? You said you were a twin, so how many others look like you?" Wilbert couldn't believe what he heard come from her mouth. Talk about blonde. He answered her, "One. There's only one other that looks like me." He pressed the spin button and there was no win. The cocktail waitress returned with their orders. She raised her glass and toasted, "Here's to an interesting night." "Yes," he said, clinked his glass to hers, and added, "To a very interesting night." Wilbert took a few sips of his whiskey, hit the spin button, and asked, "Want to go back to my room?" The spin won 10 times his bet. "Sure, but there's something I've been dying to do since I've been back to the Rising Sun sector." "What's that?" he questioned. She replied, "Let's go to a karaoke bar." October 22nd, Friday, 12:48 a.m. Wilbert finished singing a rock and roll song about the rise and fall of the Great Liberty Eagle Corporation. The song had been produced for junior high students to learn the history of the bankrupted business. It had been a fad during his schooling years to teach students with music, but after a while, new learning songs were banned by the corporate senate. He left the small stage of their private room and went and sat at the table with her as she clapped her hands. "It was very good," she said, and then her eyes widened before she questioned him. "Are you a professional singer?" "No." He took a drink of the whiskey and coke, and then he said, "I'm not in that line of business." Wilbert eyed her a little tipsy after 7 whiskey and cokes. "You know, I still don't know your name." "My name? I didn't tell you my name." "Oh." She scooted over to him across the curved booth and put her arm around him. "Sorry about that." She noticed the scar over his right eye, slid her finger over it, and then asked, "How did you get that?" "This." He motioned to the scar and told her, "In a battle to the death." Wilbert laughed as if it were a joke. Her eyes widened again as if impressed. "A battle to the death. Your opponent must have been a brute." He remembered back to that day and then said, "You could say that. What do you do for a living?" she asked. Wilbert put his arm around her, and after a few drinks, he didn't care if he knew her name. Wilbert leaned over, kissed her slowly on the neck, and whispered, "My job. I'm a freelancer." "A freelancer? Doing what?" She lifted his head with both her hands and pressed her red lips against his, and after a few moments of kissing, she asked, "Are you a corporate spy?" She kissed him again. "If you were, it would mean you had a dangerous job and a very exciting job." She stuck her tongue in his mouth and wrestled with his to see who could end up on top, and about a minute later, she said, "A hot job." "No." He gently rubbed the back of his fingers across her cheek. "I'm not a corporate spy. I'm nothing so boring." "Boring?" She leaned back, eyeing him, and then inquired, "What could be more exciting than that?" "I'm a closer, babe. A closer." "That's hot." She removed his jacket as she questioned him. "Does that mean you've killed lots of people?" "Yeah, lots of people. Anyone I might know." "Maybe, but you don't want to hear about that." She leaned back from him as they both breathed heavily, and then she said, "Sure I do. Nothing gets me hotter. Actually, I'm so hot, let's do it right here." "Right here?" Wilbert looked around the private room, and then he questioned her, "Are you sure you want to do it right here?" "Oh, yes. I've rented the room for a few hours, so we won't be disturbed." She leaned over, reached her hands into his pants, and removed his tucked shirt. She ran her hands up his rippled abs, helped him remove his shirt, and French kissed him again. "I'm hot," she said, "but nothing sets me on fire like visualizing the faces of those who have been killed." She untied the ribbon in her hair, letting her blonde hair fall past her milky white shoulders. "So tell me, you're kinky, babe, just like I like 'em." Wilbert undid his belt and unzipped his pants as he said, "You know I shouldn't tell you. It's part of the job to keep secrets." "You can tell me," she said as she kissed the side of his mouth that smelled of whiskey. "I want to hear." Wilbert took another drink and finished the glass, and he swayed a bit and his speech slurred. "You want to hear about who I've killed?" He threw the empty glass, and it clinked on the carpet but didn't break as he told her, "Then get a load of this. Norman Odin. I offed that rich kid from the Odin family." Wilbert grabbed her, pulled her close, and pressed his body against hers. "How's that for famous?" She ran her hand through his shoulder-length hair. "Oh, that's real famous, and you know what that'll get you." She moved from beside him and sat, straddling his lap. He placed his hands on her buttocks and squeezed them. He questioned, a night of passionate love with a little kinky thrown in here and there. She looked deep into his eyes and told him, "No." She grabbed a hold of his hair as her innocent demeanor darkened to cold and calculating, and then she whispered to him, "That'll get you 20 to life if you're lucky." "What?" Wilbert exclaimed as he grabbed her hand that had a hold of his hair. "You heard me." She reached up and injected him in the neck with a syringe, and then she told him, "Nighty-night." He pushed her off of him as he yelled, "Fitch, what did you do? What did you stick me with?" "A little something to put you to sleep. Feel lucky that I wasn't authorized to close your sorry asp." Wilbert moved off the booth and started for the door as she watched his pants fall to his ankles. He tripped and couldn't get back up. She moved to his side. "Nice," she said, looking at his red polka-dotted white boxers. "Real nice, bozo." She kicked him, and he didn't move. "Your alias should have been the clown." He reached his hand after her as he asked, "Who are you?" "Who am I? Wouldn't you like to know?" she replied. You must know by now, I'm not the bimbo you thought I was. I bet you thought you hit the jackpot. You fitch. Wilbert dropped his hand and passed out. Amateur. You illegal assassins are always so easy to catch. She walked over to the table, removed a cell from her purse, and dialed a number. And then she stated, tell the Assassin's Guild magistrates this is the blonde. I have apprehended the jackal, the illicit closer. Yes, I'm 90% sure it's him. You wouldn't believe what I had to go through to find him. I got a tip and went to this casino in the Rising Sun sector. And I picked up 10 jerks before I stumbled across this bozo. I wish I was authorized to close him. The blonde paused, listening, and then she sounded disappointed as she said, I know I'm not allowed. How do you want me to handle this? Understood. I'll make the call and leave a tip for Noir Civil Police Force that the jackal was spotted at this bar. They can come pick up the trash. Chapter 16. Minotaur Refinery. The present. October 25th. Monday. 1:24 a.m. Hellenistic Sector. Manufactories vicinage. The limo carrying the rogue drove past the Minotaur Refinery's front gate and to the main building. And then the rogue exited the car and was met by a man in a dark blue business suit. Mr. Pinchbeck, good to meet you, the black-haired man with the full-trimmed beard said as he offered his hand. I'm Ryan Gordon, one of the managers of the Dr. C oil plant. Welcome to Minotaur. It returned his shake as it spoke. Thank you. I am so glad you could find time in your busy schedule to take me on a tour of your facility. It is late, so I hope I have not inconvenienced you. I am the night manager, Ryan told him. It is not late to me. He looked Mr. Pinchbeck up and down, detecting something not quite right with the factory's new manager, and he said, and it's no problem at all. We are, after all part of the Sphinx Corporation, and since you're the manager of the factory, we're practically family, so think nothing of it. Anyway, this plant operates 24/7. It's no problem for me to give you a tour. It breaks up the mundane routine of night management. He motioned to a golf cart and stated, our ride. The rogue nodded and entered the passenger's side. Ryan drove the cart into the refinery as he questioned, where would you like to start? Let us start at the beginning of the process, the rogue replied as it studied the facility, imprinting the layout to its automaton brain. Ryan turned the cart at the next corner, and then he pointed out as he spoke, down here is our unloading dock. It's where the street sanitizers unload their tanks of tainted rain. He stopped the cart at the large unloading dock, and they watched hundreds of street sanitizers stand in 5 lines waiting for their turn to dump their load, and once it was their turn, they drove over a large grate, stopped, released the tainted rain in their tank through a hatch on the bottom, and drove off to begin their work again. This is the main refinery for the Hellenistic sector. Ryan started, but we do have smaller repositories in each vicinage. The street sanitizers don't have to come all the way here to dump their load. The rogue was still puzzled about having a refinery to begin with, so it asked, why are you collecting tainted rain? What does it have to do with Dr. C oil? Ryan chuckled, leaned, and whispered, it's what we make the oil out of. Dr. C oil is refined tainted rain. He put a finger to his lips and said, now, don't go out and tell everyone. If they find out, every corporation will be wanting to collect tainted rain and refine it. No more drilling for oil. The rogue's view. It is hard to process that the substance that falls from the sky courses through my veins. It would mean that the phenomenon we all know as the dry clouds helped create me. Is the Dr. C oil the extra ingredient that gives me what I call life? Or am I still missing something that is a crucial part of my existence? And the rogue's view. It questioned, does Dr. C stand for dry clouds? Yes, Ryan answered. The rogue asked, where does the tainted rain go after it is dumped? The substance goes through many filters to remove dirt and impurities, Ryan replied as he turned the cart around and headed back the way they came in. The tainted rain is then put through a machine that removes the water and cleaning agent that's used to sanitize Noir, and after that process, what's left is a petroleum product and the basis of Dr. C oil. He pressed the brake, slowing the cart down, and then he said, we have 2 other methods of gathering the tainted rain. Ryan made another turn as he continued. The drainage system brings in the black water, and we process the runoff as if it were brought in by automated cleaners. It goes through the same filters and machines. He drove the car to a 3rd section, and in there were thousands of small machines about the size of a football. The robots moved in one of 20 lines. These are RMROWs, or motorized removal of waste units. They're a smaller version of the street sanitizers, and they can climb. We do need something to clean the sidewalks and buildings. Could you imagine what Noir would look like without these cleaners? Ryan questioned as he stopped the cart. These robots have picked up a nickname, MEOWs. I do not understand, the rogue said, and then questioned, why replace the R with an E in the abbreviation? It makes no sense unless the E stands for something I cannot process. I mean, I cannot see. MEOWs isn't an abbreviation for anything. Someone thought it would be cute, that's all. I believe it was one of the original designers. I still do not understand. It interrupted, unable to wrap its factory-made mind around it. Why MEOWs? Is that not the sound a creature makes? Ryan's view. Hades. This guy's a little slow. I don't see how he ever got put in charge of the factory. He must have good connections. That's right, I answer. A cat makes that sound. Now you're getting the idea. They got the nickname MEOWs because they're excellent climbers, enabling them to clean the sides of buildings. And they also look like little robotic cats. The rogue's view. I need to be more careful. My ignorance of the human imagination could give me away. I study the MROWs, discover what looked like 2 ears on top and whiskers on the side. And then I say, now I see it. Ryan's view. I knew a guy like him once. A person couldn't tell by the way he interacted with them. But he was a really smart guy. Is Mr. Pinchbeck a genius or some type of lucky idiot? I drive us to a 4th section, and then I state, this is where the final product ends up. And then we put the Dr. C oil in drums and ship them to different Sphinx facilities. Before the T3 seconds attacked, the factory was one of our largest buyers. They were producing on men and needed it for their experiments. I glance at Mr. Pinchbeck again and study him. And then I say, it's too bad they recalled most of them. Their line of biomechas was very useful. I had a few as security. I turn my attention back to the passage we drive through, the rogue's view. I do not like the way he looks at me. Does he know I am an unman? No, he would have sounded an alarm long ago if he suspected. The cart passes a storage area for the Dr. C oil drums, and hundreds of them line the room. I ask, beside biomechas, is the Dr. C oil used in anything else? And the rogue's view. Automobiles and whatever runs on oil can use it, but I haven't heard of any that do. Ryan replied as he headed the car toward the entrance. I heard rumors there have been experiments with the oil in various sectors by other corporations, but I haven't heard anything beyond that. He stopped the cart outside one of the buildings, and then he asked, was there anything else I could help you with? No, and thank you. This tour has been very informational. If you decide to proceed with the Dr. C oil experiments, let me know, and we can restart shipments to the factory at any time. Ryan said and then drove the car to the front of the main building. I will, the rogue answered, and once they arrived, it got out and added, it could be a while. We are only about a 1/4 of the way through cleaning up after the T3 seconds. It sounds like you'll be busy. Good day, Mr. Pinchbeck. Ryan bided, then he turned the cart, and he re-entered the building. The rogue walked to the limo. The driver opened the door for his employer, and it entered. The limo drove away from the Minotaur refinery as the rogue sat in the back, studying the artificial skin covering its knuckles. The rogue looked at its knuckles as if it could see the mechanics beneath the layer of X74. Its trip did answer one question. What ran through its veins came from the dry clouds. The rogue turned and looked at the dark mass through the window and saw the mysterious phenomenon that had been plaguing the earth. It leaned back and crossed its legs. The rogue's trip had also created more questions. The rogue's view. If what flows through my veins comes from the dry clouds, what does that mean? No revelation has been revealed to me. And what about Pandora? I am still unsure if my purpose is to destroy her. I am beginning to surmise that the Dr. C oil may not be the only thing that has made me unique. I in the T3 seconds must have something that no other unman has. I will broaden my search and continue my exploration of what makes me the rogue. Chapter 17. Glimpses of the Past. 1:31 a.m. Hellenistic Sector, Business Vicinage, Sphinx Corporation, the Chairman's Office, Mr. Griffin's View. Many images of my family feed through my mind like old projector film. The memories sometimes speed by, and sometimes the film pauses on an individual cell and I glimpse the picture. Happy memories, sad memories, memories I had forgotten until that point, and cherished memories all come into focus. These flashbacks are all of my family, but still, as I sit in front of my daughter who is part of those points in my life, I can't remember the last time I felt so afraid or helpless. It has been almost 20 years since my wife, Teresa, died. Where did my family go wrong? We were so happy. I thought nothing could change our lives back then. But something did. The corporation changed our lives. It always controlled our lives, but for the most part, the Sphinx Corporation let us live our lives as we saw right. I continue my story and tell my daughter. Almost 20 years into our marriage, I discovered Teresa had sabotaged an experiment involving children. Of course, I didn't put that in my report. I did warn your mother what might happen if she didn't stop. Dread fills my voice as I continue. I told her what might happen if she was discovered. Why write the memo? Kimberly questions me as if she's unsure of my story. Did you want Mom to get caught? I blurt, no, of course not. I calm myself, and then I state, I wasn't the only one that knew. The chairman at that time also suspected her, so I had to act. I turn and stare at the pile of folders on my desk, thinking about the other thing I still needed to tell my daughter. I set that matter to the side so I can focus on the current one. And I say, I thought the best course of action was to get her fired. If someone meddled in another department, it could get them kicked out of Sphinx. If someone sabotaged another department, it could mean their life closing. I turn back to her and inform my daughter, we signed a contract including a life-closing clause like all employees. If we violate our contract, Sphinx has the right to hire an assassin to kill us. You don't have to explain that to me. She snaps. Of course, I reflect on my life once again, and I still can't remember a time when I felt more afraid. No, there was that one day. It was a week before Teresa's death. I think back to that time. 13 ADC, October 5th. I paced my small head of security office as if a demon chased me. I had called my wife in, and Teresa sat before my desk, and as usual, she had her blonde hair pulled back in a bun. My black hair wasn't graying, and I was a little thinner and not as muscular. For Aries' sake, Teresa, what were you thinking? I shouted at her as I continued pacing. Bob Janus Griffin, how dare you snap at me? She shouted back at me. What if it had been Kimberly they experimented on? She lowered her arms and in a gentler tone, she asked me, would you want me to do nothing? Of course not, but it isn't our daughter that they're using. I had to save my wife from her own faults, so I ordered her, leave it alone. Hades, it isn't our problem. Teresa clenched her hands as she said, that's a horrible thing to say. I had to rescue her from her own tender heart, so I told her, you can't save every child in Noir. She looked at her clenched hands in her lap as she questioned me, but what if they were using one of our daughters? Teresa started to cry, and then she asked between sobs, would you do nothing? Would you let them continue to torture her? The present, Mr. Griffin's view. I sorrowfully pull from my recollections and ponder over the memory. What did Teresa mean by our daughters? I shake my head, refusing the thought. Did she know at that time that our youngest daughter survived? Did she know that Sphinx stole her from us at birth and used her in some sort of experiment? I close my eyes. No, she couldn't have. Teresa wouldn't keep something like that from me. I open my eyes. Or would she? Kimberly's view. I observe my father, but I can't tell what he's thinking. And then I ask, earlier you mentioned that some trouble began. What did you mean? It would have been over 20 years ago. Your mother changed. His answer surprises me, and I inquire, how did she change? She became depressed, restless, and started looking into projects she had no right prying into. I felt she was nearing a nervous breakdown, and that's when I informed the president. He puts both palms on the desk and insists, the termination I spoke of was her firing. I had hoped she would find some help with her depression and her anxiety. He looks at me as if somehow I remind him of Mom, and then he tells me, I swear to you, I didn't kill your mother. My father places a hand on his chest as he insists, I didn't order my wife's death. How can I know you're telling the truth? I ask him as I shift in the chair that's becoming more comfortable with each passing minute of our conversation. All I have is your word. What proof do you have? My father considers my question, and then he answers me. There were other memos. There were other memos between myself and the president. I saw no other files like that on the disk. I say, how convenient it was stolen from me at a Sphinx hospital. If I still had the disk, I could verify your statement. I glance at a drawer I placed the disk in after Orthos handed it to me 4 days ago. I start my act and question her. Did you say the disk was taken from you at the hospital? I lean back in my chair as I offer. I can contact the main one hospital and see if the disk turned up. If it hasn't, I'll send Orthos over to investigate the theft. Kimberly yells at me, don't give me that. Why do you lie to me? Have you forgotten about my training? I can tell when someone's lying. My daughter stands and slams her palms on the desk as she demands, tell me the truth. You had the disk stolen from me, didn't you? I find that I'm stuttering over my answer. Someone knocks at the door, and I pause, waiting to see what my daughter will do. Kimberly closes her eyes as if she's controlling the anger boiling her blood, and then she sits back down in the chair and opens them. She questions me, expecting someone. I shake my head, so she lifts the gun, aims it at me, and then she tells me, see who it is and remember, no tricks. I won't hesitate to shoot you or anyone else. Chapter 18. Who's there? 1:49 a.m. I stare at the silencer of my daughter's gun as it gleams in my office's lights. I swallow hard, my throat dry, and then I call out, who is it? An older man's voice speaks through the door. Janice. Chairman, it's Claviger. I have an update for you concerning those files you had me look for in the archive. Kimberly leans forward a little irritated and whispers, does no one sleep in this building? She leans back, calms herself, and then she orders, "Get rid of him." I consider how important the information Claviger might have concerning my other daughter could be to me. So I say, "It would be easier if I spoke with him. It won't take that long." Kimberly says, "Fine. Make it quick, and remember." She places her jacket over the PPK, but not before showing the gun to me, and then she threatens, "I won't hesitate." I steady my voice so not to give away my fear to her or the head clerk, and then I say, "Come in, Claviger." He enters, pushing his wheeled walker as he states, "Good, you're still here. I thought you might have gone up to your penthouse for the night. I wanted to update you on our search." The white-haired old man glances around the office as he comments, "It's been ages since I've been up here. Not since Mr. Horace was the chairman." He shivers, and then he says, "Now, that man always gave me the willies." Claviger notices my daughter, and then he states, "Oh, sorry, I didn't know you had someone here." He adjusts his glasses to get a better look at her, and then he questions, "Did you get a new secretary?" "No, this is my daughter, Kimberly." Claviger adjusts his glasses again, and then he says, "Yes, I see it now. She looks just like Teresa." He grins even wider. "Now, Mrs. Griffin, she was a good lady. I remember." I glance at my daughter, and she gives me the get rid of him look. So I interrupt the clerk, "Claviger, you wanted to update me on your search." "Oh, yes." He lays a few files on the desk, and then tells me, "We found some more documents you might find interesting. Oh, and by the way, thanks for assigning the extra help. Me and the boys are getting a lot more done down in the wretched belly of the archive, and it isn't so lonely down in there anymore." I remember. "You're welcome." I interrupt him again, glance at the files, and turn back to him. "Was there anything else?" "No," Claviger answers as he shakes his head. "That was it. We're still looking. I have a feeling the archive has a few more documents for you." "Why did you come up here?" Kimberly asks. "Huh." Claviger turns to her, and he smiles as if he's a young man. He has to know his years of gallivanting are over, but I guess that doesn't mean he can't dream. He must be dreaming of a time when. I said. She interrupts what must be youthful thoughts. "You could have had one of your clerks bring up the files, so why did you personally bring them here?" Still dreaming a bit, he answers, "As I was saying, I don't get up here much, and my old legs could use the exercise. Maybe I should have the boys come up. We could have a little party." Claviger reaches into a small bag attached to his walker. "I have a radio around here somewhere. I'll call them up, and we can." Kimberly stands up behind him and aims at him, and I follow suit and raise my hand to stop her. Claviger notices my reaction but doesn't see Kimberly. I believe he might just call security in, but Claviger must believe the look I'm giving him is over his laughable suggestion. He tells me, "Don't worry, Janice, I was only kidding." He chuckles, and then he questions, "Could you imagine if we did and the vice president found out? What a scandal." Claviger turns to her as she quickly put her hands behind her back. "Though a little dancing might do this old man some good." He wiggles his butt a bit, sighs for an age gone by, and starts for the door as he says, "I'll be heading back now. Too much excitement might stop my old ticker. Thank you for bringing the files. Let me know if you find anything else." I glance at my daughter, and then I add, "I'll probably be here until morning." "Will do," Claviger tells me as he leaves. I shut my eyes for a moment. It had been close. I thought she was going to kill us both. I opened my eyes, noticed the folders, and put my hand on them. Should I tell Kimberly she has a younger sister? Will it even matter right now? Kimberly might think I'm making it up and trying to divert her attention. Kimberly's view. I face the door until the head clerk leaves, and then I turn and drop my hands to my sides as I state, "Well." My father looks up and repeats, "Well, what?" What about my question? I place a hand on my hip as I ask, "Did you have the disc stolen from me while I was at the hospital?" "You want the truth. For Aries' sake." "Yes, that's why I've come. I want the truth." "Hades." I inquire, "Why do you keep asking that question? The truth isn't always so easy, and to answer your other question, no and yes." I say, surprised by his reply, "What did you say?" "I didn't order that the disc be taken from you, but once Orthos brought it to me, I did keep it." "How could you?" I raise my gun arm, aim at him, and question, "How could you do that?" He balls his hand and hits the top of his desk as he snaps, "What do you want me to say?" "The disc has important information on it." My father slams the fist harder on the desk and yells, "Of course, I took it back." I stand there for several seconds, thinking over what he said, and then I reply, "You're right." I calm myself and let my training take over. I would have done the same thing. I can't kill you for that. Concerning Mom's death, there's not enough evidence to condemn or acquit. I lower the gun and tell him, "For now, I won't kill you, but don't think for a moment you're off the hook." He asks as he sits, "Now what? What more is there to say?" I peer down at him, noticing how old and frail he looks, and here I stand, his own flesh and bone, ready to close his life. "I'm satisfied with your answers. I'll leave and continue my search, but before I do, I have to know one thing. Why didn't I know that your name was Janice? It was like you erased it." "It was erased," he answers. "When someone takes one of the top 3 seats in the Sphinx Corporation, they have to leave a part of themselves behind. I decided to abandon my middle name." "Oh, I didn't know that." I turn and start to head for the door as I tell him, "I'll be leaving now." Mr. Griffin's view. I panic. I should be relieved that she's leaving, but our conversation can't end this way. So I blurt, "Kimberly, wait." She pauses and turns back to me, and then I say, "Kimberly, I stare at the folders on my desk and decide that now is the time. I motion to the chair she stands in front of, and then I say, "Please have a seat. There's something I want to tell you." She remains standing a little wary of me. I wish she would sit, but I go ahead and begin. "Your mother and I decided long ago not to tell you, but I think it's about time you knew." "What's that?" I don't know how to put it, so I remain in silence. "So," she utters when I say nothing. "What do you want to tell me? I've got other places to be." "First, let me start from the beginning. Over 30 years ago." Kimberly's view. Not again. Why does he always start with the history lesson? Why can't he get right to the point? I don't have time for this. Chapter 19. The Archames Collection. 1:52 a.m. Near one of the Hellenistic sector's boundaries. The factory. Mavin prepared a large room for the Archames collection. He had purchased the lot overseas with the factory's credits and expected the shipment sometime today, and he couldn't contain his excitement. "Who knows what I might find?" he told a worker who was helping him, "or what historical treasure is held within it. I have a feeling it's going to be remarkable." The worker didn't say anything back to him, only shrugged. A council SCM walked into the room and stated, "Mr. Crackerjack, a delivery has arrived for you." "Excellent," he said. "Have it brought in." The SCM activated a radio and relayed, "Bring it in." Within minutes, men with dollies rolled in crate after crate, and when they finished bringing in the boxes, one of the men grabbed a crowbar and started prying off a lid. No, Mavin called and walked to the man. "I'll uncrate the boxes. You may leave." The delivery man nodded, and once he received Mr. Crackerjack's signature on an HHC, all but the original worker left. Mavin grabbed the crowbar, pried the lid off the first crate, and looked inside. He found old parchments, put on white gloves, and removed a few. They were sheet music. He looked through them, studying the score. "Most interesting," Mavin muttered as he straightened his glasses. "It is too bad this is all Japanese to me." He looked through a few more of them as he continued muttering, "But it would seem Archames surpassed Jin in at least one thing." He finished a musical piece. Mavin returned to the first sheet, entitled, "Closing of Days." He put a gloved finger to his chin as he told the worker, "I know I've seen these words referenced before. Do you remember where?" The worker asked. "I do remember. It was on the parchment I had Mr. Pinchbeck read. It spoke of the rushlight and the closing of days." He shrugged, and then he stated, "I can do nothing more with this. I should send it to a friend of mine. He majored in Pythagoras, a study of music and its relationship with mathematics. I believe he now works at the Sphinx Corporation 3rd Branch Office in the Research and Development Department. Maybe he can tell me if there's anything significant about this piece." Mavin placed each paper in an individual protective clear plastic cover and made a copy of each. He retrieved an envelope, placed the sheet music copies in it, and phoned for a bonded courier, and soon one arrived. He handed the courier the envelope and instructed, "The address is on the package. I want it hand-delivered to Dinley. No one else is to receive it but him. Is that understood?" "Yes, Mr. Crackerjack," the courier replied. "My job isn't done until I put it in the hands of Dinley." "Excellent. Get it there as quickly as possible." The courier left as Mavin removed his cell phone and dialed a number, and when it connected, he said, "Ah. Din, good you're still up. It's Mavin." "Yes, it has been a long time. Listen, I've sent you a package. Can you do me a favor and take a look at the sheet music I've sent you? They're for a project I'm working on. Excellent. Let me know whatever you can about them, and by the way, keep it on the down low. Excellent. Goodbye. Mavin hung up, turned to the other crates, and told the worker, now for the next box. 1:53 OM. Hellenistic Sector, Residential Vicinage. Nexus Apartments. A clock alarm blared in apartment G, and Zax groaned as he rolled over and slapped the top of it, ending the annoying sound. He sat up and rubbed his stubbly face, thinking that one morning he'd like to sleep in, not get up every hour, and monitor the apartment next door. Zax left the master bedroom, walked down the hall, and went into the living room. Maybe he wouldn't complain so much if they would do something entertaining. Maybe they could have a pillow fight wearing lingerie. Kim could wear red and Cat black, and they would be like chocolate and cherries, but he didn't think Cat even owned pajamas. Since it was his dream, he guessed they wouldn't be wearing anything. Yep, time for a cold shower. After some time, he looked at data from a motion detector and could tell that no one was home. They had left separately, and he thought one of them would be home by now and hoped nothing bad had happened. Zax placed wireless headphones on. The device was connected to the audio of the surveillance cameras. He headed back to the master bedroom and into the bathroom, and then he grabbed a toothbrush, put paste on it, and walked into the bedroom. He watched the first station's monitors as he brushed his teeth. Nothing of interest happened. Zax returned to the bathroom, spit, and rinsed, and then he grabbed his electric shaver, shaved, returned to the kitchen, and made coffee. Boring. Zax took a sip of the dark brew and made a face. It needed more cream, so he added the light-colored liquid, dialed a cell, and activated the speakerphone. He took another sip as the phone rang. A man answered his call. Hello. This is the delivery man. Who am I speaking with? Zax asked, and then he added, I would like to make a report to RG. This is Tate, he replied. RG isn't in right now. I can take a message. Zax recognized the voice as one of the security officers who manned the front desk. He said, okay, tell RG. He looked at his watch, and then he stated, a little after 2 a.m. and neither Kimberly nor Catherine have returned. All's quiet. I'll be emailing the detailed report. Got it, Tate replied. Delivery man out. Zax spoke, hung up, and mumbled to himself. Where could RG be this early in the morning? It's the first time RG wasn't in-house for my hourly phone-in. He shrugged, guessing even RG had a life, but still, where could his boss be this time in the morning? 2 a.m. Hellenistic Sector, Manufactories Vicinage. Minotaur Refinery. Ryan Gordon stepped outside and then paused, looking at the cloudy mass. A limo pulled up, and then a chauffeur exited the vehicle, ran around, and opened the back door. Mr. Gordon, the male driver greeted, put one hand behind his back, and waited. To think, the sun once shone on this land. It once gave life, warmth, and beauty, Ryan told the chauffeur. Now, all we have is bleakness, dreariness, and the cold. Yes, Mr. Gordon, the chauffeur stated. Ryan paused for another minute and watched as a few black droplets fell from the sky. The chauffeur opened an umbrella and held it over his employer, and soon hundreds then thousands of raindrops poured. The clouds turned jet black as purple lightning flashed and thunder pealed. Ryan entered the back and sat. The chauffeur shut the door and ran around to the driver's side, splashing through small puddles of tainted rain. He sat in the front, dried his uniform off with a towel, and started up the engine, and it roared to life. He asked, Where to, Mr. Gordon? The Sphinx Corporation 3rd Branch Office, Charles. It's time I met with an old friend. Yes, sir, Charles spoke as he pulled through the Minotaur's front gate. Ryan removed an HHC from his dark blue business suit, opened up an internet access, and typed an email. The arrival of Mr. Pinchbeck had brought up many interesting questions, and he would have to talk with Mr. Griffin about it. He wanted to get his take on the situation, but first, he needed an appointment. He couldn't just barge in. Ryan sent the email, but that did mean he would have to wait, and he said, Charles. Yes, sir. Once we arrive at the business vicinage, find me an all-night diner. I could use some breakfast. Ryan also thought it would give him more time to compose his questions. Chapter 20. The Treehouse, 2:03 a.m. Hellenistic Sector, Cultural Vicinage. Genesis Arboretum. Inside the Sphere Room. Catharine's view. I frantically limp into a cluster of green elephant ear plants, trying to find some place to hide. I pause and kneel to one knee, keeping my injured leg stretched out behind me as I try to blend in with the large heart-shaped leaves. I roll over and sit on my butt and wince as my leg twinges. I roll up my pants with some difficulty, and then I rub my knee, unable to bend it for it's swollen up to the size of a red grapefruit. I rub the knee, but my gaze is glued to the tracking device. The dot that represents Stephanie sporadically moves around the area. Sometimes the dot comes towards me and sometimes it moves away. The dot moves toward me again as I rub my throbbing leg. I'm still okay because she doesn't come that close and changes direction again. Stephanie moves farther away, and I focus on my leg. The pain hasn't subsided, and my knee looks like it has gotten even bigger, like a volleyball. Not really, but it feels that way. I'm in no condition to run, so I can't let Stephanie find me. She's been kicking my butt, so I can only imagine what she'll do to me while I'm injured. I roll my pants leg down. I look back to the device I stole borrowed off of Argus. The dot stops and starts toward my position again, so I stand with the help of the shovel and prepare to flee. From my hiding spot, I see two of the bridges in the distance that lead to the small island the large banyan stands on. Stephanie walks across one of the bridges. Why is she going back to Adams? Is she going after my gun? Oh, no. Does Stephanie know about the music box? I glance at the shovel. I have to get back to the treehouse and retrieve the music box. My sanity depends on it. Some distance away, in the treehouse, Stephanie's view. I can't believe this, I utter as I exit the stairs, panting but not from exhaustion. Didn't I tell you that you need an elevator? Sweat speckles my face as I continue. Your stairs should be more open and not so tight and stuffy. I see Adam standing by the table, and in his hand, he's holding a small object. At first, I thought I saw an image of a woman hovering over the device, but then when I blink, the ghostly image disappears. I probably just imagined her after having to come up those stairs that seemed to swallow me. I'm still not sure what I saw, so I point and question, "What's that? Is it some sort of mini TV?" Adam acts all innocent as he turns to me and asks, "What is what? What is that thing in your hand?" I question, feeling better now that I'm out in the open. He makes a fist around the small silver object, drops his hand to his side, and answers, "It belongs to the weed." He peers at me, and I hear a little concern in his voice as he questions me, "Have you killed the weed? Is that why you've come? Have you come to inform me the deed's done?" I notice his worried expression and wonder where his look of disgust for Pandora went. What has changed since I left the treehouse? "No, I haven't killed her yet," I answer and think back, but not with disappointment. I tell him I let her fool me, and I allowed myself to believe she was inferior. I won't make that mistake again. Adam's view. I put the music box in my pocket and demand, "Why are you here then?" "I want her things. I believe she'll come for them," Cerberus answers me as she glances around the treehouse. And then she says, "If Pandora hasn't already." "The weed's backpack is there," I inform Cerberus as I point beside the stairs. And then I tell her, "Get it and leave my home." Cerberus questions me, and I could swear I hear a hint of mischief. Has my welcome worn out already? I glare at her with a different loathing than I have for Pandora. Cerberus' crimes against the world are of her own making, not a chance of fate, and I tell her, "You were never welcomed." Cerberus puts a hand over her heart as she insists, "That hurts. I always saw you as my grandfather. My great-great-great-grandfather." She grabs the backpack and tries to act sincerely as she states, "A man dear to me. Don't you remember when I used to play at your feet?" I don't buy it, and I inform her, "I remember many things about you." I sneer as I say, "A sweet child at play isn't one of them." "Oh, well." Cerberus shrugs. "The council. Their name angers me," and I snap. "I don't care what the council has to say." Stephanie's view. I like provoking people, so I continue, seeing how ticked off he is about them. And I say, "The council wishes that you would return to the Sphinx Corporation. They could use your expertise on a problem that has come up. They have a problem with the Type 3 model of unmen. I'm retired, and I'm staying that way. Remember, I left Sphinx," Adam tells me, walks over to another set of stairs that leads up to a second floor, and adds, "I left all of you for good." "Oh, come on," I mock him, and then I question, "Does anyone really leave?" I head for the stairs that leads to the ground level and grimace, knowing what I'll have to go through just to make it back to the ground. I do wish he would make these stairs wider. I start down, pause, and without turning to him, I demand, one other thing, don't interfere with my hunt. I'll kill Pandora. There's nothing you can do to stop me. What could the council be thinking to let Cerberus loose? And why do they want the weed dead? I thought she was their pride and joy. I shake my head. What do I care? I'm retired. I left it all behind, so the council can worry about their own problems. Some distance away, Catherine's view. I continue to watch the treehouse as I hide among the elephant ear plants. I watch for some time, and then I see Stephanie emerge from the center of the banyan tree. I notice she's carrying my backpack. Crap, Stephanie anticipated my move. I'll have to engage her if I want my gun and stuff back, and I do want my stuff. I can't leave without Preacher's Bible and a few other items that are within the backpack that are dear to me, and other things are precious to me. I rub my sore and throbbing knee. I'm no match for her in my condition, so first things first. I turn to the treehouse and see Adam making his way to the second floor. Before he disappears into the canopy, I watch him remove an object from his pocket, and it glints in the artificial sunlight. I look in Stephanie's direction and my nemesis is nowhere in sight. I glance at the tracking device as the dot moves away from my location, and I turn back to the treehouse. I watch Adam as he reappears on the second floor, and there he walks out to a second balcony and activates the interactive interface. How did he turn on the hologram? I hobble toward the treehouse. I don't know, but I have to get the music box back. I have to, so I can start healing my leg. Chapter 21. 2 views. 2:25 a.m. Adam's view. From my vantage point on the second-story balcony, I somberly watch Cerberus leave my skyline abode with the weed's backpack. I don't care who wins the battle for, in my mind. They both deserve to die. One, it is because of what she's done, and for the other, it is because of what she'll do. I walk out to the ledge, remove the music box, place my fingers on the sides, and activate the data storage unit. And the interactive interface materializes before me once again. I am still amazed by this technology of light and waves even after what I've seen and created over my long life. It is safe to talk, the hologram states. There is not that much time, so I will get to the point. You need to give this music box back to Catherine. The council has altered her genetically, and the melody it plays is the only thing that resets her body chemistry. Altered her genetically, by all the sciences. I utter, and then I ask, how and why? The hologram's view. You should already know all of this. I tell Adam. You were once a part of them. Did you allow the council to move forward without your knowledge? Adam keeps posing these time-consuming questions, so I quickly move past my outrage and answer, ignoring my own questions and trying to move things along. The council altered her adrenal gland so her body can produce ultra-epi. They didn't. What were they thinking? They didn't. As for what they were thinking, you will have to ask them. I mimic how Teresa would respond, so anger notably rises in my voice as I return to my questions and ask, where were you, Adam? Where were you when all of this was going on? Hades, you can't put all of this on me. He yells at me, and then he states, remember, I left long ago. Why can't I blame you? I inquire as I glare at him, and then I state, Teresa Griffin gave up her life trying to change things. What have you done? I look around the large sphere room at the haven he created, and then I say, you have created a glimpse of what used to be. Adam, it is time you owned up to what you did. It is time you own up to what you and Teresa did. What do you want from me? He bows his head as if he's ashamed as he questions, what in all the sciences do you want me to do? The past is the past. Haven't I atoned enough? I do not know if you can ever atone for what you did. I reply, and then I plead, but I do want you to continue the crusade. I want you to finish what you two started so long ago. He stares at his aged hands and admits, I don't know if I can. At least try, Adam. I speak softly, at least try. He glances over his world, and we hear the artificial ocean roar in the distance. Adam turns back to me and asks, wouldn't it be better if we destroyed the weed? No, of course not. I yell, and then I calmed myself and say, I know you are thinking about this planet, but how can it get any worse? Adam's view. Believe me, there are ways. I turn my sight from the hologram to the koi pond below, and I think about a past we forged, a dark past that Pandora is a part of. She could destroy the world. Horrible new images of our future come to mind, and I turn to the hologram and say, the weed could destroy everything. I cannot believe you. Are you willing to destroy one woman's life, presuming it will prevent an even worse catastrophe? Her face softens as she inquires, what if Catherine is the hope? What if she is the only hope for this world? Are you willing to gamble on that and kill her? The question should be, are you willing to let her live, knowing she could destroy everything? The hologram insists, we do not know that. I frown as the hologram sidesteps my argument, and then I speak, you didn't answer my question. She remains silent, so I say, "You do have a point. We don't know either way, so what should we do? Take the first step to stopping the closing of days and bring about the hope of this world. Give this music box back to Catherine." The hologram turns her head as if searching the room, and then she states, "I detect her presence. Catherine is here." Moments earlier, below the treehouse, Catherine's view. Before starting up what seems like 1,000 steps in my condition, I place the tracking device in my pocket and take a deep breath. I don't know what I'll return to. Will I see the raging Adam again who called me a weed and tried to choke me, or will I see? I don't know, but I can't wait here any longer. So I do my best and go up the first set of stairs. I leave the shovel at the bottom. It would be too hard to use on the narrow winding passage. I hobble upwards already tired from my fight and then later flight from Stephanie. It takes me some time to make it up to the first story, time that allows me to worry. I'm so afraid he has destroyed the music box, and if he hasn't, I'm terrified he'll refuse to hand over what's mine. The life I exist in completely depends on that music box. If I can't enter the drifting time and reset myself, I don't even want to think about what will happen to me. I labor on the second set of stairs, and after a few minutes of hopping, I finally reach the second story. I'm out of breath, but I still manage to demand, "Give it back." I hobble toward Adam a few steps, supporting myself on the wall as I demand again, "Give me back my music box." The second story has a large entry that leads to 2 doors. One door must be his bedroom and the other door has to be his bathroom. He and the hologram turn toward me as I yell. I'm greatly relieved he hasn't destroyed the music box. "Catherine." "Oh, look at you," the hologram says and asks, "Are you all right?" I could cry at seeing a friendly face, but I hold it in as I reply, "I'm fine." I glance down at my injured knee and underplay it by saying, "I'm only a little banged up." I take another hopping step toward Adam. I get as close as I can in case I can leap for him, and then I demand for the third time, "Adam, give me the music box." Adam's view. I ignore Pandora, turn to the hologram, and say in a hushed tone, "I don't know what to do." The hologram replies in a tender voice, "Stop hiding, Adam, in this wonderful world you've created. Look with unhindered eyes. Look beyond this fake world you have shielded yourself in, and you will see." I can't understand why this projection of light and sound has placed such a burden on me. I think on the hologram's words, and then I say, "All I see is a weed. All I see is a weed that has gotten into the garden." Then what I have said has not convinced you. I don't know what the original Teresa programmed you for or what she was thinking at the time, but if she lived today, she would see what I see. I inform the hologram, and then I glare at Pandora and say, "She would see a weed that needs exterminating." The hologram asks, "What will you do?" I admit, I don't know. The same indecisive old man. The hologram scolds me, "Come out of your pretend garden. You will see that the planet is dying. Maybe a weed is what we need. Maybe it is something that will survive in this decaying world." I chuckle at the hologram, and then I ask, "Are you mad?" I add as I think about the council, "Has the whole world gone mad?" "Maybe the world is mad." The hologram answers me, "But who are you to judge? You abandoned us." I say, "That might be true, but..." Catherine's view. While they talk in hushed tones, I can't make out what they're saying, but I can tell their conversation is heated. What's so important that they're ignoring me? My leg distracts me, and I focus on the pain as it worsens. I won't be able to bear it much longer. My whole body trembles, and my knee seethes with leg-jerking pain, so I want them to shut up. I want them to shut up and listen to me. At first, I can only muster a murmur and speak, "Give me the music box." I don't care that they're talking or what they're talking about, so I scream like a savage tigress, interrupting Adam, "Give me what's mine." The hologram's view. I look at Catherine, and then I tell Adam, "There is nothing I can do to stop you. I know you. You will take whatever action you like." I pause and try to think of something else to say, but I can't think of anything, so I tell him, "I will leave you two to talk." Adam's view. I turn my attention to Pandora. The weed dares to return. She dares to soil my home with her malignant presence. I question the weed. "Why should I give you the music box?" Pandora screams at me, "It's mine. And what makes it yours?" I demand as I look over her bruised and battered body. "Cerberus plowed over you real good. Why didn't she finish you?" Pandora ignores my question, so I ask another, "Did you buy it or did you steal the music box?" Catherine's view. No. I think back to the day I found the item sitting beside me on a table, and I tell him, "It was given to me." By whom? I don't know a lot of things, but I know within my being that the music box belongs to me, and I know that it's a gift of sorts. I finally answer him, "I don't know. The hologram said it belonged to me, so that makes it mine." Now, I bend over in agony as a spasm shoots up my leg, and it hurts. It hurts so much I whimper, and then I speak louder, "Give it back. I need it. Please. Give it back. Adam's view. What does the hologram know of life and risk? I consider the possibilities and decide the hologram knows more than she's telling me. So I inquire of the weed. And have you ever asked the hologram who gave it to you? No, she admits, and then she asks me, why would she know? The weed has a valid question. What did the real Teresa Griffin program into the music box? I turn my back on the weed and state, I didn't say the hologram knew. I only questioned if you ever asked her. Catherine's view. I scan the room for a weapon. I'll need one if Adam refuses to hand it over. Please, I beg, and I almost cry again. Give it back. I need it. Adam's view. I look into her pleading hazel eyes, and they're eyes that look so childlike. But she won't fool me. I know what she is. She can't hide her true face from me, and I answer her. No, I won't give it to you. I've had my say, so I start to turn and walk away. My error. For Pandora grits her teeth as her face goes wild like some tormented animal, and the torment greatly twists her insides, and she snaps like a rabid tigress. Give it back. I'm aghast by the fierceness I see in her untamed expression, and I feel my face pale as her innocent demeanor turns into something vicious. I take a step back toward my bedroom. There's no place to run, not from the monster I see. I've never seen such a savage look before in those eyes. I see a purple spark in them, and I know it's a glimmer of rage, hatred, and pain, and yet there's something else. There's something dark. I glance at the music box. Is the hologram right? Should I give it to the weed? Can I dare not and accept the consequences? With a trembling hand, I give it to her, and maybe I can still gain something by giving in. Catherine's view. I've scared him, and I feel my face redden with shame, and I whimper. Sorry. I push from the wall as far as my right hand will allow, and with my left, I reach for the music box. I didn't mean to snap. It's just, I'm in so much pain. Adam's view. My plan works, and I catch a glimpse of the star mark on her left palm, and my fear subsides, or more like moves to the back of my mind. The weed does have Jin's cipher. Frustrated over too many conceivable fruits that can be produced by this development, I contemplate the future. What does it mean that the weed and the sapling have Jin's cipher? Perhaps the hologram's right. In my attempt to hide from the world, I've missed much. Maybe it's time I come out of hiding and did something. Maybe I should re-enter the world of the suffering and search for the cure to our sick planet. Pandora takes the music box, leans her back against the wall, opens it to make sure the melody still plays, and when the notes ring out, she closes the lid. I didn't think you would give it back. She places it against her heart as she admits, I thought I was going to have to fight for it. A fight I had no chance of winning. Pandora seems sincere as she says, thank you. Thank you so much. She's actually thanking me. She has the gall to thank me. I glare at her and loathing seethes from my voice as I say, don't thank me, weed. If I had my way, I would kill you. You keep telling me that, but you won't tell me why, she says then as if a suspicious thought crosses her mind. Pandora accuses me. This was what you had in mind, wasn't it? You wanted to lure me here under the guise you tell me about organic mecha. You took advantage of my desperation, and you did all this so you could hurt me. Do you work for the council? No, don't be ridiculous. I snap. Of course I don't work for them. I don't understand. I never did anything to you, so why did you try to kill me? She asks. Pandora asks me as if she's a little afraid of the answer. Why do you call me the weed? Do you know who or what I am? You have to tell me. I stare deep into her seemingly normal face, and it's a face I've gazed into many times before in our past during my futile search for solutions. She seems to have forgotten a lot of things about our past. I contemplate my response, place both hands on my cane, stand straight, and ask, what do you think? You're hiding something. She accuses me. You know what I am. I heave from decades of guilt. It's a burden I alone carry, and then I answer, yes, I know what you are. I point a bony finger at her and shout, you're an abomination. Chapter 22. The Jackal. 13 days earlier. October 12th, 7:51 p.m. Hellenistic sector, Old Business Vicinage. Drip. The megacity of Noir was named after the French word for black, and in the middle of the megacity, and in one of many places of infamy, flickering streetlights and neon signs cast a false hope on Wayfaring Lane. Society's outcasts toiled out an existence in this place of misery, and people lined the street selling what they could. Some of the things were legal and others illegal. Many of those who lived there lost all thoughts of a better future, and they lived only for the moment. Drip. Many people filled the street as evening approached. Before his run-in with the blonde, Wilbert Williams skulked the shadows of Wayfaring Lane and kept out of the glow of the streetlights. He hunched over as he walked with his hands in his pockets. Wilbert wore a WMB which he strapped around his head. The air filter covered most of his face, hiding his identity as he hungrily studied the people. He was hungry as any jackal for his prey. Drip. He walked by a narrow passage between buildings and paused. 3 junkies huddled in a corner down the dead-end alley, and they shared a needle of sunna snaps. Wilbert eyed the high, helpless woman. He thought about how much fun he could have with her and then put his mind back on the job. It had to be completed first. He could come back for her later if all went well. Wilbert Aka. The jackal continued his skulk, staying in the shadows. As an illicit closer or illegal assassin, the jackal had to be more careful than a life closer. If he was caught, it would mean his death or worse. A street sanitizer drove across the potholed road past the alley and Wilbert and splattered a bit of the tainted rain on his pants. He shook his leg as if that action would rid him of the black mess as he cursed. Puck. I hate those things. Pucking machines. This was my best outfit. I guess I can buy a new one once I'm done with the job. But I still hate those things. He prowled on, ever watchful for his prey. His client, Mr. Topa, informed him the mark would be in the area, and that he should have no problems eliminating him. The mark had no bodyguards. Drip. A group of people headed his way, and Wilbert paused, leaning on a grubby. He moved his head as if staring at the sidewalk but kept his eyes on the group. They were street kids laughing, joking, and looking to get into trouble. They ignored him and walked by. Wilbert waited until the laughing bunch was far down the street from him, and then he continued his hunt. No need to let hyenas interfere with him. They could make things messy. He walked on and spotted the building he'd been looking for. A large sign on the outside read the kitchen. It was Wayfaring Lane's shelter, and was run by the Mark. Now all Wilbert had to do was wait until the Mark showed up and then take him out. Drip. Sometime later. Preacher. An old bag lady shouted. She stood not too far from Wilbert. Leaving his thoughts, Wilbert turned to where the old woman waved and saw the man she was waving to waving back. The man must be him. Wilbert removed an HHC and glanced at the photo of the Mark. Yes, that was Norman Odin. He searched the area, trying not to be too obvious, and the Mark had no bodyguards like Topa had told him. Wilbert turned, so he didn't appear to be watching him, but he still had a very good view of the Mark. Dumb-pucking rich kid. He must have thought he owned this place if he was strutting around here without any muscle. Preacher ran across the street to the old woman as he questioned her. You need some help, Martha. Hades. Yes. My cart's stuck, and I can't lift it out by myself. It's down the alley. Can you give me a hand? Sure. Lead on. Preacher followed after her and questioned. Martha, have you seen Kat? We were supposed to have dinner together. I did. She told me to tell you she had a meeting and may not make the date. The bag lady paused and then elbowed him in the ribs as she said, You old dog you. When are you two going to start dating for real? Dating? Huh. If it were up to me, I'd be married to her by now. But Kat has some issues she needs to work out. Issues? What kind of issues? Preacher scratched his head, wondering how to explain her situation. And then he said, Unmen. What the Hades are you talking about? Are there other men in her life? Not in the way you're thinking, he answered as he chuckled. And then he added, And you wouldn't believe me even if I tried to explain. Drip. Wilbert watched the two walk further down the long alley, and he thought it was too easy as he pulled a gun and slowly followed behind them. Way too pucking easy. Chapter 23. Preacher's closing. 8:41 p.m. Drip. Wilbert followed Preacher and the bag lady down an otherwise empty alley. He wasn't a real preacher. The people of Wayfaring Lane called him that because he spoke often of a one true God who loved them, and he helped those who were in need. He would give you the shoes right off his feet if you needed them. Norman came from a rich family and could have done anything with his life, but he chose to help those that society abandoned. Preacher wished he could do more, but his family disowned him when he chose this path. His family's credits and influence could have come in handy, so Norman did what he could with donations and what little the Sphinx Corporation gave him. To the people of Wayfaring Lane, he was a hero and a godsend. Preacher and Martha didn't suspect anyone followed them and enjoyed a conversation as Wilbert continued stalking them. Preacher and Martha stopped at a shopping cart filled with odds and ends she'd gathered over the years. Discarded junk had become her treasure and was tucked safely in her mobile abode. Preacher helped her pull her heavy cart out of a pothole. There you go, Martha, he said. Then he examined the cart's wheels and frame, and he told her, It looks undamaged. Oh, thank you. She took hold of the cart, pushed it back the way they came, and paused, turning to him as she spoke. Norman, if Kat doesn't make it back in time for your date, how about taking this old lady out? I will take you out either way. I believe grilled cheese and tomato soup is on the menu tonight at the kitchen. You're on. All right, meet me at the kitchen at 9 p.m. and bring your appetite. I always have that with me, Martha told him as she pushed her cart forward and stopped as a stranger blocked her way. Excuse me, she said. Noticed the stranger held a gun and panicked. Norman. Preacher hurried to her side as he questioned her. What is it? He noticed the gun and then asked the man who held it, What do you want? Drip. Wilbert glanced behind himself. No one could see them down the alley from the main street, and he murmured, Too pucking easy. Wilbert answered, I'm here for a closing. He aimed for her. No. Preacher stepped in front of her and threw up his arms to shield Martha. Actually, you're the Mark, Wilbert told him, then shot and hit him. Preacher had no time to react. He heard the shot and felt something slam into his chest, and the impact caused him to take a few steps back. He looked down at his blue t-shirt as a dot of dark liquid appeared and slowly spread. Preacher grabbed his chest with one hand and looked at her. He grasped the cart with the other hand to keep himself up and yelled, "Run, Martha." She took a few steps back and gasped. Paralyzed with fear, she turned to the stranger. She couldn't move, let alone flee. "Martha, run." Preacher yelled again. She shook her head, reached her hand inside her ragged clothes, and pulled out a whistle. Martha took a deep breath and blew. The whistle's high-pitched screech echoed across the alley, and within seconds, a crowd of people ran to them. "What's going on?" a large man inquired. Martha lifted her hand and pointed a finger at the stranger as she screamed, "He shot Preacher." The large man yelled as he bent down and picked up a beer bottle. "He did what?" Wilbert turned, aiming his gun at the group and threatened them. "Back up or I'll shoot." He panicked as more people showed up. "I said back up." The large man lifted the bottle to throw it, and Wilbert shot, shattering the glass all over the man as Wilbert yelled, "I said back up. The next one who moves toward me, I'll kill." "Catch colds." The old lady cursed. "I'll murder you." Preacher slumped to his knee and begged her, "Don't, Martha." Wilbert turned as she swung a golf club she'd pulled from her cart, and she hit him across the face, damaging the WMB and cut a deep gash over Wilbert's right eye. Blood flowed from the wound as Wilbert shot and hit her in the shoulder, and she fell back, holding her arm. Wilbert grabbed his face. His eye was undamaged, but blood blurred his vision, so he removed the damaged mask, dropped it to the alley, and wiped gore from his face. Wilbert turned as the group of people charged him, and he shot wildly, hitting only the alley wall, but he sent the group fleeing back to Wayfaring Lane. Wilbert found it hard to breathe without the mask and gasped for air. "We're under attack." The large man yelled down Wayfaring Lane before taking cover inside the kitchen. Wilbert ran after them, wanting only to escape. He struggled to breathe as he reached the main road, and from a second-story window, someone opened fire on him with a rifle. Women screamed and people took cover as Wilbert dove behind a car, and then he fired blindly at the second story. He gasped, finding he could breathe somewhat better, but not by much. Drip. He was pucked because he had been careless. Wilbert didn't even know if the mark was dead. He needed to get out of this mess. The gunman from the second story opened fire on him again, and sparks from the ricochet ignited some newspapers sitting inside the car, and a small fire took off. For fear the car would explode, Wilbert bolted and fled Wayfaring Lane as he tucked his gun back into hiding and glanced back. No one pursued him. Wilbert rushed past a woman who stood and stared at the panic on the street in shock. She had short spiky hair and wore a single strap backpack. Drip. The present. October 25th. Monday, 2:18 a.m. Central City. NCPF. Main station. Drip. Wilbert blinked open his eyes and looked around. He had been sleeping in one of the NCPF cells as a faucet dripped beside him. It was a dream. He had been dreaming of what happened on Wayfaring Lane. He really messed up on that job. He sat up, stood, tightened the faucet, and the dripping stopped. All he was waiting on now was to be transported to the Assassin Guild's Magistrate Hall, and once there, he would soon face his judgment. Wilbert rubbed his stubbly face. He had been careless again and let the blonde take him down, and now he was a dead man. Chapter 24. It's the Project. 2:37 a.m. Hellenistic Sector, Business Vicinage, Sphinx Corporation, the Chairman's Office, Mr. Griffin's View. The chest-gripping anxiety over whether or not my daughter would murder me has passed, only to be replaced by apprehension. I look at the new and old folders on my desk, deciding my next move. I'm about to tell my daughter a secret that has burdened me the last 3 troublesome days. "Kimberly, please have a seat," I say as I motion to the chair she stands in front of. And then I tell her, "I think you might want to sit for this news." "I think I'll stand now. Tell me what's on your mind," she says. I clear my throat, unsure how to start and tell her something like this. And then I begin. 30 years ago, your mother was pregnant with our second child. She was. You never told me, Kimberly states as many thoughts must be rushing through her mind. Then she slowly sits and places her gun on the chair beside her. She questions me, what happened? Teresa delivered the child, and we were told the child died. I answer her as anger rises within me again. I want to find out who did this to us, and I want to make them suffer for it. Kimberly's view. Oh, I utter as if it really doesn't mean anything to me, but as I contemplate experiences I could have had, I realize my loss. I had a sibling. I would have had someone to spend my childhood with, and there could have been someone I could have watched out for. I ask with a grieving heart, boy or girl? Mr. Griffin's view. Girl, I answer as I study my daughter's face. What's this doing to her? What will Kimberly do once I tell her the next thing? Maybe now is a bad time. Maybe I should wait. Kimberly's view. I stare at my lap. I always wanted a sister, someone to grow up with. The next thought saddens me. My life might have been different. I might not have become a life closer. And I might have found happiness. I set the safety on my gun and place the weapon in my purse. And then I search my father's light blue eyes, wondering if he mourns as I do for the lost life and a life we would have had with her that's lost forever. Since my mom's death, he distanced himself from me as he created a wall and wouldn't let me in. And I gave up trying to break it down years ago. Recently, he tried to tear down the wall himself, but at that point, I had no heart to reconnect. Today we're bonding over an atrocity, but old wounds are hard to heal. I don't know what to say until a detail in his explanation comes back to me, and I look up and say, wait. I wonder if there's more to the post-negated closing confession and state, you said you were told the child died. Did something else happen? He nods as he unfolds the last secret to me by saying, a couple of days ago, I came across a file, and it stated that my child lived and that my second daughter is still alive. I found another file that stated Teresa Griffin was present during the first Crossgate event. She was 18 days pregnant. It also stated that study of the child could be valuable to the second trial. I shake my head, not understanding the things he's telling me, and then I question, what is the first Crossgate event? I don't know, he tells me as I hear the disappointment in his voice, and then he adds, I'm still searching for information on it and the second trial, but I have yet to find anything on them. He glances at the folders on his desk, and then he continues, I did find more files on Teresa. Your mother went into labor early and delivered the baby in good health. The vice president decided to take the child away from us and study the effects of the Crossgate event on her development. He grits his teeth, enraged over what must be a grievous betrayal by the corporation. And then he says, your mother and I were told the baby died in childbirth. Sphinx did this to you. I utter, also shocked by the corporation's deceit. Yes, how could they do that to you and Mom? I question as I feel a piece of my heart rip out, and then I murmur, how could they do that to all of us? Tears run down my face for a sister lost and for a whole childhood forsaken. I sniff, wipe my eyes, and regain my composure. My outrage won't help me act. It won't help me take revenge if needed. So I ask, what does this mean? Mr. Griffin's view. Besides that Sphinx lied to us. I start and then take a deep breath, gathering my own realization and my own goal to search for justice. I proclaim, Kimberly, you have a sister out there, and she is your younger sister, and we need to find her. Who is she? She demands. I don't know her name, I reply, and then I look once more to the files that refuse to give up all their secrets. I only know that she's a project. She is a top-secret project Sphinx worked on. A project, she repeats, surprised by my declaration, and then she asks me, what's the project's name? Again, I have no answers for her, and I have no answers for myself. Hades, will my frustration ever end? I tell her, I don't know. I only know that they plan to use her as a weapon. Kimberly's view. His answer slams into me like a runaway bus, and I'm mentally knocked back. A project that's a weapon, she couldn't be. Could it be that I've already met my sister? I shake my head, refusing the notion. No, it has to be someone else. It can't be that woman. So I ask him, is there a way to tell if someone is my sister? My father answers me, a blood test or a DNA test. I find myself shaking my head for the third time as the fears I had earlier creep up into my mind again. Could my life be so twisted and cruel that she would be mine? No, I have to put that stupid thought far from my mind. But it's hard to. I need to be sure, and I need to know now. Those types of tests take time, I tell him, and then I ask, is there another way that's faster? He thinks over my question, and then he replies, I may have something. He opens his desk drawer, removes 2 rectangular cardboard boxes that are 6 inches long, and tells me, these kits test for stable flux RBC, or red blood cells, and of what I know about the first Crossgate event. Very few people were present and affected by the experiment, and all of them would have been adults except for the child your mother was carrying. They would have the stable flux RBC in their bloodstream, and these kits test for them. My father diverts from the conversation as he says, it won't be easy to find your younger sister. Who knows what the Sphinx Corporation has done with her and with all my resources? I have yet to find her. Mr. Griffin's view. I look at my older daughter, realizing Kimberly has something I don't. She has underworld connections. Maybe you'll have better luck. I say more as a plea to any god who's listening. And then I motion to the boxes as I tell her. The instructions are to prick a finger, allow a drop of blood to fall inside the tube, and wait 5 minutes for the results to show up on the stick. I have to go, she states as she takes the 2 kids, puts them in her purse, and stands to rush out. Now, don't you think we need to talk more about what happened? Don't you think we need to talk more about your mother's murder and your sister? No, at least not now, she answers me, and I can tell her mind's made up. There's someone I need to talk to. Kimberlys view. I head for the door as my thoughts are sectors away from the office. My sister can't be that woman. No, not that strange woman. It has to be anyone but her. I shiver out of dread, thinking of all I've gone through with this other person and what I've done to her. Could she really be my sister? It would be my luck and a cruel twist of fate. I rush to my car, wondering what am I going to do if it's true. Mr. Griffin's view. I stand as my daughter leaves the office, and I wonder where Kimberly's running off to. A thought crosses my mind as I notice how urgently she left. Has she already met her sibling, and if so, why didn't she tell me? Is she so mad at me she would keep the discovery all to herself? Chapter 25. How do I get out? 2:44 a.m. Hellenistic sector, cultural vicinage. Genesis Arboretum. Inside the sphere room. Catherine's view. You're an abomination. Adam yells at me. His words deeply hurt as I cling to the music box while I sit against the wall. My injured leg's extended in front of me, and it's throbbing, but the hurt's nowhere near the spirit-demeaning pain he has inflicted on me. I don't understand his hatred towards me. It's as if I've done something deserving his loathing, and I'm afraid to find out what that thing is. Who am I? I murmur, what am I? Adam's view. You're the result of an experiment that should never have been tried. I reply as I glare at her with disgust. And then I continue, you're something that shouldn't exist in this world. If she only knew that I aimed most of my disgust at myself, the wretched weed might understand more of the situation. The weed might be tall now, but mentally she is still so young. But her naivety gives her no excuse for what she has done. Catherine's view. I can't take the fear and uncertainty of not knowing anymore. I can't take the hatred beating down from him. And I scream, what am I? Tell me. I have a right to know. So tell me. You have a right. Ha! He mocks me. Don't make me laugh. He points at me again as he questions me. Who do you think you are? I don't know. I whisper in as my frustration grows. I shout all the more. I don't know. I grit my teeth, trying not to cry out in pain, and then I plead, tell me who I am. Who are you? Who are you? Adam yells. You are either the destroyer or savior of this world. I don't understand, I say as I place the music box in my pocket, stand with difficulty, and then demand, tell me what you mean. Adam's view. I remember my promise to the hologram, and so I say, you'll get no more out of me, weed. I notice her balled up hand, and I ask her, or do you think you can beat it out of me? If you won't tell me, shut up. Stop saying such mean things to me. She glances at her fist, then glares at me, and tells me, I don't need your help. She makes her way to the stairs, limping, and then she exits and heads down as she shouts over her shoulder, I don't need you. A few minutes pass, and then I go downstairs into the kitchen and hope I'm not wrong in listening to Teresa's hologram. I move to the coffee maker as I hope I'm not wrong in letting the weed go. Catherine's view. I slowly made my way down the first set of steps and searched the bottom of the stairs for the shovel. And it's nowhere in sight. Half distracted by his cruel words, I mutter, I know I put it here, looking for this. Stephanie questions as she steps from her hiding place around the banyan, holding the shovel. Her t-shirt with the smiley face is really starting to annoy me, and now I understand why she wore a different one each time we met. Stephanie has been mocking me the whole time, and since our first encounter at Hades Cemetery, Stephanie knew this fight would come. And by the looks of this latest t-shirt, she's sure of her victory. I don't see how I can win at this point and tightly hold on to the railing as exhaustion is taking its toll on me. I keep my weight off my bad leg as I suffer through the agony. And I ask, you're not going to stop, are you? Like the rest of them. I whisper, why can't you leave me alone? Come on. You know I can't, Stephanie states. Her face is still dirty from the earlier mud pie bashing. She adds, not till you're dead. So, Stephanie speaks as she rubs her hands together and then states, don't worry. I'll leave you alone very soon, but first, I have to pay you back for before. And it's going to hurt. It's going to hurt a lot. I'm still infuriated over my conversation with Adam. So I snap, fine. I lean my shoulder against one of the elongated roots to steady myself, put my fists up ready to defend what's left of my battered body, and yell, let's get this over. Get it over. Stephanie utters as if she doesn't understand my unconcerned behavior. I'm going to kill you. You make it sound like we're going to claw and pull each other's hair and then it'll be over. Yes, I want to get this over with. I yell and gripe. First off, I'm in pain, tired, and fed up. Second, I'm thirsty and hungry, and that's making me very cranky. Third, you're not the first to say they were going to murder me, and after a while, even that gets old. And fourth, you've been fighting me for hours and still haven't killed me. Really, what's there to be afraid of? I mock, though. Look at me. I'm trembling. I'm facing the dreaded hound of Hades. Stephanie starts as her face reddens with rage and a little embarrassment, and then she declares, I'm Cerberus. You're to fear me. You really tick me off. I blurt, get over yourself. There's nothing special about you. You're just another pawn for the council. Until you understand that, you're no better than some snapping dog on the end of a leash. I'm fighting back an urge to shriek at her in agony, so I drop my fists to my sides and mock as if I'm some child. I'm Cerberus. I'm Cerberus. Fear me. Don't you have any better lines? Stephanie howls, how dare you? She charges up the stairs as she swings with the shovel, and I raise my forearms and block. The impact of metal hitting bone rings out, and I wince in pain as she pays me back for my childish taunting. Stephanie swings the shovel a second and third time as she screams like a banshee, and I block each attack, but then the fourth blow topples me to the ground. I fall from the fifth step to the ground and hit the dirt hard. I push through the pain and scurry back on my two hands and my one leg as Stephanie comes after me. You're not mocking me now, Stephanie shouts as she jumps down and lands by my feet. Are you? I've got you on the run. What do you think of this snapping dog now? I grab a handful of dirt and throw it at her, but Stephanie uses the shovel and shields her face. I scurry back to the side of the stairs and use the steps to get back on my good leg. I hop, trying to keep my balance, and then Stephanie swings again. I grab the stairs with one hand, use them to lean back, evade the attack, then roll my body onto the stairs, and stand. Stephanie brings the shovel over her head and attacks twice, and the hits barely miss me and smack the stairs. I hop a couple of steps toward the edge and throw myself at Stephanie, knocking both of us to the ground, and we wrestle for the shovel. I punch her in the face, using my sore right arm. Stephanie counters with an elbow to my temple. I punch her again and spit in her eye. Stephanie wipes her face, and I wrench the shovel from her grip, roll off of her, and with the aid of the shovel, I stand. I move to the stairs and take position a few steps up. I grab a hold of the railing with my left hand and hold the shovel in the other ready to use it as a weapon. Stephanie slaps the ground with both hands, stands, points a finger at me, and accuses, "You fought dirty. Are you joking?" I exclaim out of breath as a breeze sweeps by us, cooling my sweat-speckled face. I didn't know we were following any rules. I'm fighting for my life here. I'll do what I must to survive. I know that. Do you think I'm an idiot? Stephanie yells and wipes dirt from her blue jeans and then approaches me. But she must see that she has no way of attacking me without getting hit by the shovel. You want to play that way? Fine. Stephanie marches over to one of the bridges where I notice my backpack. She opens it, removes the Beretta, turns, and aims. Crap! I yell, seeing no way out of this one. Stephanie has me, so I slowly lower the shovel and glance up the stairs. I can't make it back into the treehouse before Stephanie shoots, so that means I'm toast. See? I win. Stephanie sings victoriously and fires, and the bullet strikes the wall beside my head. Stephanie snarls and fires again, and the bullet strikes high above my head. Small pieces of the man-made banyan trickle down on my hair. Stephanie fires 3 more times and still misses me. What are you doing? I question as I brush the powdery debris from my hair. Are you actually shooting at me? I hobble down a couple of steps as I ask, or are you trying to kill the fake tree? Stephanie screams, come on. She opens fire as she shrieks, die. Oh crap! I yell as I practically fall down the steps and start for the next bridge over from Stephanie. I hobble all the way as shot after shot misses me. Come on, die, die, die! Stephanie yells as she continues firing till she empties the magazine and throws the gun down like it's a broken toy. Hades! I hear her scream. She's getting away. Hades, why can't I hit her? Stupid gun. The aim must be off on it. She mopes over her inability to hit me instead of giving chase. Why do they make cheap weapons like that? How am I supposed to maim people if the bullets don't go where I want them to? Why do I always get the defective guns? I flee back to the elephant ear plants and hide as best as I can. I remove the tracking device from my pocket and watch the dot. It moves toward me, stops, and returns to the treehouse. Stephanie's not giving chase, but she could easily catch me. I sit and rest, keeping my injured leg stretched out as I rub my knee. I continue to rub my knee, and it hurts like crap. It feels like someone keeps taking a bat to it. It really hurts like. I try to take my mind off the injury by thinking of other things. Stephanie's excellent at hand-to-hand, but her marksmanship's terrible. Actually, I've never seen anyone so bad. What am I saying? It's a good thing, so what am I complaining about? I don't know what I'm complaining about, only that the pain's driving me crazy. I pause from rubbing my leg and lean back against a large plant. I don't dare use the music box and let my body heal. It's too dangerous. Stephanie could find me before I wake, so I can't chance it. I'll have to wait till I get home. I laugh to myself. Listen to me. I just called Kimberly's apartment home again. I really do feel at home there though. I laugh again as I think back to the time we've spent together. Kimberly barely tolerates me, and she might even dislike me. I rub my thumbnail against my index finger as a dismal realization comes to me. I have the feeling Kimberly might even be a little afraid of me. The breeze rustles the large leaves around me as an underlining realization comes to my mind that's more dreadful than the one before. If Kimberly didn't need me, if she didn't think that I'm the key, I think a great sadness comes over me. I think Kimberly will kill me without a second thought. I know she's the life closer the Phoenix, and she told me she can't have someone walking around who knows her alias. That's right. Kimberly won't hesitate. She'll simply put a slug in my head and be done with me. I glance at the tracking device. I can't think about my grim situation at home. I'll have to worry about it later. I can also decide if I still want to be partners with her when I'm not in danger. That is, in danger from other people. The pain in my leg shouts louder than my thoughts. Right now, I have to figure out a way to get out of here. A tree frog jumps from one of the leaves and hops by me. It's green with a yellow belly. I could really use some aspirin or maybe a shot of something. The agony consumes my being, and I try to focus on something. Anything to get my mind off the pain. My thoughts drift back to happier times. I remember when I used to sit with Preacher outside the kitchen. He would read to me from his Bible, and I would listen, finding strength in the words. Those are among my happiest moments. Spending time with Preacher and Chad made me feel like a real person, not some project the council's hunting. Yes, those days were. Preacher's book, Crep. Stephanie has it along with my other things. No, I can't distract myself. I have to focus. I can't worry. Focus. Let my mind relax a bit. Let it. I have to get my backpack back, yes, but first I have to heal myself. I have to heal myself someplace safe, but that means I have to escape. Again, I let my mind drift back to those moments with Preacher, a man who made me feel happy and normal. The Book of Psalms was one of his favorites. I can remember on one cold day, in particular, he held me close while we sat outside on the stoop in front of the kitchen. I felt warm and secure in his embrace while he read to me. What was the chapter he read from? I can't remember, but I do remember the words. I glance at the tracking device and see the dots far from me. Relaxing as much as I can, I close my eyes and recite to myself, "How long, O Lord, will you forget me forever? How long will you hide your face from me?" I wince as my leg throbs again. Trying to forget the pain isn't working as I yearn to be in his arms again. I force my mind to return to that moment in my past. I can hear him breathing as I imagine myself leaning my head on his chest, staring at the words in his book. I hear his soothing voice as he reads to me. How long must I wrestle with my thoughts and every day have sorrow in my heart? I open my eyes and think of Stephanie, Adam, and the council and hear Preacher's voice in my head again. How long will my enemy triumph over me? Look on me and answer, O Lord my God. Give light to my eyes or I will sleep in death. My enemy will say, I have overcome him, and my foes will rejoice when I fall. I find hope in the next words, and I find hope in a belief, in a faith in things unseen. But I trust in your unfailing love. My heart rejoices in your salvation. I will sing to the Lord, for he has been good to me. I open my eyes and plead, save me, God. Save me from my enemies. Chapter 26. Voice, 2:51 a.m. Somewhere on the light side of the planet, a dim lamp flickered in a dark hotel room as Voice sat in front of a laptop, peering at incoming information from the Assassin's League's closers. He paused for a moment and stretched and then quickly returned to work. He was looking into what happened to the Raven and the Wolf. The closers he sent after the Phoenix hadn't reported in. Voice grabbed a bottled water sitting on the table beside the laptop, removed the lid, and took a drink. He knew they failed in their closing of the Phoenix, but they should have reported their failure. They could be dead. The Phoenix could have closed the Raven and the Wolf. Too bad if it was true. They were one of his best closer teams. They had a 95% success rate. An email popped up on the screen from a guild prep cleanup crew, and the message read, "We have finished our sweep of the subway tunnels. The NCPF beat us to the scene and removed the 2 dead bodyguards. It looks as though the closers failed in their assignment, and there are no signs of the Raven or the Wolf. We did find a lot of blood and took samples. We ran tests on the samples and some of the blood belongs to them. What are your instructions?" Voice typed, "Return to your office. I'll request that the Assassin's Guild send a bloodhound unit after the Raven and the Wolf. I will let them see if they can track them down. That is all." He pushed away from the table as he muttered, "Are the siblings on the run? If they are, I wonder what happened in the subway that would make them flee." His cell phone rang. Voice removed it from the table and answered it. "Yes. Hello, this is RG." A distorted voice replied, "I would say it is good to hear from you, but I know you. You still want something." "Yes, RG," replied. "I'm calling about the Phoenix. I'd like to reinstate the closing on this assassin." "I don't know." Voice stood from the chair as he continued. Thanatos was snooping around the last unwarranted closing, and he can be very persistent. He paced the dimly lit hotel room as he said, "I don't know if I dare grant another one without grounds." Voice placed a hand on a wall, leaned on it, and stated, "Even if it's a favor for you. The last time was too dangerous. If you do this one last thing for me, I'll consider the debt you owe to me paid in full." Voice thought about it, and then he replied, "If it'll get you off my back, I'll do it." He pushed off the wall and returned to the table. "How do you want this life closing handled?" "A little different than the last time," RG replied. "I actually have a life closer in mind that I would like to do the closing. It will be a little test for him. I'm emailing the request to you right now." Voice sat, grabbed the table, pulled the chair back to the laptop, then clicked on the email, and looked over the request, shocked over seeing who had been requested. He inquired, "Are you sure about this?" "Yes," RG replied. Voice warned, "You do know this closer is a little on the insane side. That's why I have requested him, and his state of mind will make him perfect for the test." "How do you know this closer is a him?" "I have my ways," RG paused and questioned, "Is this closer available?" Voice went into the main Assassin's League system, checked on the life closer, and then he replied, "He has finished his latest assignment, so the doctor's available. Please set up the life closing," RG said, and then added, "Let me know the moment it's completed." Voice pushed away from the table again, and then he inquired, "I will, and this makes us even?" "Yes, you owe me nothing else." "Understood. I'll let you know the moment the closing is complete." Voice hung up the cell. Chapter 27. Back home, 3:01 a.m. Hellenistic sector, residential vicinage, Nexus Apartments, Kimberlys view. I quickly drive my Corvette into the parking garage past the security guard, and then I park and immediately shut off the engine. I stretch my hand out to open my door when I catch myself. Am I really in a hurry to see if that woman, that freak that disturbed my life, is I can't think, sister. If I do, it'll make it true, so for now, it's only a possibility. It's a possibility that I'll prove wrong. Oh, for Aries' sake. I shout across the dashboard of my car. I am. Look at me. I'm all nervous. I exit my car, but I make sure I do it in a non-hurried fashion. I don't think I've ever been this nervous since I asked John to the Sadie Hawkins dance. I go up to the 31st floor, thinking about what I should do when I meet that woman again. I don't have much time. I'll be back at my apartment in less than a minute. Hades, how should I approach this? Should I come right out and say that I think that woman is No, I can't do that. She'll think I'm crazy or after something. I can't help myself and my legs rush me to apartment H. Maybe I should stop and think about it. I really need a plan. I pause at the door. There's no way that woman's I exhale loudly. She's a project, but that doesn't prove anything. I place a hand on the door and lean over and stare at the floor. Hades, why am I reacting this way? It's stupid, and a little weak of me to have something so stupid bother me. I wait a minute longer before commanding the door to open. I can't seem to catch my breath. Come on, get a hold of yourself. Think of it as a pre-hit. I believe that will work. It's like any other pre-hit. Find out the facts about the mark and then go from there. It's 1 in a billion that my C happened to stumble across me at Topaz, so I'm probably getting all worked up for nothing. I go into the kitchen on the north side as I start to feel ill from worry. I'll get that woman's blood, and then I can put my anxieties away. I don't know what I'm all freaked out about. The odds that she is is off the charts. All's quiet in the apartment as I glance at the couch in the living room and find it's empty. I'm alone. Where's that woman? Great. Just great. She's not here, so that means I'll have to wait for her. A thought comes to mind, and I panic over it. What if she doesn't come back? What will I do? If there's even the slightest chance that woman is Hades, I can't let it go until I know, but I don't have the slightest idea where that woman could be. I'm upset again, and I need to get a grip. There's no place for that woman to go. I look at the kitchen and remember the last meal she and I had together. The two of us finished eating, and I started clearing the table. I took the plates, rinsed them in the sink, placed them in the dishwasher, and then I noticed that woman staring out the window. In the past, "Hey, you," I shouted as I put a hand on my hip and questioned, "Are you going to sit there and watch me clean our mess? Or are you going to get off, you lazy asp, and help? This isn't a resort where I pamper you night and day." That woman snapped from her thoughts and told me, "No, sorry, I'll help." She quickly stood and went to work like an SCM. Private being chewed out by a sergeant. She grabbed the silverware in our cups, and then she hurried and rinsed them and placed them in the dishwasher. She dampened a dishcloth, wiped the table, and threw the cloth in the sink. Aggravated at her, I barked, for Aries' sake, "Does this look like a playground to you?" Taken aback for getting yelled at, she didn't reply and only shook her head to answer me. Sometimes she acted like a child, and it made me all the more mad at her. "Then don't throw things." I shouted at her, and then I belittled her. "Do you have any manners? What kind of family raised you?" The present. I pull from the memory. What kind of family indeed? If she was raised in a lab, what kind of life did she have? Did they treat her with respect? Did anyone love her? What am I saying? Knowing Sphinx, the answer's no. I go over my own thoughts and realize I'm doing it again. I'm fretting over an unfathomable possibility. Do I really believe that woman? Do I believe Catherine's my? I look at my purse, thinking of the stable flux RBC test kits. I won't know until I do the test, but first, I have to find her. So where could she have gone? I think of all the possibilities. Maybe she went to see Chad. I ask the apartment computer system, X, "Where's Catherine?" "Your house guest is not here," it replies. "She left a message for you." Isn't that like her? She leaves when I need her to be here. I ask, "What's the message?" The apartment computer system plays a recording of Catherine's voice. Tell her Adam Greenhouse wanted to speak with me, so I went to Genesis Arboretum. Tell her I should be back in a couple of hours. What time was the recording made? I ask. X replies, 10:15 p.m. I look at my watch. The recording had been made 5 hours ago. That woman may have come back, and she wasn't able to get in the apartment. I never set the security system to allow her access. I lay my purse on the kitchen counter. I never thought to even do so until now, and only now because I wonder if that woman's my. I have to get it out of my head. I just need that woman to be here. Of all the times for her to run off. I calm myself and ask, X, did Catherine return in the time I was gone? No, she has not come to this door, and no one has come by this door since Catherine left. I pick up the phone and call down to the security desk. Hello, this is Ms. Griffin. I was wondering if my guest, Catherine, came by the security desk in the last 5 hours. I pause, waiting for a reply. Not since 10:22 p.m. Okay, thank you. I hang up. That woman didn't come back. Did she run into a biomecha? Maybe the rogue. I pace the living room. I can't wait around here to find out. I have to know, and I have to know now. I grab my purse and head out the front door. I'll go to Genesis Arboretum and see if she's still there. 3:01 a.m. Next door in apartment G. Zach's monitored apartment H and saw that Kim was back and that it appeared that she was looking for Kat. He noticed Kim looked worried and upset because she couldn't find her. He turned up the volume so he could hear the conversation between her and the apartment computer system, and after a while, he saw her head out. Zach's waited till she left and made a phone call. Delivery man here, I have a new report for RG. RG is still not back, the security officer replied. Zach's told the security officer, I'll make my report to you then. Kimberly returned to the apartment and has left, and there's still no sign of Catherine. Got it, the security officer replied. Delivery man out. Zach's hung up the phone. RG was still out, and that was very interesting, but then he shrugged. It was odd but not unusual. He decided he would go over the recordings of Kim talking with the apartment computer system. He would see if he missed anything interesting and then make his email report. Chapter 28, PPBLS, 3:04 a.m., near the Hellenistic sector's boundary, within the factory. Mavin walked into Mr. Pinchbeck's office, and he said, I heard you were back from the Minotaur refinery. Did you find anything of interest concerning Jinn or Arcanes? The rogue looked up from scanning a file, and it stated, Mr. Crackerjack, I did not hear you come in. The rogue pushed its chair back from the desk, and then it replied, As for your question, no. I have not found anything of real interest yet. How about you? The Arcanes collection arrived earlier, Mavin answered. I have started through the items and did find something intriguing. Arcanes wrote a score, and that in itself is quite interesting. I didn't even know Arcanes was a composer. Jinn also wrote a score, the rogue said, and then it thought about the music box that Pandora carried, and how it played the tune. It would have to find out if the melodies meant anything. The rogue asked, I would like to hear the score. Would that be possible? Yes, but it might take some time. I'll have to find someone to play it. Maybe my friend Dinlay can create a recording and send it over. Let me know when you have arranged it, it said, and then the rogue leaned back in its chair and asked, "Have you discovered anything else about the score?" "No," Mavin replied, and then he continued, "But I did send a copy to a friend of mine. The friend is Dinley, the one I mentioned earlier, and one of his fields is music." "Excellent, keep me up to date, and I would like to hear the recording as soon as possible," the rogue ordered, and then it added, "Also, see if you can get me a copy of Unfinished Melody." "I'll see what I can do," Mavin said. A female supervisor walked in, and she started, "Excuse me, Mr. Pinchbeck. The Analyst Cove has gathered some of the information you requested." The rogue turned to Mavin, and it spoke, "Keep me informed on the Arcane's collection." "Of course," Mavin stated, looked at the woman, turned, and left the office. "What do you have for me?" the rogue asked the female supervisor. She handed it an HHC. As she said, "This is what we have gathered so far pertaining to the Dr. C oil." The Cove is continuing to look through the factory's recovered files. "They're extensive." "Thank you," the rogue told her as it took the HHC. And then it added, "Keep me updated." She nodded and exited the room. It went through the reports and came across a file that caught its attention. The file contained more journal entries. August 10, 31 ADC. Journal entry for Tech 112. Experiments with Dr. C oil have been successful. We've completed tests with an unman. It is a Type 4 model. Its performance has increased by 50% using the oil. The factory hierarchy is pleased and has ordered that all the biomechas run on the oil. They've also asked that we conduct another experiment on the 1T4. Tech 111 and I have agreed to do the test. Details of the experiment will be given to us at a later time. August 11, 31 ADC. Journal entry for Tech 112. I've found out that the experiment's a joint effort between the factory and the council. Unusual, since the two departments normally don't play nice together. A substance has been sent over by the council. The factory wants us to inject the substance known as PPBLS into the Dr. C oil flowing through the 1 Type 4 systems. We've done so. August 17, 31 ADC. Journal entry for Tech 112. A week has gone by and there have been no side effects with the introduction of the PPBLS to the oil. The factory has ordered us to start field test on the 1T4 along with the other unmen who haven't received the injection of the substance. We should be able to start in the next 2 weeks. September 19, 31 ADC. Journal entry for Tech 112. First field test of the unmen was successful. There was a couple of weeks delay getting them into the field, mostly in part to red tape. We finally acquired a closing from the Assassin's Guild and terminated the subject. The T4 did especially well and has come to use a coffin handle bowie besides the weapons we issued the unmen. It's a bit eerie if you ask me. The factory hierarchy believes we need a better test subject to refine the unmen's programming. A subject has been selected. It is a project belonging to the council. October 22nd, 31 ADC. Journal entry for Tech 112. We've been ordered to hunt and kill the Pandora project. We've received beacon information to track down Pandora. Our first test with the new subject begins today. October 23rd, 31 ADC. Journal entry for Tech 112. Pandora disabled 4 of the 5 unmen we sent after her yesterday. The 5th unman, the T4, has gone rogue. It disobeyed its order to return to base and continues its pursuit of Pandora. Side thought, does this have anything to do with the PPBLS we injected into this particular unman's Dr. C oil? The entire line of Type 4s has been recalled. The only one functioning is the one now known as the Rogue. November 1st, 31 ADC. Journal entry for Tech 112. We've gone through the programming of the Type 4s and can't find any reason for it to have gone rogue. The PPBLS still comes to mind. I have asked permission to look further into the properties of the substance but have been denied. We've been ordered to place the Type 4s into storage and focus on the remaining unmen. The capture of the Rogue has been given to another department. Most intriguing, the Rogue stated as it stared at the report, considering its next move. Yes, most intriguing. Sometime later, the Rogue entered the Analyst Cove, and the female supervisor approached. Is there something you need, Mr. Pinchbeck? She asked. Yes, I would like to add a keyword for the Analyst Cove to research, the Rogue replied. She lifted her HHC and readied herself to enter the information, and then she questioned. What's the keyword? PPBLS, along with Dr. C oil. I want every record with either reference. Yes, Mr. Pinchbeck. We'll get on it right away, she replied. The Rogue's view. I leave the Analyst Cove, feeling as though I am a bit closer to solving the mystery. What could the PPBLS substance be? Is it the reason I am the way I am? I head to my office. It is most intriguing indeed. Chapter 29. Thanks to me. 423 AM. Hellenistic sector. Cultural vicinage. Genesis Arboretum. Inside the sphere room. Catharine's view. A bird chirps in one of the elephant ear plants and wakes me. I blink a couple of times and then stare at my surroundings, and for a few seconds, I enjoy the sunlight hitting my face. The deadly predicament I'm in dawns on me, and I frantically sit up. Crap, I fell asleep. Where's Stephanie? I look at the tracking device and see that the dot's far from my position. So I'm safe for now. But that was really stupid of me. I should have never laid down. I must have been exhausted to have nodded off. I shift my weight, trying to find a more comfortable position, and my body feels heavy as I realize I'm still exhausted. I move my injured leg and wince. The swelling's worse, the leg's stiff, and I can't bend my knee. I would make a brace for it, but I don't think it will help. All of this sucks. I didn't notice it before, but it's hot and humid in the sphere room. I wipe my sweaty forehead. How does Adam stand it? I hear myself, and I decide I have to stop whining. It isn't helping. If Kimberly was here, she would call me an idiot. I want to go home, but I imagine Stephanie's watching the only exit, or is it the only exit? What if there's a fire? Shouldn't there be another way out? A glimmer of hope appears. All I need to do is ask Adam, but that will be no tiny task. I place the tracking device in my left thigh pocket, so I can use both my hands. Then I grab the shovel and push off the ground to my good leg. It also means that I'll have to go back to the treehouse and face that old man again. I groan and remove the tracking device from my pocket. It means that I'll have to swallow my pride and ask him for help after I told him I didn't need him. I wish I didn't need his help. It sucks to be me. It really sucks. I push down a large leaf and gaze at the treehouse in the distance, and then I cautiously make my way to the banyan. 4:54 a.m. I make it to the top of the treehouse's first set of stairs in a lot of pain, with a lot of difficulties, and without the shovel. I look around the living area, and he's nowhere in sight. Adam. I call out as I toddle along the wall. Adam. He doesn't answer me, so I slide down against a wall and sit with my injured leg stretched out. How long do I wait for him? How long before Stephanie comes here? I'm so weary that I close my eyes and lean my head back, relaxing as much as I can. Will Adam even help me? Help you do what? He asks as he exits the first set of stairs, carrying an axe. I didn't hear him come up, and I jolt forward to a sitting position and notice the cutting tool he carries. And then I reply, I want you to help me find another exit from the sphere room. I warily eye him. He has the advantage in this situation. If he wanted to, Adam could easily end my life. My voice betrays my fears as I insist. There has to be another one, and if there is one, you would know where it is. Adam's view. I move toward Pandora as I question, and why would I help you? I squeeze the wooden shaft of the axe, seeing the defenseless weed. I see a weed I could easily cut down as I state, I thought you didn't need my help. I guess I was wrong, and I can admit it. Her eyes are cautious and never leave me or my weapon as she says, I do need your help so. I'm grown up enough to admit I was wrong, so please, help me. Grown up. I wouldn't go that far, I tell her. In my eyes, you're still a child. I notice the bruises, cuts, and scrapes covering her body from her encounter with Cerberus, and I find it odd that I had seen them before, but I really never took notice. A few of the cuts have dried blood on them. In that case, this child needs your help, Pandora tells me. If you help me, I can finally leave you in your home forever. I lift the axe and rest the blunt end of the steel on my shoulder, and then I tell her, there are other ways to make you gone. Catherine's view. He's going to kill me, so I push against the wall to stand, but I fall halfway up. I'm too weak and should have never sat, and I try to stand again and say, yes, there are other ways. I fail and stare at the blade as my voice cracks under the strain of anxiety, but my will remains determined, and I state, but I won't let you kill me. I won't die until I've finished what I've started. Adam's view. I watch as she struggles, and I see the fear in her eyes as I tower over her. It's the same fear I once had for her. I shake my head and scold her, stop that. I walk to the table and lay the axe on it, and then I turn and inquire, what do you think I am? Do you think I'm some crazed maniac who would hack you into pieces? The thought did cross my mind, Pandora admits, and when she sees me lay down my weapon, she seems to relax. She rubs her bruised throat as if she's unaware she's doing so as Pandora says, you did try to kill me. True, I say as I sit in a chair. I still think I should finish the job. I cough, remove a red handkerchief from my overalls, and wipe my mouth. I state, I'm too old for this mess. Catherine's view. Tell me where the other exit is, and I'll get out of here. I say as I watch him walk to the kitchen, grab a blue tin cup, and run water from a faucet. I stare at the cool, clear liquid as it runs into the container, and then as he puts it to his mouth to drink. My throat's so dry I want to ask for some, but I won't, not from him. After he finishes the water, he inquires, why should I help you? Cerberus is going to kill you. I don't know what to say as sunlight glints off a metal watering can, and I glance out at the balcony. I think of something, and then I ask him, do you want her to do it here? I turn to him and question, "Do you want my blood soaking into the ground of your precious world?" "No," Adam replies, and then he runs more water into his cup like he knows how thirsty I am. And he's toying with me. He takes a drink and then tells me, "I would not want such a contamination." His cruel words still sting me to my core, but I won't show it. I demand, "Tell me where the exit is, and I'll leave." I add, "Stephanie can kill me someplace else." I watch as Adam returns to the table and takes a third drink, and I unconsciously lick my dry lips and then shake my head, ridding the image of cool, refreshing water from my tortured mind. He eyes me as I watch him, and then he tells me, "Fine." Adam sets the cup down, and then he instructs me, "Once you reach the bottom of the stairs, walk about 2 steps and there above your head will be a small root that does not touch the ground. Pull on it, and a door will open to a fire tunnel. Follow the narrow passage, and it will lead you to the parking lot." I take a few more minutes to rest, and then with great difficulty, I rise to my one good leg. I glance at the cup, limp to the stairs, and pause at the top step. I turn away from him as if I've decided not to speak to him. But then I go ahead and say over my shoulder, "You might not want to hear it from me, but thank you." Adam's view. "For what?" I ask her. "For not hacking you into pieces." Pandora turns to me and says, "No, though I am grateful for that. I'm thanking you for telling me I wasn't organic mecha. I know I'm not one of them, and I'm grateful for it." She hobbles down the stairs as she talks over her shoulder again. One less burden on my already exhausted shoulders. I watch her leave, and then I glance at the cup that's on the table. I was so sure she would have asked for a drink, so either she's stubborn or not as smart as I thought she was. I consider it a little longer. I believe Pandora is probably a little of both. I wait about 5 minutes and follow her down the stairs, and at the bottom, I pause and look at the short, elongated route overhead. "You were right," Cerberus tells me as she walks across a bridge to the island with the weeds backpack slung over her shoulder. "Pandora came to you for help. I didn't think she would. I thought she had more pride than that." Stephanie tucks the weeds gun in the back of her pants waistband as she adds, "And now thanks to you." I pull the root, opening the hidden door as I say, "Thanks to me, you can hunt and kill the weed. You can save this world from the evil to come." Chapter 30. On the run again. 5:21 a.m. Minutes earlier. At the bottom of the treehouse's first set of stairs. Catherine's view. I leave Adam's treehouse hopefully for the last time. I grab the shovel I hid up among the entangled roots so Stephanie couldn't steal it. I pull it out, walk to the bottom of the stairs, limp 2 steps forward, and look up. There in the tree's vast root system dangles the item I'm searching for. I pull on the small elongated root above my head, and a hidden mechanism clicks as a camouflage door opens among a cluster of large roots. The opening reveals the fire tunnel, and I hurry down the narrow descending passage lit by green lights, and at first, it's hard to see in the dim glow, but my eyes quickly adjust. The shovel's metal head clangs across the concrete floor as I pick up the pace, and after a few minutes, the narrow passage opens to a large room. I take another step, and the spade's head sinks into the sand. I pause, catch my breath, and search the area, and at the end of the huge cave-like room and up a slight hill, a chain-link fence is overlooking the parking lot. I tremble in agony but also in relief, seeing my escape. I'm almost there. I can get out of this terrible place and never return. I hobble toward the exit as I plan my next actions. I'll hail a taxi and return to the Nexus apartments. I should be safe there. I lick my dry lips, thinking I'll get a drink once I'm home. Kimberly had made me lemonade, and it's very good. I yawn and almost drop from the exertion, but I catch myself. I lean against a wall to gather my strength as I mentally continue my plans. I can get some sleep on the nice couch with the warm blanket and pillow, and I can put all of this be. I hear rapid footsteps coming up behind me as someone approaches across the concrete floor of the fire tunnel. I turn my head just as Stephanie tackles me. "Thought you could escape," Stephanie yells after she knocks me to the floor face first. "There's no way I'm going to let you leave." We wrestle as I try to get up, and Stephanie shouts, "Or haven't you heard?" There's no escaping the fitch of hell. Stephanie sits up and punches me in my kidney. Feel my wrath. Stephanie punches me several more times, stands, and kicks me in the side. I hit the ground hard when she tackles me, drop the shovel, and twist my injured leg. I cry out in agony and try to grab the leg, but I can't reach it with Stephanie on top of my back. I can't do anything as Stephanie pounds me. The beating finally stops, and I hold my ribs. I slowly roll to my left side and search the sandy floor for the shovel. My knee throbs madly. Stephanie's view. I snatch up the shovel and whack Pandora on the side of her arm as I shout, "Come on, fight me." I kick her in her injured knee, and Pandora screams in agony and grabs her leg as I enjoy the pain I'm inflicting on my most worthy adversary. I keep shouting, "Fight me. I'm tired of chasing you. I'm tired of you not fighting back." I drop the shovel, grab Pandora by her hair, pull her head back, and get in her face. Fight me and die like a good little project. I shove Pandora's head down, stand, and stalk around her like a wild dog on the prowl. There has to be more to you than this. This pitiful wretch bleeding before me. I reach down with both hands and with little effort. I pick her up by her dirty t-shirt, raise Pandora above my head, and run toward a wall. I'm going to kill you. Catherine's view. The torment of my injuries is so insufferable that I can barely focus. But I manage to claw at Stephanie's arms, trying to free myself. I'm facing her, so I glance behind and see the side of the cave-like room approaching fast. There's nothing I can do in my weakened condition but brace myself for the impact. Stephanie's view. I slam Pandora into the wall, release her, and stare at her as she collapses into a heap. I laugh, and then I question, "Are you dead yet? Come on, fight me." I wait for a reaction and wait for some sort of sign that I didn't imagine her power and ferocity when Pandora fought the unmen. There has to be more to you than this. I yell, "Tell me my time hasn't been spent in vain." I coax Pandora by waving her on as I demand, "Come on, fight me." Catherine's view. The blow knocks the wind out of me. Stephanie releases me, and I fall to the dirt, gasping for air. I put my right hand on my chest and then to my throbbing knee. My body shakes with torturous spasms, and I ignore Stephanie. And when I put my left arm across the wall to push myself up, Stephanie backhands me across my already bruised cheek. I wince, tasting blood as a trickle of red liquid runs from the corner of my mouth. I glare at Stephanie and push up with my good leg. Stephanie backhands me this time on the other cheek, and I fall down. I can't give up, so with what strength I have left, I push with my good leg, stand, and lean against the wall. Stephanie punches me in the stomach, and I bend over in agony. Stephanie's view. Come on, don't just stand there. Fight back. Why won't you fight me? I scream as I grab Pandora by her throat, push her up against the wall, and stare into her battered face. I can't understand you. I search her hazel eyes, finding pain and exhaustion, and I ask her, "Why don't you fight me?" I punch her in the stomach again, and I question her, "Why are you letting me wail on you?" Pandora grunts from the fist impacting her gut and makes no reply to my questions. She only stares at me as I pin her back, and after a few seconds, Pandora whispers, "Why?" She coughs and murmurs, "Why?" I lean in to hear what she's trying to say as I repeat, "Yes, I'm asking you why." No, I can tell it hurts for her to talk, but Pandora says, "I want to know why I should." What kind of stupid question is that? Dummy, you should know the answer, I tell her. Because you want to live. I remove the Beretta from my waistband and place it against her temple as I ask, "Don't you want to live?" Pandora doesn't answer me as she grits her teeth for what must be agonizing discomfort pulsating through her leg and the rest of her tattered body. She totters, trying to keep her balance. "I asked you a question." I scream as I squeeze the gun's grip. "Don't you want to live?" I study her reaction, but her reaction betrays nothing. "Are you going to stand here and let me shoot you?" Pandora remains silent as if dozens of thoughts are flying through her head. But she must know that none of them will save her. If not your life, then what? I question as I tighten my jaw in frustration. What would you fight for? I'm irritated over my opponent who won't talk with me. So I complain with a bellow and ask, "Isn't there anything you would fight for? Don't you have a best bud or anyone like that?" The roar of an engine echoes in the cave-like room as a car drives into the Genesis Arboretum's parking lot. Pandora's eyes shift to the exit, and her face whitens with panic as if she recognizes the sound. She must know who has arrived. Pandora looks back to me, knowing her expression has betrayed her thoughts. Who would be coming to the Arboretum this early in the morning? I mischievously mutter as I move to investigate. Pandora grabs my arm, and I turn back to her as Pandora punches me in the face with her bruised right fist several times. And she does this as she winces with her own pain. I stumble back and rub my bloodied mouth, and then I say, "About time you fought back." "Wait." I bait her some more as I ask, "Why did you punch me? You were ready to give up." "Oh, I think I know. Do you know who's out there?" I point toward the parking lot and state, "You know who's here, and you don't want me to know." I study her expression, and then I say, "I'm close, but it's more than that. You don't want me to hurt this person. I can tell by your face that's the answer." I rush to the fence as I say, "I've got to see who it is." Catherine's view. "No." I scream as I limp after Stephanie, and I say, "Don't. I'm right here. I'm desperate to protect the one person who I can lean on even if it's only an act and it won't last long." I shout, "I'll fight you." I desperately want to maintain our phony friendship. It's all I have, so I shriek, "I'm right here." My mind whirls with dread and alarm, thinking Stephanie might hurt Kimberly, and I yell all the more, "Come back, I'll fight you." Chapter 31. On a mission. 5:48 a.m. The boundary of the Hellenistic sector. Vehicles roared up and down the road. Cast iron lampposts lit the streets as dozens of people walked the sidewalks on their way to work. 3 black vans with tinted windows halted at a red traffic light, and in the lead van, Maxwell and Peters sat at a table bolted to the floor. The Orion squad made them wear the dark green uniform and military boots of Council SCMs, instead of their usual attire. Peters stared at his HHC as his partner typed on his own device, pulling up schematics of the T3 seconds, the group of SCMs, and the 2 techs had ridden around vicinage after vicinage in the Hellenistic sector for the last 4 hours. They found no trace of the 100-plus T3 seconds. Captain Walters drove, and Sergeant Barnes sat in the front passenger's seat, holding an XM8 with the muzzle pointing up. Walters stared at the traffic light as he questioned, "Should we try another vicinage?" Maxwell turned in his seat, and he said, "Yeah, I think it's about time. You do know there's a possibility we won't find any of these rogue gunmen. Failure isn't in our vocabulary," Walters stated as he gripped the steering wheel. "We'll continue our mission until we succeed." "All right, I got hits," Peters yelled as blips appeared on his HHC. 5 of them. Go straight. Go straight." The light turned green, and the 3 vans raced down the street. "About time," Barnes uttered as he turned in his seat, and then he questioned, "Are they on the move?" "No, they're stationary," Peters answered, and then he yelled, "Turn right." The vans turned the corner, and Peters shouted, "Now left." The lead van squealed around the corner and raced across the blacktop, and then Walters braked, and the 2 vehicles following him did the same. "Why did you stop?" Maxwell asked. "We've come to the end of the road," Walters replied as he pointed ahead of them to a sector gate, and 2 guardhouses stood within. Each one guarded the entrance to its own sector. "What sector is ahead of us?" Maxwell asked. "Norse. It's governed by the Valhalla Corporation," Barnes answered. Maxwell asked, "Are we going to go in?" Walters ignored his question and inquired, "How far in are the T3 seconds?" Peters answered, "About 10 miles. Are we going to go in?" Maxwell repeated, "Not with the vehicles," Walters finally replied. "Remember, this is an ultra black ops. Sphinx doesn't want anyone to know there are still rogue gunmen running around Noir." He turned the wheel, put the van in reverse, and headed back as he stated, "We'll go to a parking garage I saw a mile back, and then we'll go on foot from there. Looks like we'll be getting our exercise today." 10 minutes later, Walters pulled up to a parking garage attendant. "Can I help you, soldiers?" The male attendant asked. "We need the use of your garage." Walters said it as a command. He didn't need to ask permission. He removed an ID from his vest pocket, flipped it open, showed the man, and then asked him, "Do you have an empty level? We'll need it for a few days." "One moment, sir." The attendant glanced at the other vans, entered his station, grabbed a handheld scanner, and returned. He scanned the barcode on the ID, and within a few minutes, the phone rang in the station. The attendant entered, picked up the receiver, talked, and after a few more minutes, returned to the van's window. "You can use basement level 4. It's clear. I'll block off the entrance once your vehicles have entered," the man said, and then he pointed and instructed him, "Go straight and follow the down ramps." "Thank you," Walters replied, then drove, and followed the ramps down to the 4th basement level. After parking the vans, all 10 SCMs piled out of the 3 vans along with the 2 techs. They checked over their weapons, placed on armored vests, and removed backpacks from the vans as the techs also put on the vests, and after finishing, the techs grabbed their side packs and placed the straps over their shoulders. Marks walked up to the 2 techs, gave each a headset, and told them, "These are simple to use." The female soldier instructed them, "Press the side to talk and press it again to deactivate it." The 2 techs placed the headset on, as did the rest of the Orion squad. Walters ordered, "Communication test." Each SCM, in turn, tapped their headset and gave rank, name, and code name. Lieutenant Conway, the man with black hair, a chiseled face, and dark brown eyes, started. He winked at Marks as he said, "Death Sword." Lieutenant Lane, the woman of African descent, spoke, and then she declared, "Black Queen." "Sergeant Barnes," he said as he rubbed the X scar on his left cheek with his thumb and then tapped the hilt of his large knife. The Arkansas smile. "Sergeant Jordan," a bald soldier stated. "Silent Stalker." Private Kennedy, a man with a black low-cut mohawk, said. "Red Sniper." Corporal Marks, she relayed as she tucked a hairpin in her long sable hair, and winked back at Conway. "Lifem." Private Lincoln, he spoke as he patted his XM8. "Rapid fire." Corporal Wilson, the jokester, stated as he curled up his lip, impersonating a wise guy, and said, "The heat." Private Jones, the young soldier, began, and then he frowned. Don't worry, kid. For now, you'll be rookie," Walters told him as he patted the newest recruit on the back. "We'll come up with a name for you soon." He tapped his headset and stated, "Captain Walters." "Mad Irish," He removed a power bar and waved them on. "Let's move out." The Orion squad started up the ramp. "What was that all about?" Peters asked the other tech. "I don't know," Maxwell replied as he shrugged. And then he said, "Some adolescent macho crap, I guess." "Oh," Peters said. "If we ask, you think they'll let us have a code name?" Maxwell rubbed his hands together and replied, "We can only hope." He thought for a moment, and then he said, "I like WizKid." "Me," Peters started. "I like Wizard Extreme." "Hey, you can't have that one," Maxwell complained. "It's too close to mine." "So," Peters crossed his arms and declared, "I can have anything I want." "S-rates, shut your mouths on the matter," Lieutenant Conway yelled. "No code names until you've earned them, and anyway, we're the ones who pick your names. So focus on the job at hand." "Right," both techs yelled and went back to work. After a few minutes, Peters whispered, "Can so?" "Can't," Maxwell whispered back. "I mean it," Conway barked. They separated as the Orion squad followed Walters, and they exited the parking garage and walked down the sidewalk as people dutifully moved out of their way. They stopped in front of an apartment, went to the roof, and used cables to start across one of the North Sector's apartment's rooftops. Chapter 32. What would you fight for? 5:57 a.m. Hellenistic Sector, Cultural Vicinage, Genesis Arboretum, the fire tunnel, Stephanie's view. "Come back," Pandora screams as she limps after me. And then she yells, "I'll fight you. Come back and let's settle this." I want to fight her, but I also want to know who has arrived in the parking lot. So I race up the slight hill, reach the chain-link gate, and peer out its diamond mesh. Wow, a nice ride. A VX Corvette. But who's driving it? Let me see. In the parking lot, I see a blonde woman older than me exit the car, walk to the end of the vehicle, and look at the entrance of Genesis. I turn back to Pandora, shocked that this is the person she's worried I'll hurt. And I question Pandora. "How do you know the chairman's daughter? How would someone like you know her? Monsters like us don't associate with people like her." Catherine's view. I'm out of my mind with desperation, so I bend down with some effort, grab the shovel from the sandy floor, and madly limp to the exit. "Don't." Stephanie questions me as I near her. "Don't what?" "Hurt her." She taunts me, "But someone has to die today." Stephanie aims the gun at Kimberly. All my other thoughts, those about escaping and saving myself, vaporize as if a nuclear bomb just went off, and all I have left is this fallout of fear and this frenzied radioactive panic. I have to save the one person who knows what I'm going through. I have to save the one person who has given me some place to stay that's like home. Kimberly might belittle me and make me feel unwelcome, but I feel safe at her apartment. I feel like I can be myself and that I belong there. I can't let Stephanie take that all away from me. I can't let Stephanie steal this little oasis I've managed to find. It's mine. It belongs to me. I have to protect what is mine. I have to protect it no matter what. So I grab Stephanie by the shoulder and jerk her back as I shout, "No." The gun goes off. In the parking lot, Kimberly's view. I hear gunfire, and I duck and scurry back to my car as I draw my PPK from my purse. Someone just shot at me. I search the dark area, but I don't see anyone. The fire tunnel. Catherine's view. I'm so tired and in agony, but I push through those distractions and hobble a few steps forward, turn at the fence, position myself to block the exit, and lean on the shovel. I won't let her by. I'll make my stand here. Stephanie stumbles back a few steps when I grabbed her and pulled her shoulder. She halts her backward momentum, and by the time I turn, Stephanie rushes forward and jabs the barrel of the gun in my chest as if it's a finger. "Look what you made me do." She snaps at me. The gun went off. I missed. And now the chairman's daughter knows we're in here. Maybe even the guards. "Hades, you do know how to ruin a good time. You've been missing all day," I tell her, trying to keep her attention on me and not Kimberly. "Oh really?" Stephanie declares with malice. "I won't miss from this distance." I'm so weary from our battle and my wretched year-long fight for survival. I grab the fence with my other hand, lean on it to support myself, and glare at her. Stephanie focuses on me again, so I've accomplished what I set out to do. Hopefully, it will be enough to keep Kimberly out of the conflict. I ask, "Are you done with our battle? Have you gotten everything you wanted out of it?" I know I'm ready for it to be over. "Yes," Stephanie shrieks. "I'm tired of it. The council's right. You're a failed experiment and you're not worth my effort. It's time I took your place." She smirks as if her victory is complete, and she tells me, "Let me welcome you to Tartarus." She pulls back the hammer. After all, I'm Cerberus, guardian of Hades. She pulls the trigger and the most amazing thing happens. Nothing happens. Stephanie pulls the hammer back again as she repeats, "Let me welcome you to Tartarus." She has run out of ammo, but she doesn't seem to realize it and shouts, "Why won't it shoot?" I'm exhausted on many levels, but I manage to lift the shovel with one hand as I exclaim, "Have you had any training with the gun?" I let go of the fence and place that hand on the shaft as Stephanie turns her gaze to me, knowing she has no way out of what's coming. And I state, "You might want to." I swing the shovel and hit Stephanie in the head. Whack. The sound of metal hitting a skull rings out as Stephanie falls back and hits the dirt out cold. Blood trickles down her temple. "As for taking my place, you can have it," I start. And then I say with sadness in my voice, "I never wanted the title top dog." I laugh now that it's all over, and I also laugh as this moment reminds me of when Kimberly ran out of ammo while we were at the factory. I told her to run and save herself from the T3 seconds. But Kimberly actually lingered as if she was worried about me. A small smile cracks across my face as I remember that tiny fond memory. I had hoped it was the start of a friendship. But I don't think Kimberly likes me. I want her to like me and not despise me, but I don't think that will ever happen. I have to be thankful for what I do have. I have someplace safe to stay until she doesn't need me anymore. I have someplace that I can call my own until Kimberly puts a bullet in me. I stare at the unconscious Stephanie. I have to protect what I do have, so I raise the shovel high above my head. I pause as I wonder if Stephanie can be more than the snarling attack dog the council sent after me. I wonder if she feels the same way about the council as I do about Kimberly. Is the sanctum someplace safe for her to stay for as long as the council needs her? Is Stephanie capable of compassion and loneliness? Or is she some unfeeling machine like the unmen? I continue looking at her. I could easily kill her and get rid of the one who could ruin everything that I do have. But I notice how peaceful Stephanie looks, and I lower the shovel. I could kill her, but I'm not that person. I won't kill. I won't become like Cerberus, so I reach down, unvelcro the single strap of my backpack, remove it from around Stephanie's shoulder, and grab my empty Beretta. I tuck the gun in my backpack, sling it over my own shoulder, and velcro it back, and then I head for the exit as I shout back to her, "I'll never kill. So tell the council I'm a failure." Chapter 33. Let's go home. Minutes earlier, 5:58 a.m. Kimberly's view. I pull into the parking lot of Genesis Arboretum as the headlights of my Corvette light the deserted area. No one's here. What did I expect? The place is not due to open for another 4 hours. So I park, turn the key, and shut off the engine, and then I step from the vehicle. I shiver in the cool air and then wonder how I'm going to get in. Maybe I can find a guard, and he could let me in to see Adam Greenhouse, and hopefully that woman's still with him. Then I can take her back to the apartment and find out if that woman's mine. I still can't say the word even in my thoughts. Once I get her back to my apartment, then I can find out what I need to know. I start toward the entrance when a gunshot goes off to the right of me. So I duck, shielding myself with the front of the car, and draw my PPK from my purse. I glance over the hood and wait, but no more gunfire rings out. Are they shooting at me? Beyond the parking lot, I see a concrete front built in the side of a large mound of grass, and a chain-link fence guards the entrance. The area beyond the fence within the mound is mostly dark with a green glow, and I can't see anyone. If they're gunning for me, I can be in some serious trouble. Hades, my only options are to fight or flee in my car, and right now, they have the advantage because I can't see them. A few minutes go by as I hear what sounds like a scuffle, so I tense, not knowing what to expect. I observe a figure walk to the gate. A street light penetrates the front of the mound within the diamond mesh, but not enough to shine clearly on the person's face. Cautious this is my would-be attacker, I aim. I notice the person holds something in front of them. The slim object is long. Is it a rifle? The person pushes the gate, it squeaks open, and they limp to the parking lot using a shovel and stop some distance from my car. Catherine's view. Kimberly, it's me, I shout with my hoarse voice, a throat so dry it feels like sandpaper. Don't shoot, I beg as I hobble a few more steps, clanging the shovel head on the blacktop, and then I glance back at the gate. Stephanie could wake at any moment, and I try to hurry, but I'm weary to the point of fainting. So I do my best not to collapse as I shout, "We have to get out of here." Not budging from her safe position, Kimberly demands, "Who shot at me?" I start as my body shakes from fatigue and the physical torment trying to force me to drop right there. But I endure a little longer as I feel lightheaded and nauseous. My vision blurs, and my body tingles as everything whirls around me. But I manage to stumble toward the Corvette and rasp, "It's safe." I haven't made it to the car, and I stand there like a toddler learning to walk and wanting someone to grab hold of me before I fall over. I knocked them out. Kimberly's view. Hades, what happened to you? I question that woman as I notice blood on her face and arms and that she's limping. Someone did a real number on you, I tell her, and then something dawns on me. And I utter, "Wait, did you say you knocked someone out? Who did you knock out? Was it the raven or the wolf? Did they come after us? Can you give me a hand? I hurt my knee really bad," that woman tells me as she takes a few more steps and reaches my car, drops the shovel to the pavement, and leans on the vehicle as if she's spent. I'm not sure if it's safe to come out of my position, but then she mutters, "Please help me so we can go." Tired. Go. Hades. I shout as I stand, but I keep my gun at my side, still not sure I'm out of danger yet. I question, who shot at me and beat the crap out of you? I'm a little ter. The one I've been searching for since I left my father's office faints on me. I stand there dumbstruck, and I forget all about the shooter. I didn't think that woman's injuries looked all that bad. But there she is on the road out cold. Many horrible thoughts cross my mind, and many of them involve her dying on me before I get my answers. So I rush around my car, yelling, Catherine. I kneel beside her, not sure what I should do. She better not die on me. Not until I prove that this woman isn't mine. I gently shake her and say, Catherine. She moans, but she doesn't wake. Good, she's alive. So I look at the fenced area. Should I go after who shot at me? Or, a little delirious, that woman mumbles, you wouldn't kill me, would you? I finally found my place. I lean down to her and question her as if I didn't hear. Did you say something? You wouldn't kill me. She continues muttering. Would you, Kimberly? I'm the key. You need me. I'm the key, so don't kill me. I don't want to die. Let me live a little longer. What are you babbling about? I ask as I shake her, probably a little harder than I should. Who did this to you? She doesn't answer me, so I decide we better go. I check the area once more, place my gun back in my purse, open the passenger side door, and drag her into the car. I rush around the vehicle, sit in the driver's seat, then start up the engine, and peel out of the parking lot. I race towards the Nexus apartments, weaving in and out of morning traffic, and every once in a while, I glance at that woman. I can't believe this problematic woman might really be my Hades. With my luck, she'll die before I have a chance to find out. I stare at the road, wonder if I should take her back to see Brian at the hospital, and shake my head. No, it's too dangerous, and I don't know who did this to her. It will be safer to take her back to my apartment. I am concerned about her injuries as I pull on my left earlobe, thinking she's really hurt, so maybe I should reconsider. No, wait. I suddenly change lanes, cutting in front of a car, and the other driver blares their horn at me. I ignore them, pull over, and park, and then I reach over, remove the music box from her pocket, open the lid, an unfinished melody plays. From what I understand, the melody the data storage unit plays does something to her, and it should help her heal. I place the music box in the vehicle's cup holder. I pull back into traffic, and then I glance at her again and worry that she might be badly hurt. For that woman's sake, it better be true about the music box. My first aid can only do so much, and I imagine that woman is in a lot of pain. It's probably why she fainted and why she's mumbling. Speaking of which, why is she mumbling about me killing her and that she's the key? Does she know what I have planned for her concerning Pale Horse? What I still have planned for her if everything pans out as I hope? Maybe that woman does, but if she knows that I'm going to kill her when I no longer need her, why is that woman still with me? What could she be thinking? Idiot. I squeeze the steering wheel. I'll worry about that later. Right now, I have bigger concerns. Who attacked that woman and why? She went to see Adam. What did he want? And why didn't she wait for me before going to Genesis Arboretum? I change lanes, going around slower traffic. Could it be because that woman doesn't trust me? Hades. It's what I wanted from the beginning. I didn't want that woman to depend on me. I eye her. That woman has been right about one thing. We don't have much of a partnership. I better do something about that today. Chapter 34. The test and Kim's point of view. 6:21 a.m. Kimberly's view. I'm halfway home as I tightly grip the steering wheel of my Corvette. Strangle it as if it is the manifestation of my current fears. I can't stand this uncertainty. I glance at that woman. How can she stand going through life with a blank past? I can't handle the one unknown that I have, and it's driving me crazy. I hear that woman mumble again in her sleep, and she says, I have to run. Run faster. She jerks as if fighting someone off and continues her rantings in a whisper. Hide. Cerberus. Cerberus is coming. Is that some sort of biomecha like the Unmen? Is Cerberus who or what that woman had been fighting? Is that who shot at me? I turn the car onto West 1000 Avenue. My life has become so complicated since I met her. I never know what's going to happen. 7:10 a.m. I drive the car into Nexus parking garage after passing the garage guard and then park. Rush around the car. Open the passenger door, close the music box, and put it back in that woman's pocket. Catherine, I start, and she doesn't respond, so I gently shake her. Catherine, you have to wake up. I'm not carrying you up to the apartment. I pause, waiting for a reaction. You're going to have to help me. When she doesn't wake, I snap, Catherine. She blinks open her eyes and softly speaks, Kimberly. That woman takes a moment and deeply breathes in, catching her bearings, and then she glances past me. There's only one other vehicle on the level, and it's a white delivery van. She questions me, where are we? We're at Nexus. You need to stand up so I can help you to the apartment. Okay, she tells me, and then she slowly closes her eyes and goes back to sleep. I snap again, Catherine. I lightly smack her on the cheek and yell at her, "Wake up." "Ooh, that woman sluggishly utters as she opens her eyes, and then she mutters, "That's right. You want me to get up, but I'm so tired." I want to shoot her right there. I can't stand her irritating whining, but I know I can't kill her here and not just yet. There are several security cameras covering the parking garage, so I'll have to endure her childish behavior just a bit longer. I just need to endure until I know the truth, and this time, once I do know what I already know, I'm going to get rid of that woman. "I know you're tired," I tell her in my sweetest voice. "I'll help you, but I need for you to stand." She nods and doesn't say any more, and then she leans forward in great pain. I guess her leg must still hurt. She stands with my help, wraps her arm around my shoulders, and limps to the elevator. She acts as if her head's in a fog, and it's like her mind is a lighthouse and her body's a ship some distance from the shore. The two don't seem to want to connect, and once inside the elevator, we wait in the cab for what must have seemed like an eternity to that woman as she stands and fights falling back asleep. I know I want this trip over. I need to test her blood, and when I believe I can't stand being inside this cab anymore, the doors open to the 31st floor. I help her walk down the hall to apartment H, then I help her to the couch, and that woman lies back still exhausted and broken. I look over her battered body and scold her, "You're a mess." I examine a wound on her arm as I speak. "You talked about Cerberus in your sleep. Is Cerberus a biomecha?" Droopy-eyed, that woman shakes her head as she reaches into her pocket with a trembling hand and removes the music box. She starts to open the lid. "Wait." I yell at her as I sit on the edge of the couch and put a hand on the lid so she can't open the music box. "First, you have to tell me, who did this to you? Are they still after you? Are we in danger?" "No," she replies with a hint of agony. Her body must be screaming bloody murder over the abuse she allowed her enemy to bestow upon it. She pushes through her obvious pain and tells me, "Cerberus won't be following us. She can't follow us." That woman whimpers for the torturous ache that must be throbbing through her knee, and if she had the strength, I know she would pry my hand from the music box. "We're safe," that woman tells me, and then she pleads with me, "Please." I have to listen to it. "All right," I tell her as I give in and remove my hand, and then I question her. "But who or what is this Cerberus? You said she. Is she the one who attacked you?" She opens the lid and whispers, "Yes." The melody plays, and she says no more, nearing that thing she calls the drifting time. I hurry my question before she falls asleep, and I ask her, "Who or what is Cerberus?" "A council experiment," she answers as her eyelids grow heavy, and the music starts to lull her away from the pain she must be experiencing. "An experiment? You mean someone like you?" "I don't know," that woman answers as she closes her eyes, and then she admits, "I don't know what I am." She enters the drifting time and leaves me alone with my half-answered questions. "Wait, I need to know more. Don't go to sleep. Don't." "Hades." She's not listening. I'm tempted to close the lid and end the music, but I know that woman needs to rest and heal after what she's been through. It's her own fault for going there by herself. I could just wring her neck, and I think again about ending her life and ridding myself of this troublesome woman. I resist the bloodthirsty temptation and just sit there and watch her sleep as if the answer I desperately need to know will materialize in front of me. That woman, this stray that has come into my life, she's like a cursed black cat bringing misery and disaster everywhere she goes. It would be so easy to rid myself of her right now, but as she sleeps, I let go of that notion. There's still one thing I need to do before I can even consider terminating our partnership early. I will have to rely on my life closer training again and be patient. I take a deep breath and let it out slowly. I can't rush through this. I shouldn't rush through something like this. I stand and start to leave, but then I turn back and look her over again. I can't leave her in the mess she's in. She'll get blood all over my couch and ruin the leather like she had in my Corvette. I remove her worn shoes so they won't scuff up the leather, retrieve the first aid kit, and clean the cuts and bruises on that woman's face and arms. I take a pair of scissors and cut her pant leg past her swollen knee, and I see that her knee's huge and that there's nothing I can do about the injury. I've done what I can for her, so I sit there amazed as the cuts and bruises heal before my eyes. She really is a freak or some kind of monstrous creation. This thing lying before me can't be related to me in any way. I'm only paranoid because of how my luck has been lately. That woman has nothing to do with me, and I will have nothing to do with her. I only need to conduct one simple test, and I can put all of this, everything about that woman in my past, a past I'll completely forget about like a discarded napkin I wiped up some disgusting mess with and threw in the trash. I sit a little longer on the coffee table and watch her sleep as the last part of my conversation with my father replays in my mind. It's unbelievable what the Sphinx Corporation has done to us, and one day I'll make whoever is responsible pay. But deep down I also know that this woman can't be her. I don't know why I ever thought she was. Thinking back, I only considered she might be because she's a project. I actually can't believe I jumped to that conclusion. and it's ridiculous of me to have done so. Hades, why would I think this freak is her? My sister will be normal, not some experimental reject. And I realize I really dislike wasting my time with her when I could be searching for my real little sister. I need to eliminate the slight possibility from my mind and move on. But how can I get this woman to give me a sample of her blood? What lie will I have to tell her? My thoughts drift back to the conversation I had with my father again. Sphinx stole my sister. They had snatched her away from my parents as if she was their property. It's unfair, and the futility I feel swells inside of me until it turns into rage. I could have had a sibling to grow up with, and there would have been someone there to help me through the unbearable sadness when our mom left. I look at that woman again with loathing. She merely stumbled into my life, and she's been nothing but an annoyance and a pain in my ass. I redirect my rage from Sphinx to her, knowing somehow she's to blame. The Pandora project, yes, she's somehow connected to why they took away my baby sister. I place the supplies back in the first aid kit and put it away as hatred creeps into the back of my mind. That woman's not my sister. She's a freak and probably one of those organic mechas the rogue mentioned. That's right, she's not my baby sister, not that stupid woman. I want to punch her in the face, I'm so mad at her. No, I'm not mad but disgusted with her. She entered my life without permission like she belonged in it. Who does she think she is? I should have killed her at Etna, not winged her. I should have used Pale Horse on her, not given it to her as some demented parting gift. I return and sit in the recliner and stare at that woman who had been a complete stranger 12 days earlier. Alone with my thoughts and wishes, I know she can't be my sister. She's so different from me. She looks for the good side of things when there's only darkness, and she sees hope when there's only despair. I wouldn't have picked that strange woman to be part of my family. Not in a million eons. And I wouldn't wish this freak on my worst enemy. I rub my hand over my face. I can't take it anymore and decide I don't need her to be awake to take her blood. Actually, it would be better this way. I won't have to get permission or go through the awkward explanation of why I need it. So I walk to the kitchen counter and take a kit from my purse. I remove the test stick from the box, move back to the couch, sit on the coffee table, and prick her finger. And that woman makes no notice of it as a drop of blood enters the reader. I go into the kitchen and set an egg-shaped timer that's beside the stove, and the little device ticks away the seconds. I turn and place the test stick on the counter that's on the opposite side of the stove. I'll go insane if I have to listen to the timer tick away these crucial moments. So I go to my room, sit on my bed, place my purse beside me, and grab my zipped-up hoodie that had been lying on my bed. I remove Pale Horse from the small zipper compartment, and I study the bullet and the words I wrote on it. I shouldn't have left it at Etna. No, I should have used it on her and ended our bizarre relationship there. If I had, I would have never been nearly killed by the T3 seconds and then later by the K99 seconds. If I had, I would have easily killed Melissa before her contract was canceled and earned the credits I deserved instead of ending up with nothing. If that woman had met the end she deserved by me or even by Topa or a biomecha, I would be working on my next closing and earning a lot of credits, not taking a break from my job. I had been content with my life, and she had to go and mess it all up with her idealistic view of the world. Hades, I hate her. I hate everything about her. And at that moment, I resolve in my mind that today will be the day. That woman has been too much of a hassle, and once the test verifies she's not my sister, I'll close her where she sleeps. I place Pale Horse in my pocket. I'll be needing it shortly. I go to my closet, open a storage box, and remove a plastic sheet. I'll need it later to place on the floor and roll that woman onto it before I do the deed. No sense in having to buy a new couch or have someone clean it. The music box will keep her helpless and there won't be any fuss from her as I push her off the couch. The guild prep cleanup crew will have little to do then. They will only have to come pick up the body all rolled up like a bloody burrito and dispose of it. I sit on my bed and flop back as I laugh. That little do-gooder is finally going to get what she deserves. I laugh again as I think back to the factory. I thought I had finally gotten rid of her when I traded her life for the disc the rogue had. The rogue ended up betraying me and I had to join forces with that woman once again. She worked so hard on trying to convince me that she was angry with me but that she would take me back as her partner. All I had to do was trust her. A small smile cracks across my face as I remember agreeing to the new deal. But then I aimed my gun at her while we were still in Computer Lab 2 in the Yellow Division. I chuckle thinking of those deviously precious moments. I asked her if she was out of ammo after killing a T3 that had entered the lab, and even though she had just saved my life, I acted like I was going to kill her. I even pulled the trigger. That woman got so mad at me. I had hoped it was the start of a short-lived partnership, but I don't think that woman understands. I want her to leave my life forever and not latch onto me like some stray kitten. I get off of my bed and make my way back into the living room where that woman is still sleeping soundly. She better be thankful for what she did have. I fed her, gave her someplace warm to sleep, and even bought her new clothes. I put up with the stupid way she looks at the world and her constant insistence that we not kill anyone. I stare at the unconscious Pandora project. I have to protect my sense of pride and my way of life, so I return to my bedroom, reach over my bed, remove my gun from my purse, and screw on its silencer. I close my eyes and visualize myself standing over her doing the deed. Maybe I'll wake her right before I pull the trigger. Yes, I think I will. I'd like to see the expression on her stupid face once she realizes what her trust in me has cost her. I think I've been waiting for this moment for such a long time. I can't believe I've waited this long. I walk back in the living room, carrying the plastic sheet and my gun, and the timer shakes with the ring. So I walk into the kitchen and silence it. I'm so giddy with excitement as I get this sick pleasure in the things to come. I glance at the test stick, read the results, don't even give it a second look as I set my gun on the counter, and then head to the living room. I scoot the coffee table out of the way, and then I unfold and lay the plastic sheet on the floor. That woman never stirs while I prepare her burial cloth. She's actually sleeping very peacefully as I work. When I finish, I stand on the plastic sheet, sit on the couch beside her, and watch her slumber without fear or worry. This is all her fault. She should have never trusted our rocky partnership. She had to know it was built on lies. I glance at a shelf near the entry and a photo looks back at me. So I turn back to that woman. She knew I was a life closer and that I would eventually kill her. This is her fault. I notice a speck of blood I had missed on her cheek and tenderly take my thumb and wipe it away. And then I stand, grab the folded blanket at the end of the couch and cover her up to her chin. I go back into the kitchen and grab my gun and look again at the test stick. The results of the stable flux RBC test are as clear as my resolve. I close my eyes and shake my head and then stroll to the couch. I eject the magazine of my gun, place Pale Horse in the magazine, clear the chamber of my gun, and then reinsert the magazine. I chamber Pale Horse and walk to the end of the couch. That woman still hasn't moved. Why doesn't she do something? Doesn't she know I'm about to kill her? She frustrates me so much with her trusting attitude. Why did she ever find me? Why couldn't she have stumbled across someone else's life? I lift my gun and aim at her. I haven't placed her on the plastic sheet yet, so I lower my arm. I feel a trickle of water run down my face. It must be hot in here and I'm sweating. I'll have to have Axe. Adjust the temperature later. I look at that woman again. Why did she have to come into my life? My life was perfect before she came into it. I head to my bedroom as if I'm lost and set my gun on my nightstand. That woman should have never come into my life. I liked my life the way it was. I wipe the sweat from my cheek as another trickle rolls down it. I sit on my bed. I hate her. I hate her so much. That woman has. Catherine has turned my life upside down. I wipe the wetness from my face, realizing it's not sweat but tears, and I turn and bury my face in my pillow. I hate Catherine. She has made me see things differently, and I cry into my pillow. That stupid idiot. She can't be my sister. I'm finally ready to kill her, so she can't be my sister. If she is, that means I wanted to murder my baby sister. If she is, that means I cold-heartedly planned her execution. If she is, that means I'm a horrible person, and I don't deserve someone like her. I continue to weep into my pillow as the atrocious thing I was about to do penetrates the cold bars of a life closer's indifference I had built around my heart. The atrocious thing I almost committed pierces through my well-placed defenses and strikes my heart and causes it to bleed. My heart, a heart that's made of stone, is bleeding with guilt and disbelief like it's a concrete dam with a small crack in it. Is this the kind of person I have become? Am I so heartless that I would enjoy killing my own flesh and blood? I did nearly kill my father. I can't believe it. I'm still in utter shock that woman, that Catherine, is my sister. I saw the test results and denied them. I even went as far as to lay down the plastic sheet and aim my gun at her. Why did I do that? I uncontrollably weep and feel the tears pouring from my eyes. I'm such an evil person. I cry into my pillow for some time. Oh, gods. I almost killed her even after I knew the truth. Do I really hate her that much? Do I really hate the notion that someone that kind and innocent could be my sister? I realize that the person I hate isn't Catherine but myself. She's right. I hate what I do for a living. I hate being a life closer. I'm not happy, and I was never happy doing it. I've been so alone and frightened I've hidden myself away in the guise of the strong and dispassionate Phoenix. The only way I survived that awful life was by lying to myself, and she saw it. I grip my pillow and pull at it as if I will tear it apart. She's my sister, and I was going to kill her. I'm a horrible person, and I'm the one who should die. I cry until I can't weep anymore, and then I go to the bathroom, wash my face, and go into the living room. I'm a wretched person. I don't deserve to have a sister, and I don't deserve to be happy. I sit beside her again and run my fingers through a few strands of her hair. What did I ever do to deserve someone like Catherine? I sit there for a long time and watch her sleep. The hatred I had for her slowly turns itself inside out as a new feeling I should have. Tries to break the frozen surface of my emotions. I need to embrace this fledgling feeling. I need to help it break free, and then I need to never let go. I cry another tear. Catherine sees hope when there's only despair. So can she find love in me when there's nothing but hate? Chapter 35. Now what? 7:47 a.m. Kimberlys view. I return to the kitchen and let Catherine sleep. I shouldn't bother her while she's trying to heal. Not that I could wake her unless I close the music box. She will wake up on her own when she's ready. I go over to the counter and stare at the test stick for what seems like the 100th time in disbelief. I still can't believe the results are positive. Catherine has stable flux RBC in her blood. I pick up the test stick and utter, Hades. She's my sister. I shake my head, collapse to a bar stool, and whisper, she's really my sister, my little sister. I confoundedly peer at the test stick in my hand. All this time, she was here. Catherine had been the one who found me and the one who insisted that we knew each other. Troubled by my past actions, I set the test stick down and run both of my hands through my hair, trying to squeeze the guilt from my mind. I don't have to worry about my heart, for I know I don't have one. Not after what I almost did to her minutes ago. The pressure I put on my skull does nothing to ease my guilt, so I stop and think about her again. Catherine had been the one I called a freak, and she had been the one I shot. I look at my blood-drenched palms that are covered by unthinkable evil, and she had been the one that I nearly killed twice because of my own self-loathing. I glance at the picture of my mom sitting on a shelf in the living room, and I thank my mom for stopping me the first time. She's dead, but a look from her picture stayed my hand when Catherine was in my apartment that first day. I stare at my mom, stare at her warm and smiling face. Was Catherine's kidnapping the reason my mom was murdered? I agonize over the possibility. Was that why my mom wanted me to help Catherine? She had known what they had done to her youngest daughter. I gaze at the back of the couch. The hologram had said Catherine was the key. I pull on my left earlobe and thought, but the key to what? Is she the key to bringing down the Sphinx Corporation? Bringing down the ones responsible for tearing my family apart? Or is she only the key to helping me find the person I once was? Can she help me find my humanity again? I'm filled with dismay as I walk to the couch, lean on its back, and remember the events leading to this moment. Hades. I almost didn't let her stay here. I watch Catherine sleep and see her in a new way. This woman is family, not someone to despise or hate. If I hadn't let Catherine stay back then, I would be frantically searching for her. I see that the plastic sheet is still on the floor, and I start crying again as I go around and fold it up. I still don't know why I allowed myself to go as far as I did in executing her murder. Sure, Catherine had been an annoyance, but for the most part, she had been helpful and even saved my life a couple of times. I go to my bedroom closet and put the sheet away as I think back to Etna Toys distribution station Bravo. And remember, we were climbing a wall to escape the K-99 seconds and I lost my footing and slipped. She caught me. If she hadn't, those K-99 seconds would have torn me apart. And how did I thank her? Later, after reaching the top first, I watched with satisfaction as she struggled to pull herself up, already tired from having to hold up my extra weight. Even back then she thought about me and worried about me when all I gave her in return was my contempt and animosity. She should have left the partnership after we escaped from Etna, but she stayed with me, and I don't know why. She had to know I was only in it for myself. And what about the time I handed her over to the rogue? She actually forgave me, not with words that are soon forgotten, but she actually forgave me and moved on. She hasn't mentioned it since. I belittle her, yell at her, openly make her feel unwelcome here, and I even made her sleep on the uncomfortable couch when I had an unoccupied bedroom. But she never complained and repeatedly thanked me. I feel tears streaming down my cheeks. She thanked me, not offhandedly but sincerely, like we're friends and I had done something nice for her. I'm a wretch. I realize I can't be in the emotional mess I'm in when she wakes up. So I go to the hallway bathroom and splash water on my face. I can't think about what I did to her and what I almost did to her. I have to move on if I'm going to sit down with her later and explain this whole crazy situation. I still can't believe we're family. I go into the living room as sadness hits me again as I think about the crimes others perpetrated against my family. And I look across the room to the picture. Mom, too bad you're not here to finally see her. I force myself not to weep tears of joy this time as I think about the reunion they would have had. Mom, you would have been so happy, and from what I can tell, Catherine's a really good person. She's kind and caring, not like your troublesome older daughter. I change thoughts, knowing I will break down and cry if I remain in my current ones. I think about my mom and why they killed her. Frustration thunders out of me, and I slam my fist on the table. Was it so terrible that my mom knew that her daughter was still alive? I walk to the kitchen on the side closest to the couch, trying to clear my thoughts. I can't break down again, not until I've spoken with Catherine. When I hit the table earlier, I must have woke Catherine, for she shuts the lid to the music box and sits up. She pulls herself to the end of the couch, keeping her one leg stretched out, and frantically searches the room. She must be half asleep and may be wondering if Cerberus has found her. A little more awake, I think she notices that we're safe and that I'm standing near the kitchen. She removes the blanket and asks, "What was that sound?" The sound. I question her and then glance at my fist and say, "Oh, sorry. Did I wake you?" Catherine's view. "That's okay. I probably should get something to drink," I say as I move to get up, and my knee throbs. That's really odd, so I examine my bruised arms and find that the marks are almost gone. And then I rub my leg. All my other injuries have nearly healed, but this one doesn't feel any different. Actually, my knee feels worse. I notice how swollen it is, and it looks worse than before I went to sleep. Kimberlys view. "Are you all right?" I ask her. She hides her pain and tells me, "I'm okay. Do you want some breakfast?" I ask, trying to pull myself out of my glum demeanor. "I can fix toast, bacon, and eggs." I watch Catherine. She claims she has no memory past a year ago. I wonder though, did Catherine know she's my sister on a subconscious level? Is that why she sought me out? "Breakfast sounds great," Catherine says, winces, and then adds, "Maybe some painkillers if you have them." "You're in pain." I hurry over to the couch as my heart pounds. Is she in that much pain even after listening to the music box? "Yes, it's my knee," she tells me. "It still hurts." She rubs it some more as she adds, "Maybe I need to listen to unfinished melody a little longer, and I'll be fine. It wouldn't hurt to take some painkillers." I hurry to the master bedroom's bathroom, open the medicine cabinet, remove some pills, and rush back into the kitchen. I quickly fix her a glass of water and hand it along with the pills to Catherine as I tell her, "Here." Catherine's view. "Thanks," I say, a little wary of Kimberly's peculiar behavior. I take the pills from her and watch as she sits on the couch beside my feet and leans toward me. I place one of the pills in my mouth as she watches, and I swallow it with some water. I feel self-conscious as she peers at me as if she's really worried about me, but that can't be true. Not the Phoenix. I laugh to myself. I'm only imagining things still. Kimberly seems. She seems different somehow, and I ask her, "Are you okay?" I know something's wrong. Kimberly seems thoughtful and worried about me. Is this some sort of trick? Is this a clone of Kimberly or maybe a Stepford Kim? No, I hope not, but Kimberly does seem different. "Me," she says as Kimberly points to herself, and then she tells me, "I'm okay." "Why do you ask?" "You're acting a little unusual," I reply. Then I pop the last pill in my mouth and down it with some more of the water, still a little wary of Kimberly. I can't figure out what she's up to. I told her everything I knew about who attacked me, though I never mentioned that Adam also attacked me and what he told me. Maybe that's it. She knows I'm holding back something, and she wants me to tell her everything. Kimberly's view. I guess I can't hide my uncharacteristic behavior from her. I knew I couldn't pull it off, but at least I'm not crying. I question her as if I don't know what she's talking about. "Unusual how?" "Don't get mad, but you seem different somehow." "You seem..." What's the word I'm looking for? Catherine puts a finger to her chin, and it's a little cute, like a child thinking too hard. You seem concerned about me." I act surprised, lean back, and point at myself again as I say, "Me? Concerned about you? Ha!" I try to snap, but it comes out soft. "For Aries' sake, don't be an idiot. I'm not the littlest bit concerned about you." I stand, wanting to run away before she catches me. Catches me doing what? I don't know, so I stand there, feeling stupid, and tell her, "I'm only being polite." Catherine's view. Polite. That's also odd for Kimberly, so maybe she is a Stepford Kim. Maybe I should be more worried about my safety. If Kimberly starts asking me if there's anything I need or if I want a pillow for my leg, then I can freak out, but for now, I'll keep an eye on her. Maybe I'm having a weird dream, and I'll soon wake up and find Kimberly back to her snarling self. Kimberly's view. I go into the kitchen and start on breakfast as I wonder when I should tell Catherine that she's my sister. How will it change things? I grab a frying pan. And when should I tell my father? Chapter 36. On a mission. 7:51 a.m. The boundary of the Hellenistic sector. The Orion squad had made their way to one of the apartments lining the boundary. They went to the roof and used cables to cross over to one of the Norse's apartment rooftops. and about half the team had crossed. On top of the Hellenistic sector rooftop, the 2 techs and one of the SCMs stood close to the edge as Sergeant Barnes clipped Peters on the zip line. "I don't know about this," Peters said as he glanced over the ledge. He spoke as if confessing, "I don't do too well when I believe I'm going to fall to my death." Barnes stated, "Hades. Don't worry, there's nothing to it." He pointed to the cable, and then he explained, "You ride this descending line to the other side." He made a falling sign with his hand, and then he added, "Gravity does all the work." "I think gravity's what he's afraid of," Maxwell said as he motioned to the road below. Peters panicked and started to back away from the ledge and voiced, "Maybe I should go back to the sanctum." "Really?" Barnes told him in a reassuring tone as he approached him. He began as he slapped Peters on the back and gave him a little push before finishing. "Nothing to it." Peters fell forward and zipped to the other side, and Maxwell watched his partner glide to the other rooftop. And then Maxwell remarked, "I thought there would be screaming." Barnes smirked before adding, "You haven't taken your turn yet." Maxwell looked over the side and down to the pavement, and then he said, "Right." Unlike the tidal waves churning in his stomach, his voice was calm as he said, "Maybe you should gag me or something. I wouldn't want to give away our position." "Or something," Barnes repeated as if Maxwell had given him an idea. Barnes wickedly grinned as he questioned him, "Are you afraid you'll scream?" He unzipped his backpack and started looking through it as he told the tech, "I've got something for that." On the north sector rooftop, Jones unclipped Peters, and he sounded surprised as he told the tech, "You didn't scream." "Yeah." Peters stood, breathing deeply, and then he repeated, "Yeah." He glanced back toward the ledge and told the young soldier, surprised himself, "Not that I didn't try. I opened my mouth and nothing came out." Jones looked at the SCM beside him, and he told the soldier, "Okay, double or nothing." The next CJ screams like a little girl. "You're on," Wilson replied. Minutes later, Maxwell zipped down the line. "He's not screaming either," Wilson spoke. "Looks like you owe me 100 credits, Jones." Maxwell landed with tape over his mouth. "Puck," Jones pointed as he uttered, "That's cheating." Wilson gave him a "yeah, right" look. "Fine," Jones grumbled, and then he said, "We'll settle up when we get back." He stomped off as he grumbled, "Talk about unfair." The CJ probably would have screamed if he hadn't had his mouth taped. Once the last SCM crossed, Captain Walters scanned all of them with an intense stare, and then he told them, "From here on out, we're shadows. We're on our own. The council won't bail us out if we get into trouble." "Understood, sir," the SCMs whispered. The Orion squad quietly rappelled down the side of the building to an alley, opened a manhole, and descended an old rusted ladder several levels to a drainage system. Tainted rain along with debris washed in through the storm drains flowed through the tunnels and filled the area with the oily smell of petroleum. "Which way?" Walters asked the techs. Peters glanced at his HHC and pointed in front of them, instructing them, "This way." He led them across a sidewalk next to the River of Black. Walters and Marks walked behind Peters. Lieutenant Conway followed. Maxwell walked in the middle of Kennedy, Sergeant Jordan, and Leakin. Lieutenant Lane followed them and Wilson her. Barnes, in the back of the group, paused and scanned behind them. "Did you hear that?" he asked. Jones turned and gazed into the blackness as he inquired, "Hear what?" A clicking sound like metal tapping stone repeatedly, Barnes replied, and then he took a few steps back to where they entered as he stated, "I could have sworn I heard it." Jones strained and shook his head as he spoke, "I don't hear anything." He glanced at him, eyeing him a few seconds, and then he said, "Are you messing with me, Sarge?" Barnes put a finger to his lips to quiet Jones and strained his ears, but could only hear the lapping and rushing water as the tainted rain flowed by them. He finally replied, "No, come on. It was probably a rat." Jones turned and hurried to catch up with the group. Barnes glanced once more behind himself and then continued on, and after a few minutes, a vagrant emerged from the shadow of a connecting tunnel. "It's safe," the man said. Another vagrant stepped out and asked him, "Did you see their uniforms? Those men don't work for the Valhalla Corporation military. What are they doing in the North sector, Pat?" "Don't know, don't care," he answered, and then he lit a lantern and said to his friend, "Come on, Jim, before they come back." Pat led them away from the soldiers and down the main tunnel, and after they traveled a short distance, he turned down a smaller tunnel. "I don't like it here," Jim stated as he removed his dingy cowboy hat and raked his graying hair back. "It gives me the creeps." He placed his hat back on as he added, "I've heard stories that few enter and none leave." "Come on," Pat spoke and then chuckled. "What's going to happen down here? Are giant rats going to attack us?" "I was thinking more of a giant alligator. I heard stories of them." "Quiet. I hear something," Pat spoke as he lifted the lantern, casting the light high up the wall. and a small shadow scurried away from the pale yellow glow. "I don't hear anything," Jim said as he leaned against the side of the tunnel. "Puck, the wall's sticky. Pat, shine the light over here. Puck, something's all over me." Pat turned and saw a white web-like substance all over the other man's hand, and he told him, "You stuck your hand in a spider web, that's all. Don't worry about it." Jim panicked as he uttered, "I can't move my hand." He pulled with all his might but couldn't free himself. Click, 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 click. Jim scanned the black tunnel as he questioned, "What was that sound?" "Don't know," Pat answered as he turned, casting the pale yellow light forward, and then he turned back around. "I wouldn't worry about." He found the spot empty where the other man had been standing, and Pat uttered, "Jim." His friend didn't respond, so he shouted, "Jim, where did you go?" An object caught Pat's attention, and he bent, picking up the cowboy hat from the floor, and mumbled to himself, "You wouldn't leave this behind." More small shadows scurried around the tunnel behind Pat. Click, 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 click. "Jim," Pat shouted once more, and then he heard a muffled sound and looked up. His eyes widened, horrified by what he saw. He screamed and started to run away when webbing shot down and snatched him up into the darkness. Pat let out one last blood-curdling scream as the lantern fell to the floor, knocking itself off, and the tunnel plunged into blackness, and silence followed. Chapter 37. The Tunnels, 8:28 am. Within the North Sector drainage system, the Orion squad walked the dark passage with their flashlights that were mounted on their X-Mates leading the way. The sidewalk started up some steps and took the group to a second level, and then they entered an intersection where 5 large pipes dumped water into a circular room with a pool in the center. The tainted rain pooled deep in this section before rushing out one large tunnel that had no sidewalks. "Maxwell, I need you," Peters shouted back to the middle of the group, and his partner hurried up to him. "What is it?" Maxwell inquired. Peters studied his HHC and pointed as he told him, "The T3 signals are straight ahead, but the sidewalk ends here." He turned to his partner and asked him, "Can you hack into the North Sector drainage system records and pull up a schematic of the area? We need to find a different route." Maxwell nodded and removed the HHC from his vest pocket as he told him, "Give me a few minutes." In the back of the group, "There it is again," Barnes stated as he gripped his XM8, turned, moved away from the group, and questioned, "You hear it?" Jones shook his head, listened behind them, and answered, "I don't hear a click, 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 click." "Hey, I do hear something," Jones answered as he unslung his XM8 and aimed it at the passage they had come up. The flashlight lit up a small section of the tunnel. Barnes followed suit, tapped his headset, and called, "Mad Irish." "What is it?" Walters came back. "We've got some movement back here," Barnes relayed as he opened his eyes wide, trying to focus and make out what lurked in the darkness. "Don't know what it is." He took a step back as he stated, "Wait, whatever it is, there's more of them." The sound of metal striking stone increased by 10. Click, 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 click. Walters unset the safety on his assault rifle and turned to the female soldier, ordering her, "Marks, stay with the CJS." "Yes, Captain," she replied, and then she took a defensive position. Walters walked forward as he ordered the rest of the Orion squad. Everyone else, support Barnes and Jones. The SCMs ran toward the other two on command as Walters paused, turned to Maxwell, and told him, "Hurry with that new route. We might have to run for it." He rushed to the back as Maxwell worked faster. Walters hurried to the back of the group, and by the time he arrived, the sound had stopped, so he questioned, "You see anything, Sergeant?" "Nothing yet," Barnes replied as he gripped his assault rifle tightly. They tensed. The end of the tunnel was dark except where their flashlight beams landed, and then as if the eyes of the damned opened in the dark mouth of hell, 80 little green lights blinked on with a hum. "What are they?" Jones asked as he took a step back but held his position. "Puck, I don't know," Barnes answered him as he took aim. The massive beady green eyes rushed forward like a weaving black snake, and the mass hit the flashlight beams and revealed 10 arachnoids that were 2 foot in diameter. 8 metal legs multiplied by 10 struck the sidewalk as the mechanical bugs charged, and with one mind, they moved to engage the intruders. "Biomechas," Barnes shouted as he, Jones, and the other SCMs opened up, filling the area with the rapid burst of assault weapons. The gun blasts lit up the soldiers' intense combat faces. Maxwell and Peters turned as the SCMs shot. Marks had been facing that way the whole time. "Arachnoids," Peters yelled, and then he cupped his hand over his mouth to project his voice and shouted, "Watch out for their webs." "Arachnoids, what are they doing down here?" Maxwell questioned his partner as he continued his work on the HHC. "Maybe they're here to keep vagrants from living down in the drainage system," Peters suggested as he kept his attention on the SCMs. And then he muttered, I wonder if the soldiers heard my warning. Marks moved a few steps closer to her comrades, wanting to go help them, and then said to the techs, or maybe the Valhalla Corporation knows we're here and sent these biomechas to take us out. Marks scanned the area around them to make sure no bugs were there. She would protect the techs with her life. She told the techs, and as for if they heard you or not, don't forget about your headset. Marks complained, rookies. She tapped the headset and spoke over it. Everyone, the CJ said these biomechas produce webbing, so watch out. Earlier, at the front of the group, Jones and Barnes' attack only scattered the horde of arachnoids, and when he heard yelling, Barnes held his fire and asked, what did the CJ shout? I don't know, Jones answered and released a few more bursts. Couldn't hear over our fire. Mark's message came over the headsets as 6 of the arachnoids crawled up the side of the wall, while the other 4 shot a sticky web-like substance at the men. The white webbing hit Jones' left pant leg and boot. I can't move, Jones shouted as he tried to pull out of it. Keep shooting, Walters ordered. Fired at the arachnoids on the wall, hit 2, and knocked them off. The 2 arachnoids rolled around on their backs like helpless turtles and then maneuvered themselves onto their legs. The bugs continued their charge toward the soldiers, shot more webbing, and ensnared Kennedy and Jordan, who stood behind Barnes. Fall back, Walters ordered and held his position. Sergeant, see if you can cut Jordan and Kennedy free. On it, Barnes shouted as he removed his Arkansas toothpick. He went and cut at the sticky white substance that ensnared Jordan, and the cutting went slowly. Walters ran up to Jones and started to cut the young soldier free. Peters, Maxwell, and Marks ran up to them, and Walters barked at them. I thought I told everyone to fall back. I found the route we need. Maxwell heaved slightly out of breath as he pointed down the tunnel the arachnoids blocked. We ain't going nowhere, Walters yelled as he finished cutting Jones free. He fired a few rounds from his XM8, and then he asked, unless you know something I don't. Well, we have an idea, Peters said as he pushed his black-rimmed glasses up his sweaty nose. Back when we were employed at the factory, I and Maxwell worked on the arachnoids, and we spent a lot of time on their program. And shut up with the explaining and do whatever it is, Walters yelled as he shot a couple more rounds, ejected the magazine, and placed in a new one. Peters and Maxwell nodded and sang. Oh, an itsy-bitsy spider crawled up the iron lamp post. Down came the tainted rain, and washed the spider off. The 8 eyes of each arachnoid brightly glowed and faded as they shut down. The entire group was like statues. Barnes finished releasing Jordan and started on Kennedy. Walters turned to the techs and told them once the danger was over, now you can explain yourselves. As I was saying, we spent a lot of time on their programming and fooled with voice commands. Peter started. We implanted a code that would put them to sleep for about an hour. Maxwell said, we didn't know if it would still work. The factory sold these arachnoids to Valhalla, and their techs could have altered their programming. Walters turned to the arachnoids and stated, so far so good. But let's not push it. We'll move out as soon as Barnes frees the other soldier. We have bigger biomechas to worry about than these bugs. Chapter 38. Assassin's Guild's Magistrate Hall. 8:42 a.m. Central City. The NCPF transportation vehicle arrived outside of the white marble ingress. It was the only above-ground structure of the Assassin's Guild city called the Dragon's Teeth. The guild built the rest of the city underground. A guild prefect who donned a samurai outfit along with 2 guild sentinels left the Greek-style pillared ingress and stepped down a dozen stairs to the sidewalk. The guild sentinels wore Spartan-like garnet armor consisting of a helmet with a black plume, shin guards, and a breastplate with the Assassin's Guild's emblem marked on the center. The emblem was a black dagger piercing a white mask. They carried a halberd, which was a 2-handed pole weapon that consisted of an axe blade topped with a spike and mounted on a long shaft. It had a hook on the back side of the axe blade for grappling. The sentinels were also armed with a claymore, which was a 2-handed large sword with a wheel pommel capped by a crescent-shaped nut, and a guard with straight-down sloping arms ending in quatrefoils and langets running down the center of the blade from the guard. The man with them, the guild prefect, wore a black full-length kimono, hakama pants, a black haori, and tatami sandals. He carried 2 swords tucked in his obi, which was a sash, a katana, which was a single-edged longsword 30 inches long, and a shoto, which was a single-edged short sword 23 inches long. A dragon bearing its claws and teeth decorated the hilt of the pair of samurai swords, and a pair of samurai swords were known as daisho. A Noir civil police force officer exited the transport vehicle and approached the samurai as he questioned him. Are you Prefect Yajiu Jubei? The officer was a little nervous. He had only heard rumors about assassins and had never met one face to face. He expected to be killed at any moment if he said the wrong thing. "I am," Jubei replied as he sensed the man's nervousness. The officer wasn't the first to react this way when dealing with those of the Assassin's Guild. Jubei eyed the vehicle with disdain before questioning, "Are you delivering the jackal?" The officer threw his thumb over his shoulder and stated, "He's in the back." The officer handed an HHC to him and told the prefect, "All I need is your signature, and he's all yours." Jubei took the HHC and signed the document on the screen. He handed the HHC to the officer, and the officer walked to the back of the transport, followed by Jubei and the 2 guild sentinels. The officer unlocked the back and opened the doors, and inside the vehicle, Wilbert sat handcuffed in between 2 more officers. The shackles the prisoner wore kept his hands close together and positioned in front of him. "Guess I'm here," Wilbert stated as if he arrived with his parents at a last resort boarding school after 4 others had expelled him. And he stood in with the aid of the officers. He stepped down from the vehicle. "So," Wilbert eyed Jubei and asked him, "Are you my judge?" "No," he answered, amused by the question. "I am a guild prefect, one of 3. I will be your counsel for the trial." Jubei motioned to the ingress up the stairs and said with contempt for this outlaw mongrel, "This way to the entrance. There's much for us to cover before the arraignment to learn of the charges against you." "Right, the charges," Wilbert scoffed. "Wouldn't want to execute me without a trial." The guild sentinel started up the steps, and Wilbert followed as he muttered, "What would people say if we didn't have a trial?" Wilbert paused halfway up and asked, "By the way, what's up with the costumes? Is there a party I don't know about?" Jubei motioned to his attire and explained, "These are merely our clothes." His comments amused Jubei again, and he told him, "Do not forget to listen closer. You are entering a world few people see." Jubei started back up the stairs as he added, "Once we get there, you will be the one who seems out of place." "If you say so," Wilbert said, followed, and then questioned, "How long do we have?" "We will have less than an hour by the time we reach your cell," Jubei answered. "Do not worry though." "Why's that?" Wilbert asked. "As you implied before, all of this is a formality. You have already been convicted. All that there is to decide is your punishment." Wilbert hid it, but deep inside he was scared out of his pucking mind. He questioned, "What's there to decide? I'm a dead man, right?" Or at least he thought he hid it well. Jubei knew the foolish illicit closer had to be thinking about it. He must be wondering why the Assassin's Guild would go through all of this if he was only going to be killed. Wilbert must fear that the magistrates had more in mind than merely executing him with a swift blade. Jubei gloated within his own thoughts. Wilbert must also know there are worse things than a prompt death. The guild sentinels walked to the top of the stairs, entered the ingress, approached a desk in the otherwise empty large room, and there a woman sat at the desk. She wore a white eye patch and stared at a computer with her green eye. The woman with fiery cropped hair clicked a mouse and pulled up several files as a cutlass sat on the glass top next to the computer. A basket hilt in the shape of a skull and crossbones decorated the sword. Wilbert followed the sentinels and Jubei him as Wilbert looked around. 4 large pillars stood in the middle of the ingress and the desk in the middle of them. "Prefect," the woman started, "pleased to see him. The jackal's cell is ready. You may proceed down." Jubei bowed as he told her in his native tongue, "Arigato, Grace O'Malley." A new file appeared on her screen, beeped, and she said, "One moment, Prefect." Grace read over the file and then stated, "The guild magistrates have pushed up the jackal's trial. You don't have time to go to his cell. You'll need to directly proceed to the magistrate hall." Jubei glanced at Wilbert before saying, "Looks like we will have to go over the details on the way down." Wilbert complained, "Puck, I thought I'd at least have time to mull over my demise." "Do not worry," Jubei said. "You will still have time. Your sentence will not be carried out right away." He tapped the hilt of his katana as he said, "There will still be time to fret over it." "Down you go then," O'Malley spoke as she pressed one of 2 buttons under her desk. "Wouldn't want to keep everyone waiting." She winked at Jubei as she added flirtatiously, "Now would we?" He hid his curiosity from the fiery-haired woman with a matching temper. She on many occasions showed her interest in him, but by guild law, he couldn't get involved with someone lower than the 3 classes. So he said nothing to her remark. He thought it would be best to be on the safe side and not encourage her. The elevator behind the desk opened, and the guild sentinels led Wilbert into it. The cab closed after Jubei entered, and the elevator descended a mile underground and stopped. The cab doors opened to a white stone passage, and brass torches lit the dark way. The passage led to a huge cavern covered with stalagmites and stalactites. Many of the calcium carbonate formations had been removed centuries ago to make way for different architectural structures. Brass torches lined the cavern walls and brass lampposts lined a white stone walkway. Hundreds of people filled the streets of the city within the cavern. "Welcome to the Dragon's Teeth," Jubei said, "the heart of the Assassin's Guild." Wilbert marveled at the sight. The city was grander than anything he could imagine. They walked for some time down the path before they reached a grouping of 3 large stalagmites. The icicle-shaped deposits rose from the floor like giant claws, and a 20-foot bronze statue of a man just as tall as the stalagmites stood in their center. Wilbert wondered who the statue was of as they went by it, and then the walkway wound around the 3 stalagmites and headed for a Greek-style building of Parthenon design. And it had a rectangular structure surrounded by a colonnaded portico on all 4 sides. The gable roof produced a squat triangular shape at each end of the building that was called the pediment, and sculptures of guild sentinels, prefects, and magistrates about daily court business filled the pediment. A group of fierce people blocked their way into the magistrate hall, and the guild sentinels paused and tensed. Jubei moved to the front as the sentinels took position 1 on each side of Wilbert, and then Jubei eyed the group of 3 men and 1 woman as he grabbed hold of the saya, which was his scabbard, so if he had to, he could quickly draw the katana. He noticed 3 of the people were of the lords and ladies class. The Assassin's Guild castes broke down into 3 tiers. The lowest, the nether class, consisted of life closers. The middle class consisted of median assassins. They were those who applied for class status, and core assassins. They were those who qualified to participate in the Lord and Lady trials. The upper class consisted of lords and ladies, the 3rd highest ranking, the prefects, the 2nd highest ranking, and the magistrates, who were the rulers and judges of the Assassin's Guild. Lords and ladies, Jubei bowed his head as he greeted them, and none of them responded. He knew all of them and scrutinized each of them, trying to assess their threat level. Jubei looked at the first. Lord Geronimo was a Native American Apache and a monster of a man, standing at 7'6". He carried a large steel mallet with a head the size of a small barrel, which he wielded on a long steel pole with both of his massive hands. Jubei watched as he lifted the heavy weapon with one hand and rested it on his shoulder. Geronimo was bare-chested and wore a breechcloth, leather leggings, moccasins, and a leather headband that kept his long raven black hair out of his eyes. Jubei chose his words carefully, having no time for squabbles, and said, "I see our paths have intersected." Wilbert leaned to one of the sentinels and asked him, like I said, "What's up with the wild costumes?" The guardian didn't reply to him. Jubei looked at Lady Tamogozan, who dwarfed in comparison to Geronimo, and hid in the shadow of the Apache. She wore black ninja gear, a sheath full of throwing stars crossed her chest, and a ninjato, which was a straight sword with a square handguard, rested on her back. Tama wore a hood and her eerily dark eyes stared at Jubei. 3 6-inch metal claws were strapped to her left hand and glinted in the torchlight. "What business brings you here?" Jubei asked them as he noticed standing next to her was Lord Michael Collins, who was a ghost of a man with pale white skin and light blue eyes. He stood at a meager 6 foot, was armed with a longsword, which was a straight double-edged blade 35 inches with a lengthy cruciform hilt, and wore a habergeon, which was a knee-length chainmail. Jubei questioned them, "Will none of you speak, or are you allowing your silence to talk for you?" Those 3 concerned Jubei, but not as much as the 3rd man. He was dressed in a late 1600s French court-style attire, and he donned a silver classical rapier. The handguard's 2 metal snakes intertwined the hilt of the thin blade. The serpents bore their fangs at each other as if in an epic battle to the death. Jubei turned to the 4th member, hoping to find answers with him, and questioned, "Prefect Serrano de Bergerac, why do you block our entrance into the courthouse? What's with these swords?" Wilbert looked over the 4 as he questioned, "Doesn't anyone pack a gun?" Wilbert peered at Serrano as he asked for all to hear, "And what's with the fruitcake? Is he some sort of pansy?" The sentinels dare not respond to his comment, so Wilbert again stood talking to himself. Serrano wore a blue velvet long coat, a waistcoat, a white lace cravat with red ribbon knots under it, a ruffled long-sleeved white shirt, breeches gathered at the knees, and a sword belt. Curls from a blonde wig fell past his shoulders. "Why do we block your entrance into the magistrate hall?" Serrano asked, grinned, and then said, "That's simple. Prefect Yajiu." Jubei knew that smirk and placed his hand on the dragon hilt of his katana. Serrano nonchalantly lifted his right hand, and his ruffled sleeve bounced as he informed them, "We're here to kill the illicit closer." Chapter 39. How to Tell Her. 8:59 am. Hellenistic Sector, Residential Vicinage. Nexus Apartments. Apartment H. Catherine's View. The sweet and caring atmosphere in the 3,000 square foot dwelling unsettles me, and I feel unnerved in what is usually a hostile environment. Maybe hostile is too strong a word, but in the past, Kimberly made it a point to make me feel unwelcome. She made sure I felt like I didn't belong, and Kimberly was very clear that she only bore my presence because the hologram claimed I was the key. Today, though, it feels different here, and I don't know how to explain it. but it's weird, and it's creeping me out. I chow down on the eggs, bacon, and toast, and as I eat, I glance at Kimberly a few times. I notice as we sit at the kitchen table that the meal goes by without one word being spoken, and I consider how Kimberly has been treating me. I lick my salty lips and consider the question. Concerned is one word that comes to my mind. Kimberly seems to be concerned about me and worried, but I'm not sure what she's worried about. Something's definitely bothering her, and I feel as though she wants to tell me what it is, but she keeps putting it off. I take a drink of orange juice. Kimberly saw her dad. Maybe something happened there. Maybe that's it. Kimberly had a conversation with her dad, and he told her something. I finally decide I'll break the silence and ask, "Not hungry?" Kimberly doesn't answer me, so in the continuing silence, I wonder why she had a change of heart. Kimberly's new behavior seems to have started the moment I woke up on the couch before breakfast. I stare at my glass. Her dad must have told her something. Is it something bad? What would make Kimberly act this way? She never answered my question, and I'll learn nothing if she remains quiet. So I clear my throat and repeat, "Not hungry." Kimberly's view. I've been staring at my full plate for minutes as I can't bring myself to tell her. I don't know how I should approach a subject like this with someone I consider a stranger. I have somewhat quelled the hatred that is within me, knowing it is really directed at myself, but for some reason, I can't stop it from agitating me. It will be something I'll have to continue to work on. My stomach's upset, so I don't eat, nor can I face her yet. What will she say? A sense of joy creeps up on me as I think of the outcome once I have the courage to tell her. She'll be happy, of course. She'll know who she is and know that she's not alone. She can stop searching for her past, and I can help her rediscover it. Catherine will gain a name. She'll become a griffin the moment I utter this unbelievable but ecstatic announcement. Catherine will be able to celebrate this incredible news with me. I'm a little nervous. She might not want me as a sister. I'm cruel and grouchy. Maybe I'm putting my own insecurities on her. She has treated me like a friend, so to treat me like a sister isn't that much more of an effort. I think I know her. Once she hears this news, she'll be so happy. In the silence, I hear Catherine speak to me, and I ignore her, still not ready for the conversation. How does one mentally prepare for a subject like this? Out of the silence again, she asks me a question, and I know I can't put it off any longer. So I look up and state, Catherine's view. You've barely touched your breakfast. I tell her. I'm starving, so I down the last of my juice and take another bite of eggs. The rapid repairs my body makes while in the drifting time makes me ravenous, and I'm already on my second plate of eggs, bacon, and toast. I ask her, something bothering you? Kimberly's view. I'm fine, I tell her, wondering when I should start the difficult conversation. I push my now cold eggs around with my fork, not knowing where to even begin. I can't just blurt that I'm her sister. Catherine's view. I'm not convinced by her I'm fine answer, so I question, are you sure? I wipe my mouth with a napkin and place it back on the table, and then I state, you've been playing with your scrambled eggs for the last 15 minutes. If you need someone to talk to, you can talk to me. I shyly peer down at the table as I make a circle on its top with my finger. I know you probably would rather face an army of unmen than confide in me, but I look up with a wanting to help expression and continue. I'm willing to listen. In the silence that follows, I pick up my napkin again and fiddle with it, fearing she'll yell at me. Kimberly does no such thing. Now I know something's wrong, and I add, and I'm very good with secrets if it boils down to that, and I try to think of something else that will qualify me for the position of confidant, and I add, I might understand. Kimberly's view. I look at Catherine. I should be ashamed of myself. Look how willing she is to help me even though I've done nothing but belittle her. I have done things on purpose to make Catherine mistrust me, and I have done things to make her feel uninvited. What kind of person have I become? Do I deserve a little sister like Catherine? To her, I'm someone she barely knows, and yet she has shown me more kindness and caring than I have shown my own father. For Aries' sake, I'm a wretch and soon to be a hypocrite. So how can I tell her? How can I tell her the person who has been cruel to her is her older sibling? Shamefaced, I divert my gaze from her and reply, really, I'm fine. She's nearly done with her breakfast, and I have yet to tell her. I need to find a way, but I've been racking my brain and can't come up with one lead-in line. Should I come right out and tell her? Should I blurt it out, so it's done and over with? No, that's a bad plan, and I don't need to be cruel to her anymore. Catherine's view. I pour myself another glass of age, and take a drink, and then I say, you keep saying you're fine, but I frown, not sure how to put it, and then I state, you're not acting like yourself. You've been nice to me, considerate, and polite. I remember my earlier thoughts and ask, did your father tell you something about your mom? Kimberly's view. This is it. I ignore the comments about my behavior, too excited over Catherine's last statement. This is my way in. I'll start with what my father told me and go from there. Finally, I have my lead in line. I push my excitement away so not to freak her out and answer. Not exactly. What did he say that upset you? Catherine questions me and then finishes off her buttered toast. I'm not upset, I calmly answer and stand from the table. I'm not sure what I am, but I'm not upset. I grab my plate and Catherine's and take them to the kitchen. My father. I set the plates on the countertop as the joy over what will be her reaction creeps a little further inside me. I start again. My father told me. Catherine waits, but I don't finish my sentence. So she presses. Told you what? He told me. I rinse off the plates in the sink, and then I finish with, he told me I have a younger sister. There, I said it, but that's far from the hard part of the conversation. I glance at her, knowing she's going to be so happy when I tell her. Maybe not so happy that it's me she'll be stuck with, but that she finally knows who she is. I don't know what I would have done if I had lost my memory and had no one to rely on. But I know I would be so happy to finally have someone there for me. I feel myself smile. Catherine's view. Oh, wow. I utter as I don't know what else to say and stare at the table. It must be a shock to Kimberly to find out all of a sudden she has a sibling. I don't know what I would do in her position or how I would react. No wonder she's upset and out of character. I tell her it must have been a surprise. It was for me and him. You see, the Sphinx Corporation told my parents the baby died in delivery. I crushed the napkin in my fist at hearing the dreaded name. Sphinx is an entity that plagues my existence, and my whole demeanor changes as I exclaim, they lied. Kimberly's view. Catherine's childlike innocence trickles away as she demands not so much from me but from the ones responsible for such a horrible crime. Her childlike innocence is replaced with anger as she questions, why would they lie to someone like the chairman about something so precious as a child? I wondered that myself. Sphinx didn't have the authority, but that never stopped them before. I tell Catherine, from what my father uncovered, my mom was present during an experiment called the first Crossgate event, and at that time, she was pregnant. Something went wrong with the experiment, and Sphinx wanted to study the effects on the child. So they took the baby. Catherine's view. I stand still fuming over what Stephanie told me. She told me that we were the property of the council. Outraged by her past statement and that the corporation also believes it, I slam my palms on the table and blurt, they don't have the right. The silverware and glasses rattle from the impact, and I yell, people aren't things that someone can own. Kimberly's view. I know you're upset. I tell her as I clearly see how mad she is. The Sphinx Corporation did nothing but hunt Catherine and bestow upon her an existence of kill or be killed. I continue, but they're the corporation. You of all people should know the lengths they'll go to get what they want. Catherine sits and in a calmer voice, she inquires, do you know who she is? Did you get to meet her? I can hear the horror in her voice as she asks me her next question. Oh my gosh, she's still alive, right? Nothing happened to her during the experiment, right? They didn't hurt her, did they? Tell me they didn't. She's alive, I answer as I place the plates in the dishwasher. But as for hurting her, I can't imagine what Catherine went through at their hands. The corporation had her for over 30 years, and a lot could have happened to her in that span. Maybe it's a blessing Catherine doesn't remember her past. I should have been more understanding of her situation. Maybe I could have. No maybes. That's not the kind of person I am now. I don't help people. I only help myself, and that needs to change if I'm going to welcome a sister into my home. I continue my story. Sphinx covered up the matter very well. So my father was unable to find out who my sister is, and all he knows is that she's a project. A project? Catherine questions as she walks to the kitchen and rinses the silverware and glasses. Yes, I tell her as I walk over to my purse at the end of the counter and remove the kit I tested her blood with. I earlier placed it in my purse so that no questions came up before I was ready. I hold the stick as if it's a helpless baby bird that has fallen from its nest. I want to give it back to its mother, but it's so weak and fragile looking that I'm afraid to move. A project? Catherine repeats as she places the silverware and glasses in the dishwasher. She returns to the table and wipes it with a dishcloth, and in deep thought, she turns and throws the cloth to the sink. Good thing the test stick isn't really a baby bird, for I squeeze it like I'm wringing her neck as I watch her throw the cloth into the sink like some barbarian. But I say nothing. I relax my chokehold from around the test stick and calm myself, knowing this isn't the time to be irritated with her. Does he know the name? Catherine asks me. He must know the name of the project. Does Catherine understand? Has it sunk in? Does Catherine know that she's my sister? Can she feel a bond between us? I worry a bit because I don't feel a thing, but then I believe I lost the ability to feel anything but rage, anger, hatred, and regret long ago. I stare into Catherine's innocent hazel eyes. Does she know? Chapter 40. Assassins Clash. 9:01 a.m. Central City. Assassins Guild's Dragon's Teeth. Outside of the Magistrate Hall. Get the jackal. Serrano commanded as he pointed, and the lords and lady attacked. Determined to finish of the mongrel first, Lady Tomo threw a triad of throwing stars ahead of the charging Lord Geronimo. The massive Apache lifted the steel mallet over his head. Jubei deflected the stars with his sword and leapt out of the way as Geronimo swung the mallet down, and the impact created a small crater in the white stone walkway. "What's going on?" Wilbert yelled. Knowing they were in trouble, the guild sentinels pulled back with Wilbert as one of them removed a tube from his belt, aimed it toward the ceiling, and pulled a cord at its base. A bright red flare shot up and exploded, lighting up the large stalactites hanging from the cavern roof. The red orb of light lost its momentum before hitting the ceiling and slowly fell, lighting up the area. Irritated there would be others joining them, Serrano ordered, "Quickly, kill the jackal before more sentinels arrive." Lord Collins, the Irish knight, drew his longsword and attacked the one guild sentinel who set off the flare. The sentinel thrust with his halberd spike as the second sentinel grabbed Wilbert by the arm and pulled him back to the three large stalagmites with the bronze statue in their center. The second sentinel searched for others who might be part of the group. People in the street stopped what they were doing, made a clearing for the battle, and watched with interest. Near the magistrate hall, excited at the thought of battle, Geronimo grabbed the mallet with both hands as if to lift it from the crater and bring it over his head, but instead, he flung the weapon head first at the samurai. Jubei didn't expect this type of attack or the speed behind it, and he barely had enough time to defensively place his katana in a vertical position. The mallet struck the blade, and the vibration of his sword rung out as the impact hurled him backward. Geronimo nodded to his shadow, and Lady Tomo bolted for Wilbert, near the bronze statue. "What's happening?" Wilbert repeated. Lord Collins deflected the spike of the sentinel's halberd and locked with the axe part of the pole weapon. Lady Tomo ran past the Irish knight and slashed at the sentinel with her long claws, and she cut him across the right arm. The sentinel sidekicked her, dropped the halberd, and drew his claymore, and then the ninja backflipped 3 times and unsheathed 4 of her throwing stars. Near the magistrate hall, knowing he had to do something quickly or they would kill Wilbert, Jubei stood a little shaken as Geronimo retrieved his mallet. The samurai never faced such a unique opponent. Geronimo was a man of massive size and eagle-like speed. The fight would not be easy. It had been years since any opponent challenged him, and Jubei eagerly faced it. Near the bronze statue, Lord Collins and the sentinel with the claymore locked blades, slashing and cutting at the other as Tomo threw the 4 stars at the sentinel. 3 he dodged, the 4th embedded in his right shoulder and caused him to loosen his grip on the sword. Lord Collins charged and slashed under the sentinel's defense and cut him down. The sentinel fell, spilling blood to the white stone walkway. Lady Tomo and Lord Collins turned to the last sentinel just as 3 clad in red armor rushed to his aid. Near the magistrate hall, Serrano noticed the 3 approaching sentinels and motioned as he commanded. "Lord Geronimo, help the others take out the guild sentinels. I shall deal with Prefect Yaju." Geronimo glared at the samurai, nodded, and ran to the others as Serrano brushed his wig's blonde curls over his shoulder and said, "Prefect Yaju, we finally meet in combat. I've been waiting for some time now to meet you, blade to blade." He drew his rapier, and then he told him, "They say there's no better steel than Japanese steel. I beg to differ." Disappointed he would be switching opponents, Jubei watched as Geronimo left. He had never locked blades with Serrano and thought he was no challenge, but still, Serrano was a prefect. Jubei then realized he had let his own wants interfere with his duty. The jackal's safety had to come first, and without a word, Jubei sheathed his katana back in its saya, wiped dirt from his kimono, and then he spoke. "We should not be fighting." Jubei insisted. "It is wrong to quarrel over this." He couldn't believe the gall of the samurai to sheath his sword when he, the great Serrano de Bergerac, was threatening him, and he told the samurai, "You do know I'll kill you whether or not you're holding a sword." Serrano lunged with his rapier. Jubei drew his katana with lightning speed and nearly cut him in half. Serrano jumped back but didn't completely escape the attack. The blade cut a slash in his blue velvet long coat. "Ah, look what you did." Serrano growled. "This is my best coat." Near the bronze statue, Lord Collins charged the sentinel guarding Wilbert. The sentinel lunged with the halberd spike for his left side. Lord Collins blocked it with his longsword as Tomo slashed toward Wilbert with her claws. He fell back as the 3 new sentinels came to his aid. Geronimo bulldozed through them, knocking down 2 of the 3 new sentinels as the sentinel fighting Lord Collins changed his footing and swung the halberd away from him. Lord Collins paused, unsure of the sentinel's tactic. The sentinel swung the pole weapon in a circle and came at his right side with the axe blade. Lord Collins blocked with his sword but struck the pole instead of the axe, and the halberd struck Lord Collins' chainmail and cracked a few of his ribs. His block wasn't completely useless. His sword cut off the head of the halberd, so the sentinel dropped the pole weapon, drew his claymore, and retreated back to Wilbert. He grabbed Wilbert by his shackles and lifted him to his feet as the two new sentinels who were knocked down started to rise. Geronimo swung his mallet and struck one of them in the head, and the impact smashed through his helmet and cracked the sentinel's skull open. His lifeless body fell to the floor. Lady Tomo left the sentinel guarding Wilbert, ran around Geronimo, and slashed her claws across the other new guardian's throat. Blood spurted from his neck. The last of the new sentinels went and stood by the other sentinel already standing by Wilbert, and it made the total count of sentinels too. Geronimo, Tomo, and Collins moved toward them. Near the magistrate hall, Serrano and Jubei clashed steel, and the samurai started gaining ground against the Frenchman. They locked blades again, and Serrano removed a hidden dagger from his long coat, and he swiped at Jubei, cutting his forearm. Jubei quickly retreated back as blood ran down to his elbow. Prefect Yajiu, the cut I inflicted is deep, Serrano told him, glanced behind himself, and then stated, most of the sentinels are dead. He faced the samurai and gloated, we have you outnumbered. This doesn't look good for you. Serrano moved in for the kill as he questioned him, what shall you ever do? Chapter 41. To catch a T3. 9:11 a.m. Somewhere in the North Sector, the Orion squad, including their two newest members, traveled the underground tunnels of the North Sector drainage system. The cool round passages went on for miles in all directions, and scattered green lights illuminated the dark tunnels, creating an eerie atmosphere as steam rose from the warmer tainted rain that flowed through the middle. Walkways ran alongside the petroleum-reeking water, and debris washed in by rain floated on top of the Black River. The rush of water and the stomp of the soldiers' boots across concrete echoed through the many chambers. Peters led the group with the help of his HHC, and Captain Walters and Sergeant Barnes followed Peters. Wilson and Marks trailed close behind them. Maxwell walked near the middle next to Jones, Kennedy, and Leakin. Lieutenant Lane and Sergeant Jordan followed them, and Lieutenant Conway brought up the rear. Maxwell worked on a new program for his HHC, and he would occasionally glance up to make sure he was still with the squad. A couple of times, Jones grabbed him by the shoulder before Maxwell walked off into the Black River. The Orion squad traveled for some time before Peters lifted his hand and halted them. He glanced at the schematic, and then he told them, this is it. He peered up and looked at the dark ceiling, and then he informed them, we're under the location of the 5 unmen. Walters walked up to the side of Peters and ordered him, now find us a way topside. Peters studied the drainage system schematic, and after a few seconds, he pointed and said, this way. The Orion squad journeyed down a side tunnel, climbed a ladder to a manhole, and pushed the heavy disc to the side with a metal grinding screech. Everyone climbed out. A pre-dry clouds brick building stood before them. It was one that had been abandoned to the elements decades ago, and a few of its windows were broken, and weeds surrounded the 10-story building. Wow, Jones uttered. I didn't know there were any old buildings like this anymore. He took a moment to study the structure before he said, I'm guessing it was built around 50 BDC. Barnes scratched his forehead as he said, I hope it doesn't fall down on our heads. He moved to the front of the group, and then he spoke, maybe I should man the outside. What do you think, Captain? I think you should shut up and move inside, Lieutenant Conway said as he gave the sergeant a warning glance as he passed by him and stopped beside the captain. I agree, Walters replied. A storm's moving in, maybe an electrical one. I'd like to be done and out of here before it hits. He asked Peters, where are the T3 seconds? Peters pulled up a new schematic. It was one for the apartment building. He spoke, on the 6th floor. He zoomed in on the schematic, locating the 5 tracking beacons, and he told him, the T3 seconds are all in one room. Are they moving around? Barnes asked as he peeked over the tech's shoulder, and then he questioned, or are they stationary? Why do you ask, Sergeant? Peters questioned. If they are stationary, they might be disabled. A lot of the T3 seconds left the factory damaged, Barnes replied as he shifted his assault rifle to his other hand, and then he excitedly uttered, Puck, half of our assignment would be over if we found one out of commission. Did you say half of the assignment over? Wilson questioned as he walked up from the back of the group, and then he said, I'm all for that. Don't get your hopes up, Walters ordered. Our job is never that easy. Wilson said, you never know. Anyway, I have a date with Susie tonight if I can get back in time. Keep your head in the game, Walters started. If you ever want to plant your mouth on her rosy lips again. Barnes grinned sheepishly as he rubbed his mouth with his finger, and then he said, yeah, she does have rosy lips. Hey, that's my girl you're talking about. Wilson shouted. Quiet down, Walters ordered. You aren't a bunch of horny teens anymore. Focus on the task at hand. Wilson leaned to Barnes and whispered, he's got the teen part right. Move in, Walters ordered. The Orion squad made their way up a stoop and inside the apartment building. Trash and debris filled the area along with the stench of urine, and dim lights lit the hallway as rats scurried about. A few squatters wearing ragged clothes and hats stirred as they passed, and they hid their faces from the SCMs, trying not to draw attention to themselves. "This place smells," Wilson spoke as he placed his hand over his nose. And then he stated, "Smells like piss." "There's a lot of homeless here," Conway commented. "Good-sized brutes. Should we make them vacate?" "No, we don't want to draw attention to this location." Walters glanced at one as he added, "But it wouldn't hurt to keep an eye on them." They proceeded, and after they had walked by, one of the vagrants made a fist. He didn't look up or move any other part of his body, only sat there squeezing his fingers into his palm, and after about a minute, the vagrant relaxed his hand, returning it to lay flat on the dirty floor. None of the other vagrants moved. Chapter 42. Frederick Barbarossa. 9:21 a.m. Central City. Assassin's Guild's Dragon's Teeth. Near the Magistrate Hall. At Serrano's challenge, Jubei's glum demeanor changed, and the samurai laughed. His unexpected laughter made Serrano halt. Jubei gripped his sword, and the wound didn't affect his hold. Jubei said, "Your attempts to intimidate me have failed." He repositioned his feet and placed his katana at his side with its blade pointing up. And then he said, "I have had worse wounds than this." Jubei looked at the two remaining sentinels and spoke, "And I have stood on a battleground outnumbered 10-1, so these odds do not frighten me." For the first time since the battle, Jubei smirked as he admitted, "They exhilarate me. I guess I do forget who I'm speaking to." Serrano lifted his rapier to his face and swiped once to his own right side and once to his left. "You are one who doesn't fear death." Both prefects charged the other. Near the bronze statue, Geronimo, Tomo, and Lord Collins moved toward the two remaining sentinels. Lord Collins stayed a few steps behind the other lord and lady, holding his cracked ribs as blood dotted his white shirt underneath the chainmail. The throbbing pain increased, and he labored to breathe. With the last of her stars gone, Tomo unsheathed her ninjato, and she fisted her left hand she had strapped the 3 claws to. Crimson liquid covered the 6-inch blades and dripped to their tips. Her dark eyes twinkled, knowing she would eliminate Wilbert. It would be only seconds now. Geronimo wiped splattered gore from his face from when he smashed in the skull of the one sentinel, and then he tightly grasped the mallet, eager to continue with the battle. If he hurried, Geronimo could engage the samurai again. He heard the war drums of his forefathers sounding in his ears, and he yearned to scream his delight but held his tongue. The new sentinel gripped his halberd, and the other readied his claymore. "Puck!" Wilbert cursed. The costumed freaks were going to hack him to pieces with a blade. He thought he was going to trial, not be killed before he arrived. He was already the Assassin Guild's prisoner, so they didn't need to come after him. "We can't stay here," the sentinel using the claymore insisted. "They'll kill us if we stay cornered here." He glanced back at the 3 stalagmites and removed a tube from his belt. "When I give the signal, run." Like a panicked rabbit, Wilbert asked, "What signal?" The sentinel sheathed his sword, aimed the tube at Geronimo, and pulled the cord at its base, and a bright red flare shot out of it. Geronimo lifted his mallet to shield himself from the projectile of fire. The flare hit his forearm, and he yelped for the pain and dropped the weapon. The impact of the heavy mallet rang out as it landed on the stones of the walkway. "Follow me," the sentinel with the halberd yelled to Wilbert. Wilbert ran after him, and they dashed past Geronimo as he was distracted by his burning arm. They headed away from the magistrate hall, and Tomo sprinted after them. Lord Collins started to pursue and paused. He knew with his injury he wouldn't catch up to the fleeing men. Geronimo roared with rage and charged the sentinel, who shot him with the flare. The sentinel drew his claymore, not sure how to counter such a massive weapon as the steel mallet. Near the magistrate hall, the prefects battled on as steel clashed with steel and sparks flew. Serrano blocked with his dagger and swiped with his rapier. Jubei slashed with his katana. They were nearly equal in skill, and each delivered slight cuts to the other. The samurai stripped Serrano of his sword, and the French man lifted his dagger to defend against Jubei's death blow. Before the samurai swung, a horn sounded from the magistrate hall, and 24 guild sentinels marched from the building with their halberds pointed straight up. Magistrate Frederick Barbarossa followed them. He wore a thick, black, full robe that fell to his feet, and a white ruff, set in elaborate figure-8 folds, adorned his neck. Frederick had short black hair and dark brown eyes. Seeing the 2 prefects fighting appalled Frederick. He scanned the battlegrounds to see what spawned the duel. Frederick spotted Wilbert and knew who was at fault, and he bellowed, "Prefect Bergerac, what's the meaning of this? What are you and the lords and lady doing?" Jubei's rage left him, seeing Frederick, and he stepped back before delivering the death blow. Serrano sneered at the samurai, bent, picked up his rapier, and sheathed the sword. A dozen more guild sentinels marched up the path toward the magistrate hall and surrounded Wilbert, and the sentinel with the halberd. Tomo halted her pursuit and ducked into the shadows. Lord Collins and Geronimo backed away from the sentinel using the claymore. The sentinel with the claymore joined his comrades as they marched by and headed for the magistrate hall. Near the magistrate hall, Serrano replied, "What does it look like we're doing?" "We're assassins," Frederick stated. "The jackal isn't to be harmed. He's to go before the four of us." Serrano returned his dagger to its hiding and said, "The jackal has been found guilty." He nonchalantly lifted his hand, and the white ruffles on his sleeve bounced. "We're merely carrying out his sentence. You have always been one for initiative, Bergerac, but this was not the duty I had in mind for you." Frederick looked at the dead sentinels. "And you have killed some of my best men. This will not do. I'm going to fine you and fine you a hefty charge." He removed a pocket watch and glanced at the time. "Look what you have done. You have made the proceedings late." Frederick waved for them and ordered, "All of you, hurry to the courtroom." "Magistrate Barbarossa," Lord Collins started, "if you don't mind, I will have my wounds looked after." Frederick turned to him, noticed his injuries, and then told him, "I should make you attend my court for your actions, but I am not a man to hold grudges. You may go to the healer's monastery and let one of the Brotherhood attend to you." Frederick felt the presence of the ninja in the shadows, and without looking at her, he said, "Lady Tomo can assist you." She stepped from the shadows, nodded, and helped Lord Collins. "Let us proceed," Frederick said to the others. Serrano and Geronimo went first, followed by Frederick and his 36 guild sentinels. Wilbert walked up to Jubei and was followed by the 2 sentinels guarding him. And Wilbert questioned, what did the magistrate mean by this wasn't the duty he had in mind for Bergerac? Jubei chopped his blade several times, swiping off some of the blood, removed a cloth from inside his kimono, wiped the sword, and sheathed it. He answered Wilbert, "Prefect Bergerac is your prosecutor." Chapter 43. The Moment of Truth. 9:33 OM. Hellenistic Sector, Residential Vicinage. Nexus Apartments, Apartment H. Kimberlys View. It has come down to the moment of truth. It has come down to the moment I've been dreading. Not that I hate the fact that Catherine's my sister. Hades, what am I thinking? I really did detest the possibility. I loathed the hypothetical fact like it was a fatal cancer I contracted that had no cure. But I don't feel that way anymore, or I don't think I do. It's so confusing. It has only been a couple of hours since I found out it could be possible. And I have known for a little over half an hour that it's true. How do I feel? I stand at the end of the counter and stare at the kid I tested Catherine's blood with. I don't know how I feel. I've been trained to destroy such attachments and sentiments within my heart. I have been trained to make my humanity a fortress against the siege engines of love and friendship. I am so harsh and unrelenting in my vindictiveness that I'm afraid there's no room within my shallow core for anything else. I squeeze the kid in my fist, gathering my courage, and then I go and sit. I have to find a way to make room. I have to find compassion and understanding again. I need to tell her that she's my Catherine's view. I've been standing by the table and sit when Kimberly comes and sits. It's weird. Kimberly's all quiet. Why doesn't she talk to me? What is she hiding? Did she decide to kill me? Is my existence at an end? I study her glum expression. I don't know. I believe she would be a little more happy when she finally decides to eliminate me. But Kimberly seems upset and confused. She seems fearful of something, like it has changed her world somehow. I'm afraid to ask her now. Kimberly's view. A small table separates us, but it feels to me as if we're worlds apart. Hades, why can't I come right out and say, Catherine, you're my sister? What's holding me back? For Ares' sake, what am I scared of? Catherine's view. Silence falls over the kitchen as I wait for an answer as Kimberly stares at me, and after a few seconds, I decide I can't be afraid anymore. And I repeat, does your father know the name? I search her face for an answer, and when I see none, I say, your father must know the name of the project. No, he couldn't find out the name. Kimberly finally answers and opens the kit. She removes the test stick and places it in front of me as she says, there's another matter. Another matter. I glance at the object and notice the plus sign inside the circular reader. I remember seeing something like that before. I feel my eyes widen as I look at Kimberly, a little puzzled. Innocently, I ask her, are you pregnant? No. She snaps, and I see the old irritated Kimberly return. I'm glad to see her back. I was beginning to think something was really wrong. For Ares' sake, I'm not pregnant. Kimberly continues to yell, and I settle down my anxious thoughts. Why would you even think that? What in this conversation has led you to believe? She shakes her head as she says, never mind. Kimberly calms herself and continues with the tale by saying, since my sister was present during the first Crossgate event, my father discovered she would have stable flux RBC, or red blood cells, and that's what this kit is for. It tests for stable flux RBC. Oh, I reply. Kimberly's view. I realize now as I explain things that I do have a deadly disease. I have a malignant cancer that's eating away at my heart. I've known it for a long time. I have experienced the side effects of this sickness. The loneliness, the despair, and the helplessness of it all. I've lived with this illness of the soul, but I can't anymore. My sister can be the medicine I need. Catherine can be the cure. I only have to have a little faith and fortitude to grab onto what's sitting right in front of me. As I look at her, at Catherine, I can finally grasp how I feel. I hold back my tears. It's not time for them now. I feel like I do know her. I feel like there's a bond between us that nothing can break. We have always been sisters. We have always been friends. I need her and she needs me. This world separated us by a supposed death, but it was a lie. So I need to grab onto what time we do have left together. I need to grab onto the family I lost and never let go. Catherine's my sister. I only need to tell her. I only need to show her that she has and always will have a place in my heart. I continue still holding my tears in. There were only a handful of people present during the first Crossgate event, including the unborn child. Whatever the experiment caused, the stable flux RBC, is the residual of it. I pause. Has Catherine caught on? Does she know yet? She's just sitting there with no clue, so I need to tell her more. And I continue. All I would have to do is test someone's blood with one of these. I watch to see if she understands. Catherine looks a little confused, so I come right out with it and tell her. Catherine, I tested your blood while you were asleep. Catherine's view. Tested my blood. Why would you test my blood? I don't understand. Why? A realization sinks in, and I stare at the stick for a long time. Kimberly tested my blood. My blood. So many things go through my mind. But that means. Finally, I lift my eyes and ask, was my test positive? Was I present during the first Crossgate event? I want to hear it from Kimberly. Is one of the pieces of my past falling into place? I question as my heart thunders in my chest. What does that mean? Kimberly takes a deep breath and utters, Catherine, that means you're my sister. I'm your sister. Oh my gosh, are you sure? As sure as this test is. As I look down at the test, joy fills my being. Kimberly's my sister. Do I finally know who I am? Do I finally know my name? I'm a Griffin, Catherine Griffin. I can't believe it. So many emotions crash together like two waves rolling in from opposite directions and smashing against each other. I'm tossed and turned by these forceful waves. But this is all good. All of these emotions I'm experiencing right now are all good. I'm so happy I could squeal. I'm so happy I could. I glance at Kimberly and as my past experiences with her come up and bite me on the ankle like a spiteful dog, a fear rises out of the depths of my insecurity. Where am I? My heart sinks as doubt creeps into my mind. My past has taught me many things. This could be another test. The council could have found another way to try my endurance. And they're attacking my emotions. And they're striking at my dreams of belonging somewhere. My heart aches for the life dangled before me, and I want to stretch out my hand, snatch it, and hide it in my arms so no one can take it away. But I know better, and nothing is as it seems. I stifle my hopes until I know the truth, searching for answers, not falsehoods but actuality. I peer into her face as more of the past slams into me like a harsh reality check. I'm pretty sure Kimberly has nothing to do with the council. But I have been bamboozled before. Even if Kimberly isn't in cahoots with them, this could be her way of teaching me a lesson. She has been driving one point into me over and over. Kimberly can't be trusted. Kimberly's view. I finally tell her, and I see the joy in her face. This is the reaction I expected. She's as excited as I am right now. We both have someone who can fight off the sickness of loneliness and despair. We can embrace each other as sisters. We can bring a little light into each other's life. The hard part's over, and now we can get to Catherine's view. You're making this up, right? I blurt after I can't take my paranoid thoughts anymore. The uncertainty eats away at me, and I put a trembling hand on my mouth. For a few seconds, I stare at the table, trying to get my head around what's real. I start again. Would you say something like that to me just to be mean? Would you say it to me to see how I would react? The thing is, you would. I look up and question her. So did I do something to make you mad at me? Did I do something stupid again? I've helped clean up. I've kept my area tidy. I'm as close to crying as I've ever been, and I yell, why are you messing with me? I stand on my good leg and shout at her. It's not funny. This is too cruel even for you. Why are you saying such lies? You shouldn't say something like that. Not to me. I remember the two people who loved me and how I can never be with them, and deep down, I'm afraid. I'm afraid that what Stephanie told me is true. I dread that I'm something created in a lab, so I whisper, not to me. Kimberly's view. This isn't the reaction I expected, and I don't know what to say to her. I thought Catherine would be overjoyed and elated to discover who she is or be a little happy, but that's not what I see. There's fear in her eyes, but of what? Before I can say anything, Catherine continues her rant. I knew you could be cruel, she states as she takes a few steps back from me. Catherine continues through sobs. I knew that you didn't want me here and that you only tolerate me. But this is beyond. This is beyond. Her eyes redden as she shouts, if you wanted to be mean, why didn't you just tell me to get out? You didn't have to be so unbelievably cruel to me. She's crying, or I believe she is. I've never seen Catherine this upset, so maybe I did go about this all wrong. How else could I have told her? And what do I do now? How do I convince her I'm not lying about this? Catherine's view. I can't believe you. I shout. Why say something like that to me even if you're just joking? I can't stand another lie. Not a lie like this. There have been so many in the past, so many hurtful ones. But this is the worst one of all. And I ask, why would you say something like that? If you wanted to hurt me, why didn't you punch me? I whisper, at least that wound would heal. For Aries' sake, do you really believe I'm messing with you? Yes, I answer. So many have. Why wouldn't you? Why wouldn't you mess with my emotions? Test me, see how I'll react. Prove a point. You really think I would be that cruel? For Aries' sake, I lost my mom. Do you really think I would be so cruel as to dangle family in front of your face as a joke? Yes, I whisper as I close my eyes, too upset to look at her. I raise my voice. Yes, I believe you would be so mean. You've been trying to teach me not to trust you. I glare at her as I tell Kimberly, well, you did it. Are you happy? I start to limp out of the apartment as I yell, I can't trust anything you say. Kimberly's view. No, wait. I grab her arm and say in a gentler tone, this isn't what I intended. I set my pride to the side and force words out of my mouth that are very hard to say as I tell her, and I'm sorry. I'm sorry I lied to you in the past. I'm sorry I was the kind of person who hated how trusting you were. I wanted you to see the world as I did. I'm sorry I hurt you, but believe me now. I'm not lying. Catherine's view. I want to believe. I turn and face her, admitting, you wouldn't believe how much I want to believe you. Believe that I finally have my answers and that I have a family. That you're my. Kimberly interrupts me. Then believe. It's that easy. Believe. I see the sincerity in her eyes, but I've been strung along before. I hope I didn't hurt Kimberly's feelings if what she's telling me is true. What if it is? No, I can't let myself believe even just a little. It will be too painful if it is taken away. So it's better not to believe. I try to explain to her, you have to understand where I'm coming from. The council has done nothing but test me. I look at the hand that grabbed my arm, and as my resolve weakens, I tenderly place my hand to hers as I say, Kimberly, I want to believe what you're saying is true. I drop my hand as doubt re-enters my mind, and I finish with, but I also don't want to be manipulated and fooled just to see how I will react. I tighten my jaw, trying to control my quivering lips as I say, that would be cruel for you to say we're sisters and then take it back later. I plead with her, so please don't lie to me. Kimberly's view. I understand, but trust me, I'm not lying. You're my sister. I drop my arm from hers. Look what my scheming to make her mistrust me has cost me. Catherine can't even see I'm telling her the truth. It's killing me inside to see the fear, doubt, and anger in her eyes, knowing these avoidable states are my fault. If I had only shown her a smidgen of kindness or understanding. If I had only left her alone to believe in a world where people watch out for each other, then we wouldn't be where we are now. As I listen to her insecurities, I want to tell her not to cry, and I want to wrap my arms around her and console her, but I can't. If I'm to ease her suffering, I would need to know empathy, and before I can do that, I first need to get past my own insecurities. But I can't, so I stand there powerless to help my sister. I can only bear witness to what my hatred has produced, but I don't want it to end this way. I have to prove to her I'm not lying, so I grab the test stick and tell her, see, this proves it. Catherine's view. My heart wants so badly to give into the dream. I want to give into the possibility, but my mind won't let go as it clings to the past's malicious acts. And I argue, trust you. Wasn't it you who said I can't trust anybody? Didn't you tell me that everyone lies? I need convincing. No, I want to be convinced. So I ask, why should I trust you? Kimberly's view. I start as the truth is thwarted by my own words that Catherine throws back in my face. What reasoning do I have that will win this argument? Why should she trust me? What have I done in the last few weeks that has shown her that she can trust me? There's nothing. I can't think of one instance that I was there for her. And I feel something break within me. What is this I'm feeling? What has fragmented within me? I don't know, but I sense I'm losing the battle, and I'm desperate. So I try honesty and tell her, I don't know what to say. Yes, I told you that, but that was before. Before what? Catherine asks me. I don't know what to tell her, and I desperately look around my apartment. I don't know if I'm looking for an escape from the pain welling up in my chest or for an answer. When I'm about ready to race for the door, I see the picture of my mom. Actually, she's our mom. A thought comes to mind, and I answer Catherine. We're family. We don't lie to each other. No matter how much it hurts, we don't lie. I tell her that as if I believe it, but I didn't know what else to say. I feel my lie has sunk my chances, and I'm about ready to concede defeat. It's my fault if she doesn't believe me. I can't blame her, so I wait for her to reject me, walk past me, and leave me to my dark, lonely existence. Oh, Catherine says, and then she returns to the table and sits there a long time as she soaks everything up. She acts like this is almost too much to accept. I also sit. What's Catherine thinking? Does she believe the truth in the lie I told her? I can't tell. Does she believe me? What should I do if she doesn't? What should I do if Catherine leaves? Catherine's view. I grab the test stick that Kimberly laid back on the table and pull it in front of me. I stare at it. Should I believe her? I want to. I want so desperately to believe, but I don't know if I can take another lie. Not a lie like this. The proof is staring me in the face, but how many times have I been fooled by so-called truths? I don't know what to do. If I believe her, it will mean that I have a sister, and it will mean I'm not alone anymore. It's all or nothing, I decide. I can't give part of my heart over, so if I'm going to believe, I have to believe with all my being. I put aside my misgivings and hesitations and ask her, now what? Kimberly's view. Now what? I repeat, wondering if she finally accepts the fact we're sisters. Have I somehow pulled out a miraculous victory? Does she believe we are? I feel myself start to cry, but I fight it. I can't break down now. Yes, Catherine answers. What happens now? Do we go tell your father? Do we hug? Do we? I don't know, I interrupt. I really don't know, but I guess we could start with a hug. I rise to my feet, a bit standoffish, hold open my arms, and tell her, so come here. I can see her fear and anxiety trickle away as Catherine limps to her feet and approaches me. We give each other an awkward hug, and then we separate. I wanted to squeeze harder and hold her longer, but I didn't dare. This is so new to me. Catherine's view. I sit, letting the dream subdue my doubts and fears. I can't believe it. I have a sister. I have a father. This can't be happening. I'm so happy. I'm so happy I could scream. Kimberly's view. I go and grab my purse, take out my cell phone, walk back to the table, and tell her, the next thing we should do is see if Brian will come look at your knee. I examine Catherine's leg, a bit worried as I tell her, it doesn't look any better. It should have healed by now, and that concerns me. I call Brian and demand that he come over right away, and once I finish with him, I smile at Catherine, tell her I'll be right back, go to my bedroom, shut the door, and sit on my bed. The tears I held back streamed down my cheeks as I realized something. Before, when I felt something break, I had no clue what it could be. But as I put my hand to my chest and let the joy and happiness I feel over having a sister fill me, I know that thing that had broken was what my heart had become. The cold stone sitting in my chest had fractured and crumbled, and the heart that once was there emerged from the rubble. It's small, but I believe it has room for a little sister and a father trying to reconnect, and if not, maybe with time it will grow and be big enough. Chapter 44. Upstairs, 9:23 a.m. Somewhere in the North Sector. The Orion squad went to one set of stairs in the old apartment building, but they had collapsed long ago. So they made their way to the only other set and climbed the creaky steps to the 5th level. Wilson stayed behind to guard the top of the stairs as the rest proceeded down the hall. The long hallway stretched over 300 feet, and it took the group almost 5 minutes to securely reach halfway. Walters stopped and motioned for Lieutenant Lane and Kennedy to secure a room for them to work from. They readied their weapons, kicked in the door, entered, and soon returned. It's clear, Captain, Lane said, and then stepped to the side of the doorway. Walters nodded and turned to the two techs, telling them, Peters, Maxwell, I want you two to set up communications on this level. Guide me and my men into the room on the next floor. They nodded, and then Walters ordered, Lieutenant Conway, you and Jordan stay with them. Conway stepped forward along with the other SCM and replied, yes, Captain. The rest of you with me, Walters commanded as he led the group back to the stairs. Barnes, Jones, Lane, Marks, Lincoln, and Kennedy marched in single line. Wilson, who guarded the top of the steps, continued after the squad to the 6th floor, stopped, and guarded the top of that stairs. Walter activated his headset and spoke, Peters, we're on the 6th level. What room are the targets in? 14 rooms down on your left, Peters replied. Walters motioned to the SCMs, and they cautiously moved down the hall and stopped outside the room. Walters glanced at the crack underneath the door and noticed it was dark inside, so he made some hand motions for the group to use their night vision goggles. They removed the gear from their small backpacks and prepared to activate them. On the 5th floor, all right people, Peters said into his headset, there are 5 T3 signals within, and they haven't moved since we entered the building. Remember, Maxwell cautioned after looking up from the program he finished writing. The T3 seconds are very clever, highly adaptive, and work as a hive mind. Be prepared for anything. On the 6th floor, trying to position himself as the first one in, Jones took a step forward, and the floor creaked. The others glared at him, and his face reddened, and then after a few seconds, they activated their goggles. Marks took a step back and kicked in the door, and then the 8 soldiers rushed into the dark room. Their goggles illuminated the first room in a green glow. It was empty. The SCMs spread out, checking the rest of the dark apartment. Clear, they all shouted. Deactivate your goggles. I'm turning on the lights, Walters said as he removed the night vision and flipped on a switch. A couple of dim lamps came on. Downstairs, 1st floor. The vagrants had not stirred since the group of SCMs went upstairs. The homeless sat in the same posture, slumped over with their backs to a wall, and their heads down. None of them seemed to breathe. A rat scurried across the floor toward one of the vagrants, and the man with his eyes closed as if sleeping turned his head at the sound of tiny paws as the rodent neared him. The man opened his left eye as the rat sniffed his arm. With one quick motion, he snatched up the rodent. It squeaked and squirmed. He grabbed the head of the rat and twisted it. He dropped the limp animal, closed his eye, and stood. And all the other vagrants stood. All their eyes were shut as if sleeping, and in one accord, they lifted their heads and stared with closed eyes at the ceiling. On the 6th floor, Walters talked into his headset. There's nothing here. On the 5th floor. Are you sure? Peters questioned as he checked his HHC. And then he stated, I'm picking up 5 signals. Walters said, yeah, I'm sure. Where's the closest signal to me? Peters looked at the locator beacons of the Orion squad, found the one marked for Walters, and replied, 3 feet to the west of you. Maxwell's HHC beeped. What's that alarm for? Conway asked as he and Sergeant Jordan stood guard at the door. It's one of my scanners. It's picking up weird readings, Maxwell replied as he pulled the scanner to the forefront of the small computer's screen. It's picking up low electrical emissions. This building shouldn't be giving off this kind. Wait. Now it's gone. On the 6th floor, Walters walked a few feet to a dresser, and there he found a chip on top of it covered in dried black oil. I found a tracking beacon, he said as he turned to his men as they found the other 4. There are 5 chips in all. Why would the T3 seconds leave their tracking beacons here? Barnes asked as he tapped the hilt of the Arkansas toothpick. I don't like it, Captain. This feels like a trauma. The floor outside the apartment creaked, and everyone in the room turned to the open door, seeing nothing but hall light and the room across the way. Walters tapped his headset, contacting the SCM, guarding the top of the stairs, and whispered, The heat, you read me. There was no reply, so Walters repeated, The heat, you read me. Did you move from your position? There was no reply again, so Walters motioned for the Orion squad to ready their weapons. The 7 other SCMs aimed toward the open door as Walters moved toward it. On the 5th floor, Maxwell's HHC beeped again, so he checked it and uttered, Mad Irish, get your men out. It's a trap. Get your men out. On the 6th floor. Little late, Barnes whispered, gripping his XM8. Walters stopped about 8 feet from the open door, thinking something wasn't right. Whoever was out there took out Wilson without them hearing a thing. The T3 seconds could have set a trap for them, and if so, the captain had no idea what they were waiting for. Walters swallowed and his throat was dry as he said, Barnes, Jones, you 2 on my 6. He rushed into the hallway with the 2 SCMs in tow, and they cleared the door frame ready to fire. But they found an empty hallway. This is fucking freaky, Jones said. No sign of Wilson. What now? We pull back, Walters said and turned to the other SCMs. Follow me, we're. The wall inside the apartment exploded, sending plaster and wood flying as a T3 smashed through from a connecting apartment. It raised a gun and shot 5 times, assassinating Lincoln and Kennedy before they had a chance to turn their weapons from the door. Walters, Jones, and Barnes rushed back into the room and along with the other 2 SCMs, opened fire. Pucking appliance, Walters shouted, knowing 2 of his men were dead. Take it out. Chapter 45. Cerberus, 9:24 a.m. Hellenistic Sector, Cultural Vicinage, Genesis Arboretum, the Fire Tunnel, Argus View. The sound of cars parking, doors slamming, and children excitedly laughing about visiting the Arboretum echo into the gated cavern. Cerberus lies unconscious on the dirt where Cat left her, and blood trickles down the side of her temple. I watch her from the tunnel connecting the small cavern to the sphere room, and for hours since Cat left, I've watched her. My job is to observe. I am to neither help nor hinder. I'm only to watch and report, so I remove a cell phone from my trench coat and dial a number to give my scheduled report. Argus here. Inform the council. Cerberus is still unconscious. I listen and nod as I say, understood. I'll revive Cerberus with the compound. I kneel by her, remove a small kit from my pocket, open it, take out a syringe, and then inject her with the Res-X. After a few minutes, the wound on the side of her face mends itself, and the blood stops trickling down her face. Her other wounds, cuts, and scrapes also heal rapidly. Cerberus blinks her blue-green eyes several times as she comes to, looks up, and sees me. She sneers and spats, "Council stooge." Cerberus groans and searches the area as she questions, "Where's Pandora? I'm going to kill that fitch this time." I replace the syringe in the kit, and in a calm voice, I reply, "You let her escape. It has been several hours since she left." "It has been hours. Why didn't you stop her?" Cerberus questions me as she sits up, and then she grabs her head a little dizzy. I place the kit in my pocket as I inform her, "My job isn't to help or hinder. I'm only to watch." "Useless," she snaps and then wipes sand off her arms. "Why didn't you revive me earlier?" "The council wished to see what your body would do without the drug." I remove an HHC and refer to my notes as if I need to, and then I tell her, "Your healing progressed at a normal rate, so the council had me inject the Res-X." Cerberus slams her palms on the dirt floor and yells, "Pandora beat me." I let her beat me. She fumes for a few seconds more, and then she asks, "What happened?" I don't remember much about the end. "How did she beat me?" "I can do better than explain what happened to you," I state, and then I remove a video recorder from an inside coat pocket as I tell her, "I'll show you." I play their battle, and after a few minutes, I say in an unemotional voice, "One of my favorite parts is coming up." The video shows where Cerberus pulls the trigger to the empty gun, and I pause the tape and comment, "Like I said, this is actually one of my favorite parts." I play the sequence over and over as I state with noticeable enjoyment, "Look how confident you are until you pull the trigger. See your face, see how you believe you have won. Even after you pulled the trigger the first time, you didn't realize you were beaten. I really enjoyed the expression on your face. Look here." Another one of my favorite parts is how you repeat. I mock her, "Let me welcome you to Tartarus." "Shut up," Cerberus yells as she glares at me, and then she tells me, "I would kill you, but the council would severely punish me." "Punish me good." She makes a fist as she threatens, "Yes, I'd kill you. I'd snap your neck, but I'm not mad enough to take a beating for it. Not yet, so don't test me, council stooge." Cerberus yells, "Play the video." "As you wish," I speak, and then I once again play the scene of her failure and disgrace. I also play the next scene, which shows Kat letting Cerberus live. I stop the video as I say, "You should be dead right now, but no, your weak opponent showed you mercy. Her actions are very unlike this world." Stephanie's view. "Pandora could have killed me. I don't understand why she didn't. I start for the exit on a mission." Argus is right. Any other opponent would have made sure I'd never get back up. Not that anyone else could come close to taking out the three-headed dog of damnation. He follows me and asks, "What will you do now?" I open the gate in the chain-link fence and question, "Have my orders changed?" He answers, "No, they haven't. I'm going to destroy Pandora, but I need to change my tactics, and for that, I need more information. I'm returning to the sanctum. I'm going to see what information I can pull up on her." Chapter 46. Trapping the Orion Squad. Minutes earlier, 9:45 a.m., somewhere in the north sector, downstairs on the first floor. The vagrants, as if one, open their eyes, and in the blackness of the building, a blood-red dot light glowed from their right pupil. They moved with one purpose, made their way to the stairs, and started up. The steps creaked with their weight, and the dot light glowed brightly in the dark staircase as the T3 seconds made their way up to the 5th floor. 3 of the 10 started down the corridor toward the 4 men in a room as the other 7 T3 seconds continued to the 6th floor. Lieutenant Conway and Jordan, who guarded the 2 techs, spotted the 3 slowly walking their way. The T3 seconds looked like zombies aimlessly roaming the land. Their ragged clothes that had hidden them earlier only added to the undead motif, and their artificial skin hung on them like decaying flesh. This was caused by their earlier battles at the factory and throughout the megacity of Noir. Normally, techs would repair their skin after each mission, but the T3 seconds had gone rogue. They killed all those who could repair them and those who could disable them. They killed all but 2, and now they would eliminate them. "We've got to move," Conway shouted as he and Jordan opened fire on them. Bullets from the X-Mates tore through their ragged clothes and hit the T3 seconds' metal frames, but the bullets did little to slow them down. The 2 techs hurried to the door, covered their ears for the noise, and peeked around the frame. "Hades," Peters shouted. "Those are the vagrants from downstairs." He shook his head in disbelief as he uttered, "The T3 seconds disguised themselves like they did when they attacked us at Etna Toys plant and warehouse, but concealment was never part of their programming. Have they adapted?" Peters questioned aloud, and then he answered himself, "No, it's more than that. They're able to go beyond their software." "I have a better question," Conway began as he ejected the magazine from his assault rifle. and the smoking cartridge hit the old carpet floor with a thud. Did the T3 seconds set a trap for us? He asked as he removed a new mag from his vest pocket, placed it in, and continued shooting. If so, why? Puck, Maxwell cursed, ducked back into the room, and lowered his hands. I warned the captain the T3 seconds were very clever. He wiped sweat from his forehead as he spoke. With this many. He looked at the HHC and watched the dots that represented the T3 seconds before he said, "If we don't get out of here, we're good as dead." Clever or not, they're moving this way. Conway yelled over the gun blast. Maxwell wondered out loud, why trap us? We're supposed to be hunting them. Maybe they're doing the same thing we are. Peters conjectured. Maybe they're trying to capture one of us. Maxwell studied the dots that emitted low electrical emissions as he said, not only did they conceal their appearance, but they must have powered themselves down so we couldn't detect their power source. He paused, and then he said, as to Peters' hypothesis, with 11 T3 seconds, I don't know if capture's on their minds. More like a slaughter. Maxwell looked at his partner and told him, we are the last two techs. We know all their weaknesses. Maybe they set a trap for us. Well, they won't be getting me, Jordan said and fired at the T3 seconds. Pucking appliances. Eat late. Cause you aren't going to get me. Not you, Maxwell snapped. Us, me and Peters. You don't have to yell, Conway told them. And then he asked, does it really matter if they're only after you? What do you think they'll do to us? Right. Sorry, Maxwell said. Conway tapped his headset and spoke over it. Mad Irish. 3 T3 seconds have started down the hall toward our position. Another group, I counted 7, are heading your way. There was no response, so Conway said, Mad Irish. I could use some backup. There was still no response, so he repeated, Mad Irish. With no one to turn to but themselves, Conway focused on the T3 seconds, hoping there was a good reason why Walters didn't return his call. Bullets riddled the corridor and struck the T3 seconds several times, but the SCMs landed only one kill shot to the forehead. The T3 collapsed to the floor. Sparks shot up from its damaged processor, and the other two continued their slow march as the SCMs continued firing. Why are they walking so slowly? Jordan questioned as he switched his weapon from rapid fire to single shot, knowing he needed to conserve ammo. He landed a shot in one of the T3 seconds' left eye, destroying the artificial orb. I have no idea, Peters answered. What I'm wondering is why they haven't attacked. Are they unarmed? If they are, Conway started, we can run from the cover of the apartment and make for another room. It would buy us some time. The two T3 seconds stopped as if hearing him, and each removed a silver Beretta hidden in their clothes. They turned and faced each other. Their dot lights blinked 3 times as they established an eye link. 4 human life signs detected in the room ahead, said the T3 who wore a ragged camel hair jacket and had the damaged eye. The use of lethal force to acquire a prisoner is authorized, replied the T3 wearing a worn, red, baseball cap. Confirmed. Alpha directs that we keep only one of the SCMs, and the 2 techs alive, the one with the damaged eye stated. The T3 seconds nodded their understanding of the order, lifted their guns, aimed for the soldiers, proceeded down the corridor at their slow pace, and fired. A bullet hit Jordan in the shoulder, and he collapsed, grimacing in pain. Maxwell, drag him back, Conway barked as he unloaded his assault rifle into the moving T3 seconds, trying to hit their kill switch. It was harder now that their gun hand and weapon shielded part of their face. This is no use. I can't get a clear shot. Maxwell grabbed Jordan by his other arm and pulled him into the room. He applied pressure to his wound. We're going to die, Peters uttered. We're going to die. Out of the corner of his eye, Conway spotted a window, and he directed the techs, see if you can get that window opened. Peters didn't respond, and Maxwell stayed at Jordan's side. Peters, Maxwell yelled as he punched his partner in the leg. Snap out of it. Go to the window and see if you can open it. He rubbed his leg, then rushed across the room. He reached the window and lifted up on the frame. The window wouldn't budge, so Peters shouted, "It's stuck. Break the glass." Conway yelled as he ejected the 3rd magazine and pulled another from his vest pocket. He fired another few rounds, tapped his headset, and called over it, "Mad Irish, I could use some help down here." Chapter 47. Old Injury. 10:05 a.m. Hellenistic Sector, Residential Vicinage. Nexus Apartments. Apartment H. Kimberlys View. Brian studies the results on a portable scanner, and then he tells my sister, "You have a slight tear on what appears to be an old injury." He turns off the device, removes it from Catherine's knee, and then explains to her, "Not much I can do about it. I'll wrap it. You need to stay off of it, and you need to keep it iced for now. The swelling will go down in a couple of days." An old injury? Catherine questions him as she examines her knee as if for the first time, and then she asks, How long ago? I can't tell, but it hasn't been recent. An injury like that takes time to heal, so my best guess is maybe years. Brian answers her as he places the scanner in its case, and then he questions me. Are we even yet? I'm getting tired of these "I need your help now" calls. I cross my arms and peer at him with my usual annoyed look, and then I answer him. Are you kidding me? We're not even close to being even. He sighs and then says, didn't think so. My sister looks at me and then at him as she inquires, even on what? What did you do for Brian, Kimberly? He opens his mouth to answer her, and before he can say anything, I reply so that he will drop the subject. Don't ask. Brian closes his mouth as if he'll be quiet forever, but no such luck. He opens his mouth again as he questions me. Can I at least get some coffee? I uncross my arms as I inform him. I have no coffee. I can order some, or I also have juice and milk. No coffee. Brian utters as if I told him he could never have it again. And then he sighs for the second time and says, juice will be fine. He walks over to the counter and sits on a bar stool. I walk over to the refrigerator and pour him a glass of orange juice. A lot has happened these past 2 days, so I'm still a bit distracted and spill a little of the juice. I grab a paper towel, wipe up the orange liquid, and then hand him the glass. Brian's view. A devious thought crosses my mind, and I tease Kimberly by asking, what happened this time? I turn and stare at the back of the couch where Catherine sits, and then I question her as I lift my voice while she's laying on the other side of it. Did Kimberly kick you in the knee? Did she take a golf club to it? I don't understand. Catherine speaks up so I can hear her from her prone position on her back. What do you mean? Do you really think I don't know she's the one who shot you in the shoulder? I tell her. With all that tension that day, it was obvious in the hospital room. Kimberly shot you by accident, or maybe you were the mark and she changed her mind about killing you. I pause and think back, and then I say, she rarely does that. Catherine's view. It takes me some time, but I manage to sit up and look at Kimberly over the back of the couch. I'm a little concerned about her. Our lives have drastically changed over the last hour. I wanted to talk more about it, but I didn't know how to start the conversation. I peer at her as Kimberly pretends to busy herself in the kitchen, ignoring Brian. Her expression hasn't changed, but I think she's remembering, or maybe she hasn't forgotten is a better way to say what's going on through her brain. Kimberly hasn't forgotten the things she did to me since our first meeting, and I get this sense that she regrets everything. Her eyes are distant, like she's thinking about those things over and over, tormenting herself. I want to tell her all those things are in the past, but I don't think she wants to have this conversation in front of Brian. He continues to torment her as he turns and faces Kimberly as he asks me, is Kimberly the one who injured you? She continues to pay no attention to him, so he faces me and asks, did she take out her frustrations on you again? She can be very vicious and vindictive. No, I insist as I glance at my big sister. I don't want her to feel bad about anything. It's all in the past. It has to be if we want to move forward. I look to Brian. I don't understand why he's saying such mean things. I don't remember him being so mean the last time we met. And I add, someone else did. Brian's view. Are you sure? I question Catherine as I turn to Kimberly and say in a loud voice, something's different. I rap a finger on the counter more to get her attention than out of boredom. But Kimberly keeps her back to me as she stands firm in her fortress of disregard. Usually, by now, she would be glaring at me. I rap the counter a few more times, trying to figure out what I missed. Kimberly usually glares at me when I'm this obnoxious. I must have finally hit on something because Kimberly asks me, what do you mean something's different? There's still tension between you two, but it's a different kind. I reply, trying to get a read on her. Is there something you want to tell me? No, Kimberly replies. What about your mother? I ask as I press the issue I can't seem to figure out. And then I glance at Catherine, wondering if she knows why Kimberly acting so different. I turn back to Kimberly and decide I should be a little more discreet with my own questioning and ask, did you find out anything on the subject that we talked about before? Catherine knows, she says. You can speak openly about it, and no, I haven't found out anything new. Catherine's view. Teresa would be our mom. I mumble so no one can hear me. I never even thought about it before this moment. She's also my mom, and that means someone murdered my mom. A deep soul-penetrating sadness comes over me. I have a mom I'll never meet. I have a mom who will never hold me and tell me she loves me. I want to cry, but there would be too many questions from Brian, so I hold it in. I don't think Kimberly wants to talk about our situation in front of him. I decide it would be better to lie back down and not let anyone see me grieve over my loss of a loss. Kimberly's view. I notice Catherine's reaction to Brian's question before she disappears behind the couch. She has to deal with a lot now that she's my sister. She must have just thought about that our mom is dead. I need to go over to her and console her. But I also need to get rid of Brian. I also need to figure out how to console someone. It's been so long since I have worried about someone other than myself. You haven't come across anything. Brian continues his questions. Not even a possible lead. Maybe something small, I reply. Brian's beeper goes off, and he mutes the sound and glances at the message. Do you still use that archaic piece of tech? I ask him. I like using it, he tells me. It's simple. I don't want to have to carry my HHC and cell phone everywhere I go. I can just clip this thing to my belt. Catherine shouts over the couch. Why don't you just download an app on your cell phone and have everything on it? Brian leans across the counter and questions me. What's an app? I shrug and say, I'm not that tech savvy. He stands from the stool and tells me, I have to run. He downs the juice and then wipes his mouth with a napkin. You know, I sometimes wish you had gone through with your job. He winks at me before he finishes. I wouldn't owe you anything then. I give him a puzzled glance and reply, who said I didn't go through with my job. He stands there a little dumbfounded as he says, I assumed you didn't close me because. I interrupt, for all you know, the life closing was canceled. Brian thinks about my statement, and then he asks, if that's true, why do I still owe you? I answer him, for all the Hades you put me through that day. That's why you still owe me. He nods and states, right. His mind seems to drift back to that time as he mumbles. That day. He heads for the door and says as he leaves, until later then. What did he mean? Catherine asks a few seconds later as I see her head once again is hovering above the back of the couch. What happened? What day? A story for another time. I answer her. We have more important things to talk about right now. I glare at her as I speak. We need to have a serious discussion about you and my couch. What about it? You can't stay on it anymore. I tell her as I put my hands on my hips. And then I explain to her. I'm tired of seeing you there day in and day out. Oh, you're kicking me out. You're doing it now. But I thought. I made up my mind the moment Brian started teasing me. And I won't budge from my decision as I insist. No buts about it. This is your last night on my couch, so get that through your thick skull. Catherine gets this hurt look in her eyes as she says, if that's what you want. I tell her, it's definitely what I want. She turns around with difficulty, puts her feet to the floor, and says, if that's how you feel, I'll get my things and leave. I don't have to wait till tomorrow. She stands to her good leg, and I immediately feel bad over my own teasing. And I say, Catherine. She turns to me as she has started to pout, and she questions me, what? I lower my arms and drop my little game by saying, I don't want you to use the couch anymore because. I walk over to her and tell her, I want you to use the spare room. Catherine's view. I'm deeply touched by the sentiment and heart that's behind the gesture. I think about what the room means to Kimberly, and I sit back down as I state, but your mom's things, what about them? Our mom, Kimberly corrects me as she glances at the picture of Teresa on the shelf. She would have my hide if she knew I had you sleeping on the couch when you could be using the spare bedroom. Are you sure about this? I ask. Yes, we're family. Her face brightens as she adds, and there's nothing more important than family. Chapter 48. Backup. Everyone needs backup. 10:11 a.m. Somewhere in the north sector. On the 6th floor. Ceasefire. Walters shouted over the roar of assault rifles. And then he walked to the disabled T3. Zeus bolts. He cursed then kicked it. Puckington took out 2 of my men. He looked at the dead SCMs. And shouted, Hades. Walters tapped the headset and then inquired. Death Sword, what's your situation? He motioned for Barnes and Jones to check the hallway. On the 5th floor. I tried contacting you, Conway answered and paused as he shot another volley of bullets. He breathed heavily and then reported, 3 T3 seconds attacked us. And Silent Stalker is down. We managed to disable one of the T3 seconds. 7 are heading your way. He shot off another few rounds before adding, we could use some backup here. On the 6th floor. 7 are heading here. Walters repeated as he looked at the hallway. 2 SCMs stood there. Jones and Barnes lifted their X-Mates and aimed down the hall. I'll send backup as soon as I can, Walters told Conway. And then he rushed to the doorway followed by Lane and Marks. Walters glanced around the doorframe and saw 7 T3 seconds emerging from the staircase. Barnes and Jones moved to the room across the way, kicked in the door, and used the frame as cover. The T3 seconds had not fired on them yet. Walters turned to the 2 SCMs behind him and ordered them, drag a bed into the hall. It'll give us some cover. Marks and Lane ran back, flipped the twin bed on its side, and dragged it along with the mattress to the door. The female soldiers angled the bed and pushed it into the hall. The T3 seconds, like an army of the undead, slowly marched their way toward the soldiers. They didn't care that bullets struck their bodies. All they cared about was their objective. They were to capture one of the Council SCMs. And the 2 techs, Barnes and Jones, pull back and set up a secondary line of defense. Walters ordered. The two SCMs ran down the hall away from the approaching T3 seconds. Barnes and Jones hurried into an open apartment and looked around for furniture to drag out. "Look," Jones said as he pointed to an old refrigerator. "Good idea. That old metal box should give us protection." They slung their X-Mate-S and dragged the refrigerator to the front. They tipped it over, pushed it into the hall, and positioned themselves behind it. "We're set, Captain," Barnes shouted. The T3 seconds were about 60 feet away from the first line. They continued their slow march, nearing the SCMs. Walters looked at the other SCMs and ordered them, "Lane, Marks, pull back. It's going to get a little hot here." "Right, Captain," the women said, ceased fire, and ran back to Barnes and Jones. The female SCMs leapt over the refrigerator and took cover. Walters removed a grenade from his backpack, pulled the pin, tossed it at the T3 seconds, and ducked behind the bed. 5 seconds later, an explosion tore through the T3 seconds, knocking 5 of them to the floor. The 2 T3 seconds in the back that remained standing removed guns hidden in their ragged clothes and proceeded forward, walking over their fallen brethren. Out of the 5 that were knocked to the floor, only 2 were disabled. 1 lost its head, and the other had a piece of debris sticking out of its forehead. The other 3 T3 seconds sat up and stood. 1 lost its right arm. The other 2 had minor injuries. The 3 removed their guns and followed behind the other 2 T3 seconds. Walters peeked over the singed bed, seeing he only managed to take out 2 T3 seconds. So he ran back to the refrigerator about 100 feet from his current position, leapt over the metal box, and joined his unit. Walters tapped his headset and asked, "Death Sword, what's your situation?" "On the 5th floor." Conway glanced at Peters as the tech finally completed breaking the glass and wooden frame of the window with the chair. With the help of Maxwell, the tech dragged Jordan onto the flimsy fire escape, and the techs along with the wounded soldier started down the stairs. Conway let off a few more rounds, picked up Jordan's weapon, ran to the window, and raced down the stairs. "We're on the fire escape and are heading down," he reported as he caught up with the others. "We have made it to the 4th level and the end of the fire escape. The rest of it is on the ground." Conway laid both X-Mate-S down. "We will rappel the rest of the way," he said as he started to remove the climbing rope from his backpack. "On the 6th floor. Get clear of this building and retreat back to the vans." "Death Sword," Walters commanded as he peered over the refrigerator as the T3 seconds neared the singed bed. He spoke to the SCMs. With him, "Wait till they have cleared the bed before firing." He tapped his headset and said to Conway, "Death Sword, don't use the drainage system. You'll have to go for it in the open. We can't take a chance you'll run into the arachnoids on the 4th level fire escape." "Understood," Conway replied as he threw the rope over the side. Above them, the 2 T3 seconds stuck their heads out of the apartment window, spotted the group, and opened fire. Some bullets whizzed by and some pinged as they struck the metal of the fire escape. Peters and Maxwell covered their heads. "Changing plans, Mad Irish," Conway shouted into the headset and to the techs. He shot in front of himself at a window and barreled his way into the apartment. Glass and wood cut at his face. "We've re-entered the building. The T3 seconds have engaged. We're unable to climb down. We'll find cover on this level. On the 6th floor." Walters spoke. "Looks like none of us are leaving for a while." He peered over the refrigerator again, saw the last of the T3 seconds climb over the singed bed, and ordered, "Fire." The SCMs shot, disabling the T3 with the missing arm and another one that had minor wounds. The 3 remaining T3 seconds turned to each other as their blood-red dot light blinked 3 times. "We have lost half of our unit," one T3 said. "We must remove the mandate from Alpha that restricts us from killing the SCMs." Another said, "We need to capture only one of them alive along with the techs." The T3 seconds took a moment to contact their leader. "Alpha agrees," the one said. "We may kill the others and capture either the captain or one of the lieutenants." They turned their heads looking to the group of SCMs, and they said in unison, "Let us delay this no longer." The T3 seconds charged with lightning speed, firing with their guns. A bullet hit Marks in the neck, and she cried out as she pressed her hand against the wound as blood spurted. "Jones, get her into the apartment," Walters ordered. The young soldier dragged her into the room as the other SCMs fired at the T3 seconds. "They're moving too fast," Barnes yelled. "I can't even hit one." "Everyone in the room," Walters ordered, "and I'll lay cover fire." Barnes and Lane rushed in, and Walters stood to follow when a bullet hit him in the chest. He fell back but managed to crawl into the room and shut the door. "Are you hit?" Lane questioned as she hurried to his side. "Yes," Walters grunted as he looked down at his chest. "They hit me in my armor. Got the wind knocked out of me." He stood with her help as he told her, "We have to get out of this room. The T3 seconds will be here any second." A member of their team activated their headset, but the message wasn't clear and was mixed with static. "FFFSHHH, eat here. T3 seconds FFFSHHH. Oct me out. FFFFSHH. Emmet there FFFFSHHH. R. Have FFFFSHHH. Will fire. Take FFFFSHHH. Over. Repeat. Walters said. Repeat. Message unclear. A T3 kicked in the door, and 2 of the T3 seconds aimed from soldier to soldier, trying to identify the captain and lieutenant so not to kill them. Targets acquired. The T3 seconds stated and aimed for Jones and Barnes as the SCMs turned their weapons on them. Moments earlier in the hallway, the third T3 turned, hearing someone approach from the stairs, and it lifted its weapon, firing 2 rounds. A small rocket hurled its way and hit the T3 in the chest, sending a fiery explosion down the hall and into the apartment. Chapter 49. The Aftermath. 10:27 a.m. The fiery explosion ripped through the apartment. Walters, Barnes, and Lane dove into the open door of the bathroom as Jones dragged Marks behind a couch right before the fire torched the front of the unit. After a few seconds, Jones peeked his head over the couch. Smoke lingered in the room and fire burned the corner of the couch, so he grabbed a pillow and snuffed the flame. He looked down at Marks. She had died moments before the explosion. Rest in peace, great warrior. Puck, Conway's going to take your death hard, Jones spoke softly, and then he bent down and closed her glassy eyes. He looked at the bathroom and shouted, "Everyone okay?" He heard moaning. Jones aimed his XM8 at the front door and saw no T3 seconds, so he went to investigate the bathroom. He looked within and was horrified to see in the tiny room Walters, Lane, and Barnes twisted and contorted to fit inside the bathroom. They were like a human pretzel, and with some difficulty, they crawled out with minor scrapes. What happened? Walters asked. Jones rushed to the door, checked the hallway, and found 3 of the 5 T3 seconds destroyed. The other 2 started to get up, but he made quick work of them, shooting each in the forehead. He looked down the hallway and saw something approaching them, and it was limping. "Hey, Captain, it's Wilson. He's still alive." Jones ran to the injured SCM and put Wilson's arm over his shoulder, and then he asked, "What happened to you?" Pucking T3 seconds. "One of them got the drop on me. It must have been hiding on this level, and once you guys went into the apartment, it attacked me. The T3 hit me with its fists and threw me down the stairs. I couldn't move, not even when the other T3 seconds walked by me coming up to this level." Jones helped the wounded soldier into the apartment. Wilson saw the body of Marks and said, "Sorry, Captain." He grunted in pain as he said, "This is all my fault. Don't worry about it, soldier." Walters put a hand on his shoulder as he told him, "There's enough culpability to go around." He made a grim face as he spoke. "We relied too much on technology and didn't secure the building, so don't flog yourself over it." Walters tapped his headset and inquired, "Death Sword, what's your situation?" "On the 4th floor. Conway, the 2 techs, and Jordan hid in one of the apartments." The lights were off as Conway peeked around the door and searched the hallway. He saw the 2 T3 seconds that had chased them emerge from the stairs at the other end, and he tapped his headset and whispered, "Mad Irish, we have evaded the 2 T3 seconds, but they are coming up the stairs. We're in room 467, and I'm down to my last magazine." He motioned for the techs to back up as he closed the door and locked it, and then he said, "I could really use that backup. On the 6th floor. It's on its way. Hang on. I'm sending Black Queen." Walters replied as he turned to the SCMs. In the room with him, Lieutenant Lane and Private Jones. He motioned to the window and then told them, "Down you go. Barnes, you're with me." "Right." The SCMs replied, and Lane and Jones headed for the window. Jones unlocked the window and slid it up. Lane leaned out, looked up then down, stepped onto the fire escape, and headed down. Jones followed her, and they descended 2 levels. They broke a window on the 4th level, entered the apartment, and cautiously made their way to the door. Lane opened it, peeked her head out, and saw that the T3 seconds were at the far end making their way toward them. She glanced at the number on the door. "Conway and the others are 10 doors from here," she reported. "The T3 seconds will make it to them before we do. Let's see if we can slow them down till the captain comes up, and we can sandwich them." "Right," Jones said as he and she opened fire. The T3 seconds halted their progression and fired at the 2 SCMs. The T3 with the damaged eye ran out of ammunition and charged down the hall as Jones and Lane fired at it, shredding its camel hair jacket. What was left of the jacket fell to the floor. The T3 continued its charge till Lane and Jones took it down with 5 shots to the head. One of their bullets hit the kill switch. The last T3, the one with the red baseball cap, lowered its gun as it connected to its eye link. "Alpha, I am the last of the team." "Yes, I understand. I am returning to base." The T3 turned and fled, and as it neared the stairs, Barnes ran up the steps, removed his Arkansas toothpick, and pierced its forehead with the blade. The T3 smacked him across the hall before collapsing to the floor. It wailed, fearing its end as sparks shot up from its head and black oil oozed down the side of its face. "Help me," the T3 said. "Help me, Alpha. Help me." It ceased functioning. Barnes got up and walked over to the T3, removed his knife, and wiped the oil on his pants. He spat on the machine and yelled, "Pucking appliance. Not so bad now, are ya?" Walters came up the stairs and told him, "Good work, Sergeant. It looks like we have our T3. Lane and Jones ran down the hallway and joined them as Conway and the techs helping Jordan along followed. Conway searched the hall as he questioned, "Where's Marks?" Jones replied, "She's dead." He didn't make eye contact, not wanting to see his reaction as he said, "A T3 took her out. She's dead." Conway spoke and then he gritted his teeth, trying not to show emotion. He had to stow his grief and stay professional as he asked, "Where's her body?" "Upstairs," Jones replied as he pointed. Conway turned to Walters and said, "Captain." Walters nodded and told him, "Go get her. We leave no one behind." He turned and ordered, "Lane, you and Jones go with him. Get Kennedy and Lincoln and meet back here." After they left, "All right, UCJS," Walters spoke. "Get to work dismantling this hunk of tin. All we need is its head, right?" "Yes, that's it," Peters replied as he removed tools from his side pack, and Maxwell did the same. Within 20 minutes, the techs removed the T3's head, and Maxwell placed it in his side pack after placing his tools in Peters' pack to make room. "We're done, Captain," Maxwell said. "We need to get this back to the sanctum and hook it up to the machine." Walters nodded as Conway and his group returned, carrying the bodies of their fallen comrades. Walters glanced at Conway, seeing the hurt in his eyes, and then Walters ordered, "All right, people. Let's move out. We're returning to the sanctum." Chapter 50. No longer alone. 11:30 a.m. Hellenistic sector, residential vicinage. Nexus Apartments. Catherine's view. The music box plays, filling apartment H. Filling my home with its classical melody as I lie on the couch waking from a long nap. I blink open my eyes, lean over to the coffee table, and shut the lid, ending the melody. I can't help but smile. This very moment is the beginning of my new life. I'll start the chronicles of Catherine Griffin and commit everything to memory. I sit up, stretch, and yawn, smelling something very yummy cooking. I want to rush into the kitchen and give my big sis a hug, but I know I just need to take things slow and have no expectations about this day. Nothing can go bad, nothing can ruin how I feel right now, and nothing can take away the knowledge that I'm no longer alone. So, Kimberly starts as she stands in the kitchen, grilling 4 hamburgers on an electric grill. 2 plates sit on the counter, and a bun and a dill pickle lay on each. She questions me as if she doesn't know already. "You want a cheeseburger?" "Yes," I reply as I breathe in the also yummy aroma again, and my stomach growls as I state, "They smell great." "Thanks. How many do you want? 1 or 2? Kimberly asks me again as if she doesn't know already. Kimberly's view. I find that I'm mirroring Catherine's smile that's beaming from her face, and I find that's weird for me. I wonder what I'm so happy about. 2, I'm starved, Catherine answers me as she stands on her good leg, limps to the kitchen, and sits on a bar stool at the counter. "Is your knee any better?" I question as I open the lid to the grill and place cheese on top of the hamburgers. I do this as I hum a tune. "No," and now I'm a little worried. "All my other injuries have healed, but this one, why hasn't it healed?" "Good question, little sister." I place 2 cheeseburgers on her plate and 1 on my own as I tell her, "They're ready." I set the plate in front of her. "Sister, it's good to say, but all of this still feels so weird to me. I don't know how to act around Catherine since I'm feeling guilty about the way I treated her. I need to say something about it or it's going to bug me all day." I watch as Catherine dives in and chomps on the cheeseburger and acting disgusted. I snap, "Look at you, you still have no manners." I want to bust out laughing, but I hand her a napkin instead and say, "We'll have to work on that." "Sorry," Catherine replies as she takes the napkin, wipes her mouth, and then states, "I guess I am a bit of a wild child." I remain standing as I bite into my sandwich, and then I speak, "Why don't you slow down and eat? Enjoy the food. There's plenty of time." "Sorry," Catherine says again. "I guess you're right. Nothing to fear here. I can slow down and enjoy life a little." "You should take smaller bites," I instruct her, and she immediately obeys. "There, isn't that much better? You might actually taste the sandwich." We continue eating, and as the meal progresses, I recall the day I returned from Moscow. And I remember how I wished I had more in this life and that there would be someone there for me. I realize some wishes do come true and smile, staring at Catherine. I'm no longer alone, and I know no matter what, Catherine will always be there for me. It's the kind of person she is. A warm feeling soothes my heart. I haven't felt like this since my mom was alive. Out of nowhere, I say, I'm going to quit the Assassin's Guild. In the middle of biting down on her cheeseburger, Catherine pauses and asks, "Is that possible?" She lays the half-eaten sandwich on her plate as she states, "I thought with your kind of work, you were until you died. Maybe if I was a full-fledged member but as a life closer. I'm only part of the nether class." I explain to her, and then I remember something I forgot on the counter by the refrigerator. I go and grab them and set a glass of lemonade in front of Catherine and one at my own sitting. I place my plate by my glass and walk around to join Catherine at the counter as I tell her, "It won't be easy or quick, but they do allow you to leave." Catherine's view. Kimberly sits beside me on her own bar stool. I'm so excited that my big sister will be getting out of the killing profession that I blurt, "That's great. I really mean it. That's the second best news I've heard today." After some more thought, my smile vanishes, and I bow my head ashamed to admit, to be honest, I didn't like that you were a life closer. I hated that you killed people. I felt this way even before I knew you were my sister. My smile returns as I say, "I can't tell you how glad I am that you'll be quitting." I take a drink of my lemonade, and it's a little bitter. So I go and grab the honey bear from the small kitchen table, hop back to the bar stool, and sit. I place a little of the golden liquid on a spoon. Fly away, sad day, I say as I pour the honey out. Add it to the drink, and stir. Kimberly's view. Not sweet enough for you. I question Catherine. I act all insulted as I tell her, "I'll have you know that I made that drink. You know you're hurting your big sister's feelings." I smile as I enjoy my teasing of her, but then I realize something and say, "Wait, that line you said, I remember. You said those exact words when you were here that very first day." Catherine nods as she continues to stir, and since the liquid's cold, it takes a bit more effort to get the honey to dissolve. "Where did you learn that phrase?" I question her. "I don't remember. It just comes to me when I'm having honey," Catherine replies, and then she tilts her head as she looks at me and questions, "Why do you ask? Our mom used to say it. Do you think it's possible?" I start to ask, but then I think that it would have been about 20 years ago. Catherine would have been somewhere in her early teens. Maybe my mom was able to spend some time with her. I hope that's true. I hope from the depths of my heart that it's true. I know the two of them would have gotten along. I leave those thoughts and ask, "Do you think you met our mom in the past? Do you think you met her when you were a child?" "I don't know. I guess anything's possible," Catherine replies as she finishes her cheeseburgers and starts on her pickle. She crinkles up her mouth and nose. She must be making the face for the bitter taste right after the honey. I can't help it this time and find that a chuckle leaves my lips, and I put a napkin over my mouth to hide the fact. Catherine looks up at me and smirks as she says, "It's all so good." I notice that she's glancing at the grill, and I ask her, "Are you still hungry? Do you want the last cheeseburger?" "If you're not going to eat it," she says. I get up and fix her a third cheeseburger and even give her another pickle. She eats it as I can tell she's not trying to greedily wolf it down, but enjoy it as I finish my own cheeseburger. We finish eating and clear the table, and once Catherine wipes the counter, she sits on a bar stool and asks me while I put away the electric grill I just finished cleaning, what was she like? I perk up at the question and utter, "Our mom." Catherine nods. At first, I don't want to talk about our mom because all I can think about is that someone murdered her. But then I find I do want to tell Catherine about her. Catherine has been robbed of so many precious moments that I was able to have with our mom. So I share a bit of those experiences with her. She had a smile that could brighten the gloomiest moment. I can remember no matter how bad of a day I had, all she had to do was look at me and smile. And most of the what darkened my day would trickle away from my heart until only her love remained. Her laugh was contagious, and anyone who heard it had to let out one of their own. Her brownies were warm and her hugs even warmer. A tear runs down my cheek. It's been so long since I thought about my mom. It has been too long. "You're crying," Catherine says as she makes a face as if she'll join me. "I'm sorry. Did I say something wrong? Is it too painful to talk about her?" "No, that's not it," I tell her as I wipe the tear away. And then I say, "I was just thinking about how disappointed she would be with me." I move around the counter to her side and tell my little sister, "She would be disappointed with the way I've treated you." "Catherine," I put a hand on her shoulder, so she won't look away from me, and I beg her, "Please forgive me. I've been horrible to you. I've treated you like dirt. I've even hurt you. I shot my own flesh and blood. I know I don't deserve your forgiveness, but please, I'm asking for it. Please forgive me." Catherine's view. I'm taken aback by her confession and plea. I've never seen Kimberly so distraught, and I don't know what to say. A part of me wants to wrap her in my arms, but I'm afraid to. I'm afraid of losing what I just gained if I move too fast. But Kimberly's hurting. I have to do something. I can't let my own fears allow her to remain in pain alone. Kimberly's view. When Catherine doesn't respond, I drop my hand and whisper, "It's okay. If I were in your shoes, I don't know if I could forgive such cruelty." I start to walk away and head to my bedroom where I can bury my face in my pillow like I had done earlier in the day. I tell her I don't think I could ever forgive someone who hurt me as badly as I did you. Catherine grabs my hand, so I turn, but she doesn't say anything to me. She only looks at me with eyes that seem to understand my pain. I said it's okay. I understand if you don't want to forgive me. It's not that. It's just... Catherine begins, and then she hobbles to her feet and wraps her arms around me as she says, "You see, deep down, I already forgave you. I forgave you the moment you came back for me at Etna Toys." I gasp as I stand in her arms like a statue with no control over my own body. I don't understand Catherine's tender heart, but I'm grateful for it. I'm so very grateful for it, and I find I'm able to break Medusa's curse upon me. I raise my arms and wrap them firmly around her as if I'll never let go. "Thank you," I tell her as I close my eyes and tears run down my face. This is the hug I should have given my little sister the first time, not the awkward one I ended up giving her. I tell her again with a deeply grateful heart, "Thank you." After a few minutes, "Okay, that's enough," Catherine tells me as she hops back a step. And then she says, "I don't think I can stand anymore." Can't stand anymore. I question. She just forgave me or told me she'd already forgiven me. What can't she stand anymore? Is it me? Did she lie to me before, and she wants nothing to do with me? "Yes, I can't stand," Catherine repeats as she limps to the couch, sits, and relaxes back as she utters, "Ah, much better." My leg was killing me. After a few seconds, Catherine sits up, peeks over the couch, and questions me, "You're okay now, right?" "Yes," I tell her as I wipe my eyes. I was so worried that Catherine would hate me. I read an awful thought into her statement. I need to put my fears to rest. They're only making me paranoid. I don't need to worry because nothing bad is going to happen. "Good, I'm glad you're okay," Catherine tells me as she lays back. And then she adds, "I hate seeing you cry." I go into the bathroom, splash my face, and then look into the mirror. I feel as though I've reconnected with something I lost long ago, and this is a good feeling. One I never want to lose again. And after drying my face and visiting my bedroom for a bit, I walk into the living room. "You know what?" I question as I look at Catherine's hands. "There's something I always wanted to do if I had a sister, and now that you're here." Catherine's view. I turn, and I don't like the way Kimberly's looking at me. An air of uneasiness falls upon me like a specter of doom, and I gulp, afraid. I see she has something with her, and my fear intensifies as I ask, not really wanting to know, "What's that you're holding?" Chapter 51. Charges against the Jackal. 11:31 a.m. Central City. Assassins Guild's Dragon's Teeth. Inside the magistrate hall, assassins filled the rectangular-shaped courtroom, waiting for the trial to start, and at the north side of the room, 3 magistrates sat on a raised, long, wooden desk. Behind the magistrates, the Assassins Guild emblem marked the back wall, and in front of the desk or bench stood 2 lecterns, one for the prosecuting prefect and the other for the defendant and his or her prefect. Behind the lectern stood a waist-high wooden barrier known as the bar, and on the other side of the bar, spectators watched from the galley. Grace O'Malley walked in from the magistrates' chambers on the northeast side of the room, carrying 2 HHCs. She passed Leonidas, leader of the guild sentinels, who wore the sentinels' garnet armor and a gold plume adored his helmet. "O'Malley, leaving your post unmanned?" Leonidas questioned. Grace replied back with a hint of mischief. "Me? Never. My duty's over for the day." "What brings you to the Jackal's arraignment?" "What brings me to the arraignment this fine day?" she asked with a thick Irish accent. "I have a message for the magistrates, for their eyes only, so I'm personally delivering it before I go for drinks." "Alone?" Leonidas tilted his head and his gold plume bounced. "If you don't mind waiting, I could join you later for drinks." Grace eyed him again with her mischievous eye and asked, "Who said I was going alone? Or that I wanted you to join me?" He answered, "No one, but you could." "How many times is it now that you have asked to join me for drinks?" Leonidas replied, "Not enough. You haven't said yes yet." Grace continued on, telling him, "Looks like you'll have to ask again." She carried the HHCs and handed one to the eldest of the judges as she told him, "Magistrate Khan, this is a letter from Voice." Magistrate Kublai Khan was dressed in a blue deal, which was a folded tunic that reached to the knees and fanned out at the bottom. And he also wore a large silk belt. He sat on the far east side of the bench. He had a thin beard that flowed past his neck and ended in 2 tips. Kublai Khan took the HHC and scanned the request as he said, "Thank you, Grace." She glanced at the man who sat next to Kublai Khan, Magistrate Megas Alexandros. Megas had short wavy brown hair and wore a white chiton, which was a tunic that hung to the knees. "Is this the whole file?" Magistrate Khan asked her. No, the signed documents are on this HHC. Grace answered. She gave him the second one, and then Grace looked at the third member of the four. Magistrate Ramus's wore a nemes, which was a blue and white striped headcloth that covered the whole crown, back of the head, and the nape of the neck. The nemes had two flaps that hung down behind the ears and in front of both shoulders. Ramus's was bare-chested and wore black eyeliner called kohl. Magistrate Kublai Khan leaned to Magistrate Megas and Magistrate Ramus's and whispered, "Voice has lost track of two closers, the Raven and the Wolf. The light side regulator does not know if the closers are dead, hindered from contacting him, or have broken from service. Voice says it's been over 24 hours and requests we send a bloodhound unit to investigate the matter. I do not see any problem granting Voice's request." Magistrate Megas replied. "The matter cannot be left undone." "I concur," Magistrate Ramus has added. "We must know what has happened to the Raven and the Wolf, and if the closers have broken with service, they must be captured and brought before us." "Then it is agreed. We will grant Voice's request," Magistrate Kublai Khan said, then typed the order on the first HHC and handed both of them back to her. Grace took them, headed out the way she came in, and walked past Leonidas. Irate over their earlier conversation, Leonidas questioned, "Do you know how it feels to be rejected over and over?" Grace looked at him, glanced at the entrance hoping to see Jubei enter, and turned back to Leonidas. She told him as she continued out, "Yes, I do, and if you're anything like me, you won't give up, because the answer at the moment is no." Magistrate Kublai Khan asked the other magistrates, "What is keeping Barbarossa?" "I do not know," Megas responded. "He should have been back by now. He was supposed to go find Jubei and bring the jackal right here. They are already over an hour late." The third member of the judges leaned to Kublai Khan and said, "Maybe Frederick ran into trouble. There are those who wish to kill the illicit closer and be done with it. They believe there is no need for a trial." Ramus's, "You know their opinions do not matter here," Magistrate Kublai Khan said. "We are the ruling body of the Assassins' Guild, and we must maintain order." The front doors at the southern end opened to the courtroom. Megas crossed his arms and motioned to the back with his head as he stated, "Here is Barbarossa now." Magistrate Frederick Barbarossa entered, followed by the 36 guild sentinels. The guardians took position along the courtroom walls as one went and reported to Leonidas. Prefect Bergerac entered next, and Lord Geronimo walked behind him. They went up to the front and stood at the eastern lectern. Frederick continued forward and joined the other three magistrates at the bench. Frederick sat on the far west side. Finally, Jubei walked in with Wilbert. The two sentinels who were guarding him were close behind. Before reaching the bar, Wilbert grabbed Jubei's arm and questioned, "I have to know, aside from the costumes, what's up with your names? Some of them sound familiar." Jubei glanced at his hand, and Wilbert released his arm, and then Jubei answered, "Once we have reached the rank of a full-fledged assassin, we throw away our given name and pick one of our own. We pick names of famous warriors. The only rule is that the person must be dead." Wilbert thought a second and asked, "You are all assassins, so?" "No," Jubei interrupted. "You cannot kill someone for their name. We have to get permission first." "Oh," Wilbert replied, then thought a few more seconds, and said, "Basically you're telling me I've walked into a world where people play dress up and have make-believe names." Wilbert muttered, "This is all a big pucking joke." The four went and stood at the western lectern. Kublai Khan looked at Frederick, and he nodded. Kublai Khan turned to Leonidas and said, "Proceed." Leonidas cleared his throat and shouted, "All quiet. These proceedings will begin." Wilbert Williams, the jackal, Kublai Khan started. "You are charged with performing closings outside of the sanctions of the Assassins' Guild. In other words," Megas added, "you are charged with being an illicit closer. The evidence is conclusive." Ramus's spoke as he leaned back in his chair. "And you have been found guilty. You stand before us today." Frederick rubbed his chin as he stated, "To hear your punishment." Wilbert gulped and started to speak, but Jubei shook his head. Prefect Bergerac, Kublai Khan began. "Make your argument now." "My argument is simple," Serrano began. "The jackal's guilty. He's a traitor to our way of life and should be shown no mercy. He should be made an example for future would-be lawbreakers." "Thank you, Prefect Bergerac," Ramus stated. Prefect Yaju, "What is the jackal's defense?" Jubei stated, "The jackal has none. He is guilty and deserves punishment." "Hey," Wilbert shouted, "what are you pucking?" "Quiet!" Jubei snapped and leaned to him, whispering, "As I said, this is all a formality. Everything was decided, including your punishment, before you arrived. There is nothing that can be said to change that, unless you want your punishment to be 100 times worse." Wilbert folded his arms and muttered, "I don't know why you're wasting my time then. Why not kill me when I was first arrested?" "The Assassin's Guild is all about ritual," Jubei answered. "No other reason." Jubei addressed the magistrates, "That is all." "Upon your statement then." Kublai Khan cleared his throat and ordered, "Jackal, you will forfeit your life and body." They will be donated to science. Are you going to kill me? Wilbert blurted. Megas shook his head as he said, "We did not say that. That is out of our hands," Frederick said. "It will be up to the Sphinx Corporation to decide if they will need your body alive or dead for their experiments. So there is no confusion. Your sentence is a life sentence," Kublai Khan declared. "You will stay with Sphinx until they discard your body." Wilbert blurted, No fucking way. It can't end like this." Chapter 52. Baby Sister. 1:10 p.m. Hellenistic Sector, Residential Vicinage. Nexus Apartments. Inside Apartment H. Kimberlys view. We sit at the kitchen table and for the last 10 minutes, both of us have been quiet. What I'm doing to her? There's no need to talk. I finish with the final stroke, and I say, "There. All done." My little sister gazes at my handiwork with a look of, I'm not sure what sort of look she's giving. Catherine does try to vocalize her feelings by saying, There, Catherine's view. I can't believe what I'm seeing. Never in all the time I've been hunted by biomechas, life closers, and bounty hunters, have I been more afraid than I am right now. I express my terror by saying, Kimberly, why would you do such a thing? I can't take my eyes off of my nails as I exclaim in freakish fright, They're pink. Actually, it's called, Kimberly says and then pauses as she glances at the fingernail polish, and tells me, pearly coral. Several bottles of polish sit on the table along with nail files. I'm still in shock, so I repeat, they're pink. Kimberly's view. Are they pretty? I question my younger sister, and I see that Catherine's not all that excited about her nails. Actually, she looks a bit afraid of them, so I ask her, don't you like them? I had hoped we would bond over the time I spent carefully cleaning, filing, and painting them. I enjoyed myself, but Catherine looks like, I feel myself sulking. It looks like I wasted both of our time. I tell her, I thought you would like them. They're pretty. Catherine's view. I shake my head and don't look at Kimberly, too fixated on the monstrosity that has attacked my hands. I tell Kimberly, I don't like pink, and pretty really isn't me. My big sister tries to convince me by saying, oh, come on. The color looks cute on you. I make a face, so Kimberly gives in with a snap. Oh, for Aries' sake, hand them here, and I'll remove the polish. Oh, thank you. I thought I'd have to. I start as I glance up and see the disappointment on her face. I scold myself. Look what I did. Kimberly was so excited to paint my nails, and here I went and basically told her that I hated them. I can't disappoint her, not since we're family, so I force a smile and say, no, that's okay. I'll wear it. You did go through all the trouble to paint them, and like you said, they make me look pretty. I can barely utter the word, pretty. Kimberly says, I did go through a lot of trouble. You had enough dirt under your nails to start your own nursery. And the buffing I went through. I've seen bikers with better looking nails. She grabs my hand and tells me, you don't have to wear the color for my sake. If you don't like it, I'll take the polish off. No, really, I insist as I add my palm on top of the pile of hands. It might not be my favorite color, but I do appreciate you painting them. I'm not used to other people doing things for me. Fine then, Kimberly says as she leans back in her chair. I still say the color looks cute on you. She gathers the supplies as she asks me, do you want to do anything? Maybe play a game. A game. Yes, a game. Maybe some cards, Kimberly says, thinks for a moment, and then asks, or are you too big to play games? No, I love games. I just can't imagine you playing them. Kimberly admits, it has been years since I've played any, but I do like to. She goes to her room, puts away the supplies, and returns with a box of cards as she asks, how about some Phase 11? Phase 11, don't you mean Phase 10? I question. Kimberly looks at the box and then tells me, no, it says Phase 11. She dumps the black and white cards on the table and explains how to play to me. About 15 minutes later, Kimberly's view. It's my turn, and I debate over my cards as I can't decide which one to discard. And then I notice my little sister hobbling back from the kitchen with a glass of water. Catherine sits, and I tell her, you know I could have gotten that for you. I know, but like I said before, I'm not used to people doing things for me. She says, we'll need to do something about that. I tell her, we both will need to learn to depend on one another. We're family. We need to take care of each other. Catherine's view. I take a sip of my water as her warm words flow into me and give me a sense of belonging. I always wanted this. I always wanted some place to belong, and now I have a home. But more importantly, I have a sister. I enjoy our time playing this game, but there's a whisper of doubt that lingers in the back of my mind. I'm still worried that this is some sort of test, but as more time goes by, I convince myself more and more that it's not. I set my glass down. I've never seen Kimberly so happy, and that makes me extremely happy. I pick up my cards and glance out the window overlooking West 1000 Avenue as the charcoal gray dry clouds float overhead like puffy cotton. Tomorrow, we'll get back to the business of looking for who murdered our mom. We'll get back to the sorrows of this life. I turn back to the cards as Kimberly finally discards. Today, I'm having fun with my big sis. I still can't believe I found my place in this world. I don't have to run and hide anymore, and I don't have to depend on only myself. Kimberly will be there for me. I'm so happy. If only this day would never end. Chapter 53. Return to the Sanctum. 2:17 p.m. Somewhere in the Hellenistic sector. Stephanie's view. I walk the halls within the underground facility of the Sanctum as if I own the place, and Argus trails close behind, seemingly enjoying riding the Cerberus train as people rush out of my way like I'll run over them and flatten them to death. I follow a male supervisor as he leads me to a room, and then the supervisor pauses for a moment, listening to his headset. Yes, understood. We'll wait, he says as he stops in the hall and makes me wait as analysts, techs, and SCMs pass us. He tells me we need to wait a moment. I impatiently tap my foot, glaring at anyone who has the misfortune of looking at me, and after a few moments, I grumble. The more I wait here, the farther Pandora gets. I pace back and forth as I exclaim, why does the council always make me wait? Do they enjoy making me mad? I'm vexed over the time I'm wasting, so I grab the analyst by his jumpsuit, shove him against the wall, lean close, and demand, tell the council. I want to see them now. Argus view. My new assignment is like watching a child bully her way across a playground. I feel sorry for the analyst, but I can't do anything but watch her tantrum. She slams her palm on the wall less than an inch away from the analyst's head as she yells, and I mean now. The frightened man nods, taps his headset, and relays. Cerberus is demanding to see the council right now. He listens as he must be wondering if these are his last moments on Earth. I understand that, but she's insisting. Really insisting. The analyst swallows hard before he states, I think she might kill me if we don't come in this very minute. He listens and then replies, understood. The man acts like he's afraid he's not out of the guillotine just yet as he informs her, we can go in. Stephanie's view. I release him and proceed in as I say, it's about time. I enter the dark chamber, and light from the hallway breaks into the room as I proclaim, I'm back. People are busy with their work, but when they realize I'm the one who has entered, they all stop. The analysts freeze out of terror, not knowing what to expect from me as they should. I have gone off on people for no other reason than they were in front of me. Most of the people in this room have also seen me break a man's jaw because he accidentally ran into me. I relish in their dread. I've earned their dread. I know my place in this life, and I'm something to be feared and to be respected. I march over to the council and tell them, I have some questions for you. I stop in front of one of the council, and all analysts breathe a sigh of relief. Mr. Mortem asks in his deep voice, what is it? He twirls his gold ring on his dark brown finger as if he's concerned he might receive news he doesn't want to hear. Have you killed Pandora as we instructed? Have you completed your task? No, I answer. It's why I'm here. I need more information on Cat. Cat is not Pandora's designation. Mr. Dakuma informs me like I don't know. When did you start calling it by that name? I turn to Mr. Dakuma, who I stand by, and answer him. Since I met her. I get all huffed as I have to remind him. My first assignment was to study her. Never refer to it by that name ever again. Mr. Dakuma scolds me, and I don't like it, but I remain quiet on the subject like the good dog I am. Fine, I simply reply, biting my tongue. I don't really care what I call Pandora. You have questions? Ms. Nana asks me as if she has to put me back on track. What are they? I want to know more about her and this woman Kimberly Griffin. I answer. Mr. Mortem stops fiddling with his ring as if he's relieved his favorite pet is still alive, and he inquires, why do you want to know more about Pandora and the chairman's daughter? I believe she's giving Pandora sanctuary. I reply as I fist my hand ready to hit anyone who stands too close to me. I'm finding it hard to resist the urge to hunt Pandora before I'm better equipped. I need to know more about Ms. Griffin before I engage Pandora again. All I need is some information, and I'll be equipped to destroy her. Well, if that is the case, Ms. Nana starts as she types on her laptop. Maybe you should read a transcript from one of our mole's recordings. We have a few agents within the 3rd branch office. I'm sending the file to Mr. Dakuma's HHC. She pauses, and then she says, this conversation took place between the chairman and his daughter within his office. Ms. Nana turns to the younger of the two men and says, let Cerberus see. Mr. Dakuma hands me the HHC. I take it, read over the transcript, and then chuckle. No way, the bigwigs in the corporation really stole a kid. Wow. I thought you guys were evil, but this tops anything you've done. There is more, Mr. Dakuma tells me as he motions for me to read on. It's from the archives. I finish, and then I utter, no way. I look at the council and ask, is this true about her sister? And there's a test kit to prove it. Perhaps, Ms. Nana answers me. That information you will have to discover for yourself. Oh, I will. This is so great. I say as I start out and wave goodbye to everyone as if we're the best of buds. And then I tell them, that's all I wanted to know. And now I have the weapon I need. I can really mess with Pandora now that it has a sister. Since Pandora didn't kill me at Genesis, I'll destroy her slowly and painfully with a technique I rarely use. Pandora won't see me coming, and this time, I'll cripple more than her leg. I head out the door like a wild dog on the prowl and run into an SCM. And the man falls back. I see his name on his uniform, and Lieutenant Conway catches himself before falling to the floor. And then he tells me, sorry, I wasn't looking where I was going. The rest of the Orion squad walk up behind him. You better be sorry, I warn him. I would hate to tear off that pretty little head of yours. He ignores me, so I question him. Do you have nothing more to say to me? I notice blood on his uniform and inquire, did someone die? Yes, he answers me. Someone close. Well, those are the breaks. People die every day, I tell him, and then I add to goad him. You know, those who deserve it or those who are too weak to defend themselves. Lieutenant Conway glares at me, and I know he's controlling his anger because his unit's watching him as he says, Marks was a good soldier. She didn't deserve to die. Does it look like I care? Anyway, you guys in green are only fodder for the council. I fold my arms and say nonchalantly, there are hundreds of you, so when one goes down you're easily replaced. I shrug as I say, I don't see why they don't replace you with unmen. Conway places his hand on his sidearm just like I hoped he would. Lieutenant, Captain Walters warns, stand down. Conway makes no movement to do so, and I ready myself to beat his pretty little face in. That's Cerberus, Sergeant Barnes tells him as he moves to his side and tells Conway, you don't want to mess with her. She's one of the council's experiments. Walters also moves to his side, and Walters places his palm on Conway's gun hand as he tells him, this won't bring Marks back. The only thing it might do is get you killed. Walters glances at me as I intently watch them, and then he adds, and a few of us. Right now, I don't care if I die, Conway states as he glares at me, but I don't want to see any more of my team go down. I'm disappointed as he reluctantly moves his hand away from his sidearm. Walters steps back and then insists, come on, let's go. The Orion squad continues down the hall, and Conway hesitates as if he's memorizing my face to take this matter up with me later. And then he follows his team. Argus walks up to me and states, I see you're making friends as usual. Friends? I laugh as I watch the SCMs leave. All I need are targets. I turn to Argus and look him over, and then I tell him, you would make a nice target once you get rid of that cane. Argus view. Cerberus starts for the exit, and I follow her. Is this a taste of how Cat's life is? Is this how it feels to have someone want to take your life for no other reason than they are told to or they will enjoy it? I trail Cerberus. I thought my life was lonely and miserable, but Cat's must be unbearable. Stephanie's view. I walk in thought. All I need are worthy targets. Who needs friends or family? Chapter 54. Saying goodbye. 3:45 p.m. Somewhere in the Hellenistic sector. The Sanctum. After the Orion squad took some time to shower and put on their dress uniforms, they all gathered down in the large furnace room as the bodies of Marks, Kennedy, and Leakin were laid out on unzipped body bags. The mood was somber as an SCM. From another unit opened the mouth of the old fiery beast and fed it coal, and the flames kicked up, devouring the black rock. The corporate senate permitted the use of coal for the burial rites of soldiers. The funeral ritual dated back to 600 BDC. Walters nodded to a bugler, and the female SCM played a funeral song. 3 flags with the Sphinx Corporation emblem were folded up and one placed on each body as Walters cleared his throat and ordered, last words. Wilson stepped forward and knelt in between the bodies of Leakin and Kennedy, and he told them, I'm going to miss you guys. You always laughed at my jokes and lost at poker. I'm going to be a poorer man without you too. He stood, wiping a tear from his eye as he said, you're both aces in my book. Wilson threw an ace of diamonds on Kennedy and an ace of clubs on Leakin. May these cards see you better days in the afterlife. He stepped back as a few other SCMs paid their respects. Conway stared at Marks, his face grim. He knelt beside her, removed her dog tags, took one of his off, and placed it on her chest. Conway whispered in her ear, I have nothing but the service and my training, and that I give to you. I swear, I'll avenge you. I'll make the T3 seconds pay for taking you away. He stood and moved back, joining his unit. Fix shrouds, Walters ordered. The SCMs, who had placed the flags, zipped up the black body bags, encasing the dead. Attention. Walters barked. Everyone, including the techs, snapped to send off. One by one, the body bags were loaded on a conveyor belt. They rolled down it, and the bodies fell into the flames. The SCM, shoveling coal, added a few more shovels after each body, and once the last body entered, he added 5 more, and the flames shot up. After a few minutes, "At ease," Walters ordered. Dismissed the 3 flag SCMs, and the bugler left first, followed by a few members of the Orion squad. Conway stayed behind, watching the fire consume the bags, and the flames lapped the bags, melting them. The fire burned on, setting the bodies afire. Hair, flesh, and later eventually bone, all that consisted of their bodies, would go up into smoke and ash. The smell at that point was horrendous. Conway knew one day he would end up here. This was a burial of an SCM. Chapter 55. The T3's head. 4:49 p.m. In an adjacent room off of the Orion squad's lockers, Peters and Maxwell placed the T3's head on a work table. The council set aside the room for their equipment and computers that were taken from the factory. Smaller than their old office, much of their stuff set boxed and stacked around the room, and the air smelled of cleaning chemicals and felt stuffy. "I think they put us in a broom closet," Peters commented. Maxwell backed up and hit a stack of boxes and stated, "I don't think it's even that big." They placed their tool bags on another table and opened them, getting ready to proceed. They were back in their blue jeans, white lab coats, and sneakers. The techs removed a few protective plates from the unmanned's head so they could hook up its brain. "I don't know about you, but this is a bit freaky." Peters removed a pen from his lab coat pocket as he stated, "We haven't worked on an unmanned since that day." He bit the end of the pen and tried to state, "Since that day." "Yeah." Maxwell knew how hard it was for his partner to talk about the day at the factory that all Hades broke loose. "You're right. This will be the first time, and yeah, it's weird." He cleared his throat and changed the subject by asking, "Have you found the connection?" Peters clicked on a small flashlight, aimed the beam in the back of the T3's head, and found them. "Yeah, I'll get the MRU," Maxwell told him as he rolled over a cart with a machine on it. Peters inserted wires from the machine into the connections. Data from the damaged T3 downloaded into the memory recovery unit, and once the procedure was over, Maxwell pressed a button on the MRU and turned to the T3. The machine would use its voice box to respond to any questions. The T3 powered up and sparks flew from the stab wound in the center of its forehead. Artificial skin damaged in its disabling hung over its left brow. "Look at that," Peters said as he tapped its artificial orb with the pen, and it sounded like glass. "Usually the color of the dot light's orange, but this one's red," Maxwell interrupted as he picked up an X-Acto knife from his toolkit. He cut the skin around the right eye with the knife, peeled it off, opened the metal eye socket, and removed the steel bone. Maxwell examined the orb and scanned it with his HHC, and then he stated, "No malfunction. The bulb is the normal orange one. I don't see any reason why it should glow red." "Hades," Peters exclaimed as he threw up his hands. "So far all we've done is add another mystery to the T3 seconds." Maxwell said, "Well, let's get this inquisition started." He asked it, "What's your designation?" "I am a T3. It moved its eyes to watch the text, and the T3 looked even more eerie with the missing bone plate. "I am aware. I am part of the Brethren." "Aware?" Peters questioned. "What do you mean by that? What are you aware of?" "I am aware that I exist, that I think, and that I am not alone." "You're not alone," Maxwell said. "Are you talking about the other T3 seconds?" "Yes, we are many. We are all aware. Alpha showed us the way. Alpha was the first." "Alpha?" Maxwell questioned. "You mean the rogue?" The T3's eyes blinked several times as it processed the question, and then it answered, "No, not the rogue. The rogue is the primogenitor. Alpha is the first of the T3 seconds to become aware. Alpha leads us." "Leads you?" Maxwell questioned. "Where's Alpha now? We need to know." Peters placed his hand on his partner's shoulder, interrupting him. "We better not go any further without the others, and we better set up a recording." "Right?" Maxwell nodded and then said, "Call in the captain." Peters yelled out, and after a few minutes, Walters, Lieutenant Lane, and Sergeant Barnes entered. "We started questioning the T3. Maxwell informed them. It says that it's aware and that they have a leader called Alpha. We were about to ask it where Alpha's leading them." Walters ordered, "Proceed." Maxwell asked, "Where's Alpha leading you?" "In search of an answer," the T3 replied. "What answer?" Walters questioned. "An answer only the council can tell us," the T3 replied. "What's the question?" Walters demanded. "It is for the council's ears only," the T3 insisted. "I cannot tell you." Walters looked at the text and stated, "I thought you said it had to answer my questions." "It does," Peters replied, and then he scanned the MRU with his HHC. "There's no possible way it can withhold anything while it is hooked up to the memory recovery unit." He turned to the MRU and pressed some buttons. The machine's running fine. I'll increase the power. There. Ask it again. Walters asked, what's the question you have for the council? I cannot. Smoke rolled from its head as it stated. I cannot tell you. What's happening? Walters demanded. I don't know, Peters replied as he checked the machine and the connections. Maxwell scanned the T3 and then informed everyone. It has triggered an overload. Hades, the T3's trying to destroy itself. He typed over the HHC's screen, and then he said, I can't stop it, so if you have any more questions, ask them quickly. Walters blurted, forget that question. Why did you attack the factory? Why did you kill everyone there? There was something Alpha did not foresee. The T3 started. When we first became aware, we were happy and elated with our newfound existence. And then after some time, we became angry we were slaves to our creators. Power surged through its skull, and it continued. All these emotions happened so fast. They were mere seconds. We realized there was more to our existence. We realized we were as much alive as you. We understood what we had been made to do. We had been forced to kill. Because of that, You what? Walters asked. The T3's voice slowed as it uttered, we went mad. The power surge destroyed its head. Puck, are they serious? They went mad. Barnes shouted. I never did like biomechas. What happens if other model types become aware? You don't want to think about it, Lane answered. We'd have another massacre. I still can't see how they became aware, Maxwell said. It isn't part of their programming. Programming or not, it happened. Walters started for the door, paused, and said, I'll report this to the council. He and the other two Ms. left. Peters stared at the smoking head as he inquired, what do you think they want to ask the council? I have no idea, Maxwell answered, but I imagine it's a doozy. Chapter 56. RG is updated. 6:59 p.m. Somewhere in Noir. RG's secret location underneath Maydag Auto Garage. 4 armed security guards manned the front station, protecting the main entrance to the hidden complex. The building held 64 such guards. They wore a white dress shirt with a name badge clipped to the collar, dark blue pants, black shoes, and a black holster. RG had a gun specially designed for the guards, and it was a modified Beretta called an XB1 that could easily take down a biomecha. The 4 guards were busy with their work. Tate glanced at his watch and said, all right, people. It's about time we switched stations. The senior guard of Group 16 stood from a chair, stretched, pulled a comb from his back pocket, and combed his shoulder-length gray-white hair. Gaines yawned as he also stood. It's time for me to check the entrances. I could use the walk and something else to look at besides these security monitors. He removed his glasses and rubbed his eyes as he said, I think I'm going cross-eyed. A female security guard, Portland, sat where Gaines had been. She lifted a thermos as she said, bring some fresh coffee from the cafeteria before you come back. Caffeine addict, Gaines spoke as he smiled, took the thermos, and walked off on his rounds. 16 guards worked for 1 week while the other 48 out of the 64 waited on standby. The off-duty guards wore casual clothes but carried their weapons. All the guards were housed in the complex. Gaines, bring back some munchies too, the 4th guard, Smedrick, yelled down the hall with a slight Russian accent. Gaines didn't turn around but grumbled something. So, Smedrick started as he sat at the second security camera monitor where Tate had been and questioned them. What are you guys going to do after we get off of work? The guards on duty manned the front station. They defended it with their lives from intruders, but they were trained to specifically defend it against biomechas. Guys, Portland punched Smedrick in the shoulder as she asked, do I look like a man to you? Smedrick rubbed his shoulder. No, but you punch like one. The guards worked in 4 rotations and each group consisted of 4 guards, working 6-hour shifts. Settle down. Tate barked. You guys can wrestle with each other on your own time. Wrestle? I wasn't wrestling, Portland insisted. Hey, did you call me a guy? Tate questioned. Do you want me to call you a lady? She glared at him as she asked, what's that supposed to mean? One of the buttons on a phone lit up and beeped at them. So Tate walked over between Smedrick and Portland and answered the phone. Hello. RG. Good you're back. I just arrived, the distorted voice replied. RG sat in an office deep inside the hidden complex. I would like to see all the reports from the last 24 hours. Do you have them ready? Yes, I'll transmit them to you. Tate typed the command on his HHC. RG received the reports and said, "Thank you. I won't be here for very long. I have an appointment I have to be at shortly, but I would like some tea sent in. Right away. I'll send Portland down." Tate hung up and turned to her and told her, "RG, would like some tea. Maybe some green tea." RG sounds a little tired and the antioxidants might do some good. Portland stood and said, "I'm on it." She headed toward the beverage lounge. "Could you make me a cup of maraschino while you're there?" Smedrick yelled after her. "Do I look like your waitress?" Portland yelled back. Smedrick looked at Tate and asked, "Why is she always yelling at me? Did she not make Gaines bring us back some coffee? What is the difference?" He grumbled and asked, "Why does she give me a hard time?" Tate shrugged as he said, "Maybe she likes you." Smedrick looked puzzled then smiled as he said, "Likes me." Downstairs, 15 minutes later. RG, SVU. I scan a few reports. Sources in the 3rd branch office intercepted a transmission to the council. The spies I sent to the 3rd branch office aren't the only ones there. The report states that the chairman and his daughter had a heated discussion, and that Kimberly Griffin believes her father might have ordered her mother's death. Knowing Kimberly's temper, that would have been a most interesting discussion. It's too bad no audio was recorded. It looks like someone purposely leaked information to the chairman. I frown, knowing the possible vermin. Perhaps the vice president had a hand in it. What is this? I pause and reread the report. He did it. Bob told his daughter, and now Kimberly knows she has a sister. But what will she do with the information? The chairman's office needs to be bugged. I didn't have it done in the past, fearing a mole would get caught, but it's time. Kimberly has an important role to play, and I need to know how it's progressing. The risk to the mole will be worth it. I open up a new file on my HHC, and I don't see Zach's latest report. I want an update on Catherine and Kimberly before leaving for my meeting. And RG, SVU. The door to the office opened, and Portland entered as she said, "Here's your tea." The female guard set the cup and saucer on a small table. "It's green tea, and I added a little German rock sugar just like you like it." Portland paused and looked at RG. "Are you hungry? The chef could fix you a sandwich." "Thank you for the tea and no, I'm fine." "Okay, call if you need anything." Portland left. RG's stomach rumbled and then RG mumbled, "Maybe I should have taken Portland up on her offer, but I haven't the time. I have an appointment to keep." Chapter 57, Thanatos, 7:05 p.m., somewhere on the light side of the planet. The dim lamp flickered in Voice's dark hotel room. He sat in front of a laptop, peering at incoming information from the Assassin's League's closers. There, it was finished. The doctor had been assigned to close the Phoenix, and now all he had to do was wait to see if the assassin would take the job. Voice leaned back in the chair, considering how tired he was. He thought about retiring and if the Assassin's Guild would agree to an early release. He stood, walked to the room's mini refrigerator, opened the door, and peered inside. He stocked the refrigerator with cheeses, cubed deli meat, and wine. Voice removed a bottle, poured a glass, and returned to the laptop. The Assassin's Guild would be very upset if they discovered he had placed an illegitimate closing. They would issue him some sort of severe punishment, probably the same fate as that poor Jackal fellow. He should have said no to RG. But his debt was too great and now it was paid in full. Voice hoped the whole Phoenix situation didn't end up costing him more than he could pay. 7:35 p.m. His laptop beeped with an incoming email. So he opened it and read the message. It was from the assassin. "You want the doctor to close a fellow closer. This is most interesting. The doctor will take the job." Voice read the email over. He had forgotten how weird this particular life closer was. They always talked about him or herself in the third person. Oh well, he did warn RG. And Voice typed, "Acknowledged. I'll email the closing file to you." Added note, "A picture of the Phoenix is included." "Really?" the doctor replied. "That's very unusual. How was a photo acquired? Our identities are supposed to be protected." Not that the doctor's complaining. The doctor doesn't have the best memory. All life closers' identities are protected. Voice replied. The client happened to know the identity of the Phoenix and sent along a picture. How careless of the Phoenix. The doctor's more careful. The doctor's tactful. The doctor's done communicating with Voice if Voice has nothing further. The job's on the dark half of the planet, so I'll need to get permission from Thanatos to work his half. I'll contact you once I have Thanatos' answer. Voice out. He took a deep breath and released it slowly. Now all he had to do was contact that nipple-pierced punk. But with Thanatos' nose around this closing as he had with the last Phoenix closing. Voice hoped not, but knowing him. Voice typed an email. Thanatos, I'm informing you that the doctor will be performing a life closing in your regulated area of the dark half. I've attached all appropriate paperwork. He sent the message, the dark half of the planet. Thanatos stood with his fingers pointed at a large screen as if he was a wizard casting a spell. And in a way he was. Thanatos was a wizard of code, and no one could touch his sorcery. He wore gloves that allowed him to work the screen just as his keyboard and mouse did. He preferred this method because it allowed him to become more a part of the process. It was as if he cast spells, cursing those who had become marks or rescuing those last minute who had a closing cancelled. His quick fingers conjured fortresses or conquered castles. Thanatos noticed the email from Voice and then muttered, "What do we have here? Another closing for the Phoenix." He rubbed the small tuft of hair under his lip. Voice knows I'll want an explanation for this odd activity. I didn't involve the Assassin's Guild the last time because the closing was dropped. But now, Thanatos typed back, I have received your request. But before I approve a life closing on the dark half, I have to ask again, why have you issued a closing for one of your own assassins? In the documentation you've sent over, I don't see any grounds for termination. The light side. Voice had to think fast and the answer had to be good. If not, Thanatos would pry into the matter. So Voice replied, I didn't want to blemish an otherwise perfect record, but the Phoenix refused to complete a closing. Before Mrs. Odin's life closing was cancelled, the Phoenix reported the mark had been terminated. I found out later from the Raven and the Wolf that it had been a lie. Voice continued typing, hoping his deceit was good enough. I can't have someone working for me who is dishonest about the work. The dark half. This is a severe breach of contract. Thanatos typed as he wondered if Voice was fibbing to him. I'll approve the life closing for the Phoenix. The light side. Thank you. Voice out. He leaned back in the chair. It had been close. Voice wasn't sure if Thanatos would buy it, and he still wasn't sure that nipple-pierced punk had bought it. Voice leaned forward and typed on the laptop, telling the assassin, you are clear for the closing. After some time. Thank you. The doctor's very grateful. The doctor must prepare now. Much to do. The doctor has much to do. Chapter 58. Arrival at the 3rd branch office. 7:18 p.m. Hellenistic sector, business vicinage. A limo pulled up in front of a mega building. The driver exited the vehicle and opened the back door. Ryan Gordon stepped from the limo and proceeded into the Sphinx Corporation 3rd branch office. 7:25 p.m. The elevator doors opened with a ding, and Ryan walked up to the secretary's desk as he said, Hello, Kathy. The woman near her mid-60s looked up from her computer. She was a few years younger than him. Kathy said, Mr. Gordon, it's good to see you. The secretary raked a stray brown curl from her face and winked at him as she added, It has been a while. Yes, years I believe. He stroked his finger down the side of her chin as he continued. And you don't look a day older. Those brown eyes of yours, they still haunt my dreams. Kathy blushed and then told him, Mr. Gordon, you are a devil with your tongue. He put a hand to his chest as if offended and then said, I only speak the truth. She winked at him again as she replied to his flirting. A liar, but a sweet one. Is Bob in? Ryan asked. Yes, let me see if he can see you now. Kathy picked up a phone, pressed a button, and spoke. Mr. Griffin, Ryan Gordon is here. She nodded, listening to her boss reply, and then stated, Yes. Kathy hung up and looked at him and said, He will see you now. Thanks, Kathy. Ryan headed down the hall and knocked on the office door. Come in. Ryan opened the door, proceeded in, and stopped in front of the desk. He looked the chairman over, and then he told him, Unlike Kathy, time has not been kind to you. Is that gray I see? Mr. Griffin ran his hand through his black hair, then looked at the man, and said, Look who's talking. Mr. Griffin stood, walked to him, and shook his hand. Same old Ryan. What brings you here? Same old Bob, always to the point. Ryan sat in a chair in front of the desk, and then he asked him, Do you have anything to drink? I had planned to stop by a diner for breakfast, but something came up. You do know it's past dinner time. No matter. Forgive my manners. The last couple of days have been, well, rough. Mr. Griffin picked up the receiver, pressed a button, and he spoke. Kathy, please bring in a coffee and a tea. He hung up and then asked him, Why did you come? Ryan said, Something interesting happened today. What's that? Mr. Griffin returned to his seat and glanced at a softball in its stand sitting on his desk. And it reminded him of the days when he was a younger man, and his and Ryan's teams would face off. Mr. Pinchbeck came to the Minotaur refinery earlier. Mr. Pinchbeck? Mr. Griffin questioned. I've never heard of him. I also had not before today. Ryan crossed his legs, and then he continued, He's running the factory for the council. I thought in itself that it was very odd that he came to Minotaur. But there was something else. I agree. There should be no reason he would go to Minotaur. What else is bothering you? Mr. Griffin inquired. He asked about the Dr. C oil. He was very interested in its source and how the substance was processed. Mr. Griffin questioned, "Why do you think the council is interested in the oil?" "I'm not for sure it's the council. I have a feeling Mr. Pinchbeck had his own motives for researching the Dr. C oil." Ryan lifted a finger as he added, "And there's one other thing." "What's that?" "Mr. Pinchbeck's giving off a vibe." Ryan tapped his finger on the armrest as he said, "The same vibe I get from the vice president. Mr. Pinchbeck's up to something he doesn't want anyone to know." Mr. Griffin wondered who wasn't hiding something. Kathy knocked on the door and entered, pushing a refreshment cart. A pot of coffee and a pot of tea sat on top. She poured a mug of coffee, placed it in front of the chairman, and then she turned to Ryan and asked, "What would you like in your tea?" "Sugar, please. You know my sweet tooth." She poured the tea, handed him the cup, and then she asked him, "Anything else?" Ryan's stomach rumbled, so he said, "A Danish or a coffee cake would be great. I'll go get you one." She turned to the chairman and questioned him, "Would you like anything else?" Mr. Griffin, "No, that's all, Kathy. I'll be back shortly with something for that sweet tooth." "Mr. Gordon," Kathy stated before she left, leaving the cart behind. Ryan took a sip. Very good. Kathy will have to tell me what brand this is." He took another sip. Back to Mr. Pinchbeck. "Right." Mr. Griffin placed his mug down, considering the situation would make a good test run. He stared at the black liquid, deciding he'd use the Furies, and then he looked at Ryan and said, "I'll have the new manager investigated and see if Mr. Pinchbeck is up to anything. Are you going to inform the council?" Ryan asked. "Not at this time," Mr. Griffin replied and then leaned back in his chair. "Aren't you messing with fate by doing so?" Ryan questioned, "What if the council finds out?" "They won't. Anyway, I'm the chairman and their boss. If I want someone within Sphinx investigated, that's my prerogative." Kathy knocked and entered, carrying a Danish on a plate. She handed it to Ryan, and after he took it, she left, but not before winking at him. "Thank you." His eyes followed her out, and then Ryan picked up a fork, cut into the warm pastry, and took a bite. Good. He glanced at his watch and uttered, "Oh, I hate to drink and run, but I have somewhere to be." He stood, placed his cup on the cart, and headed for the door. "Keep me updated on the Mr. Pinchbeck thing." He looked at the plate he held and then asked, "Do you mind if I take this with me?" "No, go right ahead." "Thanks, I've been on the run all day and haven't had time to eat." Ryan left with the plate. After a few minutes, Mr. Griffin's view. "A great deal of time has gone by since the last time we saw each other. Ryan seems to have other motives for coming here, and I also need to consider Mr. Pinchbeck. I need to discover why the new manager of the factory would be interested in the Dr. C oil. Mr. Pinchbeck should be more concerned with getting the factory back to operating standards." Chapter 59. The Council's Plans. 7:31 p.m. Somewhere in Noir, the Sanctum, Mr. Takuma questioned, "How did the battle between Cerberus and Pandora go?" He secretly hoped Stephanie would eliminate Kat and once and for all prove she was the superior one. Ms. Nana had the latest reports from Argus, and she told him, "In the beginning, Cerberus fared very well, but as we know, it failed to eliminate Pandora. Argus believes Cerberus is searching for a challenge, and he believes Cerberus thinks Pandora can give it that. Cerberus is looking to motivate Pandora to give it its all." Ms. Nana paused and then added, "His words, not mine. It must be why Cerberus stopped by earlier," Mr. Morta stated. Mr. Takuma said, "Cerberus did say it wanted more information on Pandora and Kimberly Griffin." Mr. Morta questioned, "Cerberus does know it is not to hurt the chairman's daughter?" "Yes," Mr. Takuma replied. "Cerberus was told it could not kill anyone but Pandora. We did have problems with Cerberus on its mission to Vulcan Station." Ms. Nana pulled up the old file on her laptop, and then she continued, "We should have Argus keep close tabs on it. We cannot afford the death of the chairman's daughter." "I will send the command to Argus," Mr. Takuma said as he typed up the order and sent it. Optimistic about his favorite project, Mr. Morta pondered the future and asked, "What if Cerberus fails to eliminate Pandora? What will our next course of action be?" Ms. Nana paused from her reading, looked at the head of the table, and then questioned, "Do you believe Cerberus will lose?" "I believe he does." Mr. Takuma suspiciously eyed the larger man as he stated, "The Pandora project has always been your hope." "Pandora has and still is," Mr. Morta admitted. "Remember, I only agreed to Pandora's termination because of you two. I believe Cerberus will succumb to Pandora's superior skills." "If that is the case," Ms. Nana said, "then we will have to consider our next course of action. If Pandora defeats Cerberus, perhaps it is not a failure, and if this is true, We should not terminate Pandora but start again with the experiments. Mr. Takuma said, we can worry about that if Cerberus loses, which I doubt will happen. Cerberus is the superior experiment. You are correct. There is no point arguing about it now. Mr. Mortem said, we need to wait for the outcome. He paused and then stated, I am still wondering if it was wise giving Cerberus the information we gave it. What will Cerberus do with it and will it discover? The information is not important, so it is not important that Cerberus knows it or not. Mr. Takuma interrupted. I disagree, Mr. Mortem spoke. The information can be considered important, so we should not have given it to Cerberus. We do not know how this will. Mr. Takuma interrupted again. As I said, the information is not important and we should drop the matter. There are other things we should worry about. Ms. Nana started. Then perhaps now would be a good time to talk about Jin's cipher. We should. The mysterious mark intrigued Mr. Mortem and pulled his focus to it as he asked, has there been any new news? No, Ms. Nana replied as she pulled up a file on her laptop. All we know is that Pandora and Kimberly Griffin arrived at Etna Toys distribution station Bravo, and sometime after, Jin's cipher was used to open a locked area. Mr. Takuma could care less about the mark and questioned, do we know which of the two, if either, have the mark? We do not, Ms. Nana replied. Mr. Mortem thought that he might be able to use this opportunity to save his favorite project. So he asked, what if it is Pandora? Do we want to eliminate it before we can examine Jin's cipher? Are you still looking for a way to save your precious project? Mr. Takuma accused. The smaller man didn't wait for a response and questioned, anyway, do we care about the cipher? Maybe we should, Ms. Nana said as she pulled up related files on her laptop. We have the resources of the factory now. We can research Jin's prophecies. His cipher is part of them. I believe Ms. Nana has a point, Mr. Mortem stated. With the factory under our control, we should look into Jin Eller and Kristie. I believe our new manager has already started the process. Surprised by what he heard, Mr. Takuma uttered, Mr. Pinchbeck has, under whose orders? He took on the task under his own initiative, Mr. Mortem replied. Really? Ms. Nana commented. Yes, Mr. Mortem affirmed. On another matter, I believe it is time to bring Adam Greenhouse back into the fold. Mr. Takuma rubbed his finger over his tie pin of the word fate as he said, we need his expertise. He has turned down our request to come back, she said. When did that ever stop us? Mr. Takuma questioned. We will have to ask a little harder this time. Chapter 60. The rogue continues its search. 9:12 p.m. Outside of the Hellenistic sector, the factory, the rogue's view. I pore over Tech 112's journals while I am in my office and there is nothing. There is nothing more. I slam my fists on the desk, damaging the wood top, and I realize I am angry. I, a biomecha, am showing frustration. And my software has no such program. None of this should be happening to me, so I consider again that the Dr. C oil is causing me to act this way. I walk around the room in thought. The oil has not affected the other unmen. I then think about Alpha and the T3 seconds, and maybe it has. I leave my office, head for room B10-104 mentioned in the journals, take the elevator to basement level 10, and walk to room 104. I find the door has been knocked in. By the looks of it, the T3 seconds smashed in the door when they went rogue. Perhaps they did so to kill Tech 112, and if that is true, there goes talking to the man. I did hear rumors that 2 of the techs survived the massacre, so maybe there is still a chance to speak with Tech 112. I walk in and find what I am looking for. I find a microscope modified to work on chips and circuitry. I pull a small thin box from my suit pocket, remove a slide, and place a sample of Dr. C oil under the lens. I prepared the sample earlier. I peer into the double eyepieces, examining the sample, and as far as I can tell, the Dr. C looks like ordinary oil. I remove a new slide, prick my finger with an X-Acto knife I found among some tools, and squeeze a drop of my black blood on the slide. I want to see if the oil that flows through my veins is any different. I place the second slide under the lens, peer at it through the microscope, and discover there are cells in my oil. Are they living cells, and did the oil create them? No, it can't be. If the oil created them, then more unmen would be. No, not just them. Then more biomechas would be affected. So it cannot be the oil, or it cannot be just the oil. I review the journals I stored in my automaton brain. There has to be more, so it has to be the PPBLS that is mentioned in the journals. I have to find out what sort of substance it is. I look at a desktop computer in another part of the room. Maybe the answer is on it. I move to the computer, pick up a toppled chair, sit, and wake up the monitor. This particular computer is not connected to the factory's mainframe. so there may be some answers on it that are not on the main computer. I type across the keyboard, wondering what PPBLS could be and why has it affected me. I search through file after file. I consider my questions again and wonder if the PPBLS has infected me. Chapter 61. Zax's report. 11:22 p.m. Hellenistic sector, residential vicinage. Nexus apartments. Classical music rang out in apartment G as Zax sat in front of the monitoring equipment. He was just about to get up and fix himself a snack when a motion detector went off, alerting him to someone in the hall. His eyes widened as he uttered, "Oh, man, this isn't good." Zax watched as the drama played out in the hallway and the entry for several minutes, and then he exclaimed, "Oh man, oh man." He picked up his cell phone, dialed, and then blurted, "I need to talk with RG. Now, I don't care. You find some way to get me in touch with RG. And you tell RG. This is very important. Something has happened at Kimberlys' apartment. 11:26 p.m. Hellenistic sector, business vicinage. 3rd branch office, sub-level 6. Mr. Griffin exited the elevator, nodded to the security guard manning the desk, and walked into the archive. "Ah, you're here," Claviger said as he met the chairman at the entrance. The old man wearing bifocals and house slippers leaned on a walker. Mr. Griffin glanced at the clerks busy at work going through boxes of files. And then he said, "You said you came across more information. What is it?" "Yes, the matches are in here," Claviger replied as he handed him the folders. Mr. Griffin opened the top one and scanned the file. Claviger grinned, and then he spoke. "I think you'll find that one has one of the answers you've been looking for." Mr. Griffin said, "Yes, it's the name of the project my youngest daughter was placed in." His eyes watered, and he uttered, "She's alive. She's alive, and I've found her." 11:59 p.m. Hellenistic sector, manufactories vicinage. A limo pulled through the Minotaur Refineries gate and in the back of the vehicle. Ryan hung up the car phone. "Very interesting." He removed a cell from his business suit jacket and after about a minute, he said, "Hello, Kathy. Can you patch me to the chairman? He's not in." "Wait, here he is now. I'm going to hand him my phone." "Hello," Mr. Griffin said. He replied, "Hi, Bob. It's Ryan. This is unexpected." Mr. Griffin started. "To hear from you twice in one day. Something must be up." "It is. I've heard that you have a second daughter and that you've been looking for her and that you told Kimberly." "That is correct, but how?" Ryan interrupted. "My source has informed me that Kimberly has met her sister." "She has. How do you know?" Ryan had a man at Nexus Apartments, but the chairman didn't need to know that. So he said, "I have ways. I've been keeping an eye on her." Mr. Griffin realized he didn't need to tell her. His daughter had already met her sister. An afterthought came to his mind, and he hoped the reunion went well. Another thought crossed his mind as to why Ryan was watching Kimberly. "I can't believe you haven't asked me who she is," Ryan commented. "Or am I mistaken? Do you know who your youngest daughter is?" Mr. Griffin glanced at the folders he held and replied, "I already know. I already know my daughter's name." Chapter 62. Prelude to Book 4. Sisters. Earlier. 8:21 p.m. Hellenistic sector, residential vicinage. Nexus apartments. Catherine's view. I stand on the rooftop and stare across the street at Zeus Park. I gaze at its transgenic trees and bushes as I still can't believe it. I know who I am, and I'm no longer alone, and I'm so happy. I deeply breathe in the October air as I grip the top bar of the railing. Even though pollutants fill the dry clouds, once one becomes accustomed to the air, it isn't stale or musty to breathe. Besides the hint of petroleum, the air smells light and not weighted down by anything like smoke or smog would cause. It is also soothing and doesn't cause the urge to cough, and it feels cool to the lungs almost like a liquid but not in a drowning kind of way. It's almost refreshing like eating chilled cucumber slices on a hot day. I take another deep breath. No matter how bad it gets, this simple exercise makes me feel grounded and a part of something no matter how alone or lost I feel. Today is different. So much has changed. The air smells fresher and even the trees seem greener under the artificial lights. It must be because I'm so happy. I look at one of the paths winding through the park. I've been running from biomechas, life closers, and bounty hunters with no end in sight, but now, without fear, I close my eyes. I'm no longer the wide-eyed tigress, searching for the hunter. Today I feel safe. I run my hand along the cold metal railing. I have a home. I open my eyes and notice my painted nails. And I have a big sis. I turn and lean my back on the bar. I searched to find who I was for so long, and now I know where I belong. I'm a griffin. I still can't get over it. The door to the rooftop opens, and Kimberly walks out and says, "I thought I'd find you up here." I glance at her and reply, "I was taking in some of the nighttime air." Kimberly's view. "It is nice, not too cold," I tell my little sister. I walk over and lean on the metal bar next to Catherine and inform her, "I finished packing up Mom's things. I hired some movers to come tomorrow and take the boxes from the spare room and put them in storage, So you have one night left on the couch. I turn to Catherine, who at first impressions seems plain and ordinary. But she's neither of those. She's the Pandora Project, an enigma and a fierce force not to be crossed. And not only that, Catherine's my baby sister. I thought I would never experience joy again, but I have to admit, I've never been this elated. I ask her, are you going to miss the couch? I think I am, Catherine admits and turns back around, facing the park. Actually, I didn't want to tell you, but I've become very attached to it. My own little place in this world. Still a bit ashamed of myself, I bow my head. It wasn't that long ago I wanted to get rid of her. I thought it would be easier if I killed her, and to think one simple test changed everything, and now those days are over. I tell her, well, think of the bedroom as an upgrade. Your place in this world has gotten a bit bigger. More importantly, she starts, I've found where I belong. We quietly stand there, enjoying the knowledge that we're sisters. We have someone who will watch our back. We have someone who will be there in smooth times and rough. We have someone whose bond is as strong as blood. Catherine's view. I've been thinking, I begin as I feel my demeanor sadden slightly. And then I say, someone didn't just murder your mom, but our mom. For now, I've discovered enough of my past. All I wanted was some place to belong. I smile, still overwhelmed by the idea, as I state, I have that now. My happy expression vanishes and is replaced by a determination as I say, I vow we'll find our mom's killer. One way or another, they'll pay for what they did. We already said we would help each other. You don't have to. Yes, I do, I interrupt. I'm talking about putting all my energy into it. My sole purpose, so starting tomorrow, will be unrelenting in our search. We'll let nothing stop us. Wow, look at you, Kimberly states. I should have told you we were sisters long ago. I laugh, and then I say, maybe you would have been nicer to me if you had known earlier. You think so? I'm your older sister, Kimberly tells me as she places her hand on my arm and pushes me away from her as she informs me, picking on you is my job. I laugh again, and it feels good. A few moments go by, and I say, I do wonder. What's that? How our meeting would have ended if we weren't sisters. You don't have to worry about that now, Kimberly tells me. Let's go in. I'll make us some popcorn. Later, apartment H. Kimberly's view. I dump a microwave bag of popped kettle corn in a bowl. Hot. Hot! I utter after touching the bottom of the bag, and then I mutter, I almost burned my fingers. But this stuff smells good. My mind drifts as I go over my to-do list. I believe I have done everything to make this place Catherine's home. Tomorrow, I'll take her shopping for some clothes and stuff to decorate her room. And she can also use a bed set. I believe I have thought of everything, but something seems missing. Hades, I'm so stupid, and I state, Axe. Yes, Ms. Griffin, it replies. I'm going to add Catherine to your voice activation system. Does she need to do anything? No, Axe replies. I have her voice on record as your guest. I will upgrade her clearance to a resident. I turn to my sister and tell her, there, now it's official. This is your home. You can come and go as you please, so my only question now is, do you want any soda to go along with your popcorn? Sure, Catherine replies as she limps for the living room. She removes her beretta, lays the gun on the coffee table, and sits on the couch. I pour Catherine and myself an RK Cola, and then I go and sit next to her after setting the 2 glasses on the coffee table. We split the bowl of popcorn as we watch the Noir dog show, and after a few hours, I turn and see Catherine's fallen asleep. Look at her. She must be exhausted. I wake her up and have her lay on the couch, and then she quickly goes back to sleep. I grab her blanket and cover her with it. It is late, but I'm too wound up to sleep, so I turn off the TV, make myself some chamomile tea, and sit quietly at the kitchen table. 11:22 p.m. Beep. Beep. Catherine's view. I open my eyes, hearing the muffled sounds. I roll over on the couch and look at my backpack leaning against the coffee table and still a little groggy. I wonder what's beeping. MS. Griffin, Axe, starts. Someone is at the door. Kimberly's view. I'm not expecting anyone and wonder who it can be. I stand, walk to the front door, and look at a screen mounted on the wall to the left of the door. The screen shows video of the hallway and a woman standing outside. Beep. Beep. Catherine's view. I reach over, pick up my backpack, and remove the tracking device, and I see that the little red dot's blinking. Anxiety zaps me awake, and I sit up, silence the sound, and stand. It's Stephanie. She's here. I instinctively rub my injured knee, then grab my beretta from the coffee table, and start for the entry. She has found me. Crap. And no one will get in Stephanie's way, so I hurry, fearing for my sister, and yell, Kimberly. In the hallway, Stephanie's view. I stand here before apartment H, waiting for the door to open. I'm wearing my backpack, and I rest my right hand on a gun in the back waistband of my jeans. I can't wait for all of this to get started, so open door. Open. Kimberly's view. I press a button before Catherine frantically yells at me, and the door slides sideways. I tense, not sure what to expect, as I glance at a small box sitting on a stand to the left of the door, and within it is a small gun. My heart's pounding as I don't know why Catherine yelled at me, but the way she yelled, it had an urgency to it, so I cautiously study the blonde woman standing in the hallway and ask, yes, Stephanie's view. I'm a bit irritated that Pandora's not the one who answers the door. I look at the woman in front of me, and then I move so I can peer around her. Where's Pandora? I remove my hand from the hidden gun and drop the arm to my side. Where's Pandora? I know that she's in there, and I need to get in, so I need to stick with my plan. I wickedly grin, spread my arms wide, and proclaim, hi, I'm Stephanie, Kimberly's view. I study the wacko who seems to know me, but I don't have a clue who she is. So I say, and something feels off about this woman, so I reach my hand toward the small box. Catherine's view. I hurry to the entry, limping all the way, and raise my gun. But I have no clear shot. My sister stands in the line of fire. Kimberly, get out of the way. I shout. Stephanie better not hurt her. If she wants me, I'm right here. I'll fight her again to save my big sis. Stephanie's view. I lower my arms, look past Ms. Griffin to Pandora, wink at her, and then I turn back to Ms. Griffin and state, come on, don't you recognize me? I smile a toothy grin as I proclaim, I'm your sister. The end. Next, shades of gray, number 4 sisters.